This is Audible.
Audio Learn Philosophy Classics presents The Philosophy of Misery by P.J. Proudhon. The complete work, plus an overview, chapter-by-chapter summary, and autobiography by Israel Bozeman. Narrated by Carrie Steele. Welcome to a summary of The Philosophy of Misery, 1846, by P.J. Proudhon. Property is theft. This quote is perhaps one of the most widely known phrases delivered by Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, a man known as the father of anarchy. In The Philosophy of Misery, he examines the nature of economy and gives his thoughts about the subversive influence of capitalism. Before the rise of corporate giants, Proudhon recognized the potential for the state and the economy to enslave humanity to profit and accumulation. He recognized the dangers of consumerism over a century before it became evident as the dominant global paradigm. Running against the grain of politics and every conceivable form of authority, he stood for the right of a person to choose their own fate and their own governance. The Philosophy of Misery is a text that boldly confronts the dogma of capitalism and offers an alternative. Proudhon sought to provide a solution to the problems of economy and society which came from reason and respected the inherent liberty of humanity. A summary precedes the narration of the full text, giving a biography of the author and background information on the work. Also included are an overview, synopsis, and analysis. The summary is concluded with an examination of the historical context, criticisms, and social impact of Proudhon's work. Proudhon's thoughts form the bridge that links philosophy and economy. An understanding of his work is essential for lovers of philosophy who wish to make their knowledge from theory to practicality. Author's bio and background information. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809 to 1865, was a French politician and economist. He was the founder of the mutualist philosophy, a form of economic thought that sought to equalize labor and wages. He was a socialist and a federalist, and the first person in history to identify himself as an anarchist. It is the philosophy of anarchy that remains Proudhon's greatest impact in the modern era. He is known today as the father of anarchy, and his works on the subject are still influential amongst those critical of government and wary of the abuses of state. One of the quotes which best describes Proudhon's view on the economic and political solution is "Anarchy is order without power." He felt that social revolution could be accomplished peacefully, and he supported workers' associations or cooperatives as more reasonable forms of possession than private ownership or naturalization of land or workplaces. Proudhon was born in Besançon, France, the son of Claude François Proudhon and Catherine Simonin. He was the oldest of three brothers and spent his youth working in the fields and the family tavern and playing in the French countryside. Proudhon received no formal education as a child, though his mother schooled him in spelling and reading from the age of 3. However, the only books available for him to practice his skills were the Gospels, the four Aymon brothers, and a selection of local almanacs. Proudhon's education was expanded when in 1820 he was admitted to the City College at Besançon. It is likely that his opinions on economic inequality were influenced during this period. His family was too poor to afford the tuition to the school without a bursary, a scholarship that reduced the cost by 120 francs per year. Even so, he was unable to afford books or shoes. This state of lack exposed him to the considerable amount of ridicule during his formative years, but did nothing to quench his thirst for knowledge. He spent his free periods in self-study on a variety of subjects that influenced his writing in later years. In 1828, after spending a year as an apprentice in a printing press in Batant, Proudhon transferred to a press in Besançon. During this period, Besançon was an important center of ecclesiastical thought. Many of the works Proudhon attended during his time at the press were religious in nature, giving him ample time to study the complexities of Christian literature. The hours he spent every day reading theological material established doubts in Proudhon's mind as to the validity of the faith and contributed to his eventual rejection of Christianity. Proudhon was a self-proclaimed atheist and had the opportunity to express his opinions on religion and the concept of God freely in the introduction of the philosophy of misery. Proudhon's efforts resulted in his promotion to the job of corrector within a couple of years, working at the Besancons Press. As the focus of his work shifted to proofreading, the focus of his interest moved from religious to social issues. During these years, he encountered Charles Fourier, whose socialist philosophy influenced Proudhon heavily. In addition, he met Gustave Fallot, a scholar from a wealthy family whose friendship played a key part in Proudhon's later fortunes. In 1830, shortly after becoming certified as a journeyman compositor, Proudhon experienced a period of poverty. He was unsuccessful in finding employment during his travels in France and Switzerland. He eventually accepted the offer of financial assistance from Fallot on the condition that he study philosophy in Paris. Despite misgivings that this choice would interfere with his printing career, his misgivings were well-founded. This decision was the point in Proudhon's life where he decisively moved into the pursuit of philosophy and away from a life as a printer. In Paris, Proudhon once again found himself in the company of wealthier students from more privileged backgrounds. He was uncomfortable in the city and spent the majority of his time alone in study. After a time, an outbreak of cholera struck Paris. When Fallot contracted the disease, he was no longer able to support Proudhon financially. Proudhon returned to his hometown and attempted to return to the printing career, but a failed venture once again redirected his focus towards scholarly pursuits. He applied for the Sard pension in order to receive financial aid to attend university. Proudhon was selected first to receive the bursary among a number of candidates due to his income, self-education, and the skill he demonstrated in writing. By the end of autumn in 1838, he returned to Paris to attend the Academy of Besancon. In 1839, Proudhon won the bronze medal in an essay contest held by the Academy. He was proud of this fact on two levels. First, his merit in writing received public recognition, and second, because the content of the essay had made the judges sufficiently uncomfortable to award him the bronze instead of the silver or gold medal. Proudhon has used the essay as a pretext to deliver his philosophical and political ideas, and a study of the work reveals the foundation of his later revolutionary works. Proudhon followed this in 1840 with his publication of What is Property? His next memoir on property resulted in a criminal charge. In 1842, he wrote a letter titled Warning to Proprietors, to M. Considerant Furiorist, which once again aroused the discomfort of those in power. Proudhon was acquitted of this charge and continued to express his philosophies. His next work, The Philosophy of Misery, alternately titled Evolution of Capitalism, System of Economical Contradictions, was published in 1846. In 1848, France was thrown into chaos by revolution. Proudhon lauded this change for government as the first Republican proclamation and participated in the February uprisings. His enthusiasm was short-lived when he recognized that the provisional government was pursuing political reform over socio-economic restructuring. Proudhon felt that the issues of the social and economic structure must be addressed before the political issue could be sustainably addressed. In 1849, he gave a potential solution to economic reform in a publication titled Solution of the Social Problem. He advocated mutual financial cooperation among workers as a means of transferring the economic control from capitalists to workers. While this plan was not enacted, Proudhon's voice was heard loudly during the Second French Revolution through the medium of journalism. He wrote for 4 newspapers expressing his political and economic views in a manner that critically condemned and attacked the government's plan for reform, while appealing to the workers. During this period, he attempted to establish a popular bank. However, while the support for this plan was significant, it fell short of the requirements to manifest this institution. The popularity Proudhon developed during the Revolution gave him sufficient support to be elected to the French Parliament in June of 1848. His service to government was cut short in 1849 when he was imprisoned for insulting French President Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. Proudhon remained in prison until 1852. While in prison, he published General Idea of the Revolution in the 19th Century, a work in which his anarchist philosophy and his scathing opinions of government were expressed freely. The following excerpt of this work is an exemplary portrayal of Proudhon's philosophy. To be governed is to be watched, inspected, spied upon, directed, law-driven, numbered, regulated, enrolled, indoctrinated, preached at, controlled, checked, estimated, valued, censored, commanded by creatures who have neither the right nor the wisdom nor the virtue to do so. To be governed is to be at every operation, at every transaction noted, registered, counted, taxed, stamped, measured, numbered, assessed, licensed, authorized, admonished, prevented, forbidden, reformed, corrected, punished. It is under pretext of public utility and in the name of the general interest to be placed under contribution. Drilled, fleeced, exploited, monopolized, extorted from, squeezed, hoaxed, robbed, then, at the slightest resistance, the first word of complaint, to be repressed, fined, vilified, harassed, hunted down, abused, clubbed, disarmed, bound, choked, imprisoned, judged, condemned, shot, deported, sacrificed, sold, betrayed, and to crown all, mocked, ridiculed, derided, outraged, dishonored. This is government. That is its justice. That is its morality. Upon his release, Proudhon was exiled from the nation. He remained in exile and lived in Belgium from 1858 to 1862. During this period, he published the Manual of the Stock Exchange Speculator in 1853, of Justice in the Revolution and the Church in 1858, War and Peace in 1861, and Principle of Federation in 1863. He returned to France in 1863 when the country was liberalized. Proudhon died in 1865 and was buried in Paris. Despite his death, Proudhon's philosophical influence was still strong, and 4 of his works were published posthumously. While Proudhon was clearly revolutionary in philosophy and inclination, he did not advocate violence. He felt that the revolution could occur peacefully through a transformation of social and economic structure, if it were attended by individuals who held themselves to the highest integrity in the process of political transformation. He advocated minimal government and supported the establishment of worker collectives that owned the means of production. Proudhon's central plan for reform, political decentralization, and the development of free, sovereign local municipalities that owned and produced all that they needed to sustain the people within them. The central feature of Proudhon's plans was the establishment of a popular bank which offered interest-free loans to workers. He felt that if the monetary system could be restructured appropriately, many of the issues that required government would dissolve naturally. Overview. The philosophy of misery opens with a theological discussion. In Proudhon's perspective, God is the social collective. The God concept is found, phonetically and etymologically, to be identical with the related concepts of me and being. The spiritual concept of the deity begins with an awareness of the capacity for creation. However, this awareness became elevated, objectified, and anthropomorphized to appear to be something other than the collective will of humanity. Theological abstractions in the attempt to subject the absolute and eternal, to the realm of rationality, strip from the divine all that is real, replacing true eternal qualities with those that submit to the comprehension of man. This is the end point of an evolution of spiritual thought that progressively defied man while dethroning God. Man has been raised to the image of the divine, while the divine is subjected to demotion until little more than a notion of a first cause remains. Any handling of economics is essentially a metaphysical treatise. As God is universal reason, all creations are externalizations of the laws of reason. As the labor of man is a continuation of the work of God. Economics is at once a theory of ideas, a natural theology, and a work on psychology. The traditional understanding of economics hinges upon the production and distribution of wealth. Wealth is produced through labor and exchange, and is reliant upon the constitution of value. Value itself has two faces. The first is the value of use, and the second is the value of exchange. The value of use results from the utility of a particular product, while the value of exchange results from the demand for a given product. These two aspects of value exist in a particular relationship. A synthetic value, or the true value, is the result of the oscillating interactions between the values of utility and exchange, known often as supply and demand. Essentially, products can be purchased with other products, and the relative availability and need of these other products determines their value at the point of exchange. Every product is a representative of some labor, and labor is only a guarantee of well-being if the wages with which a laborer is compensated are of sufficient value to enable exchange for the products necessary for survival. The natural state of man is the primitive commune, and, in this state, the first evolution of economy is evident: division of labor. By specializing and performing particular tasks, the number of available products is multiplied, and the exchange of products becomes necessary in order to ensure a full complement of the products necessary for survival. The drawback of this evolution is the reduction of skill in areas outside of one's field of production. As man progresses, economy takes the next great leap, and machinery becomes available. Machinery reduces the labor required to produce particular products and increases the number of products that can be developed cheaply. However, it also divides man into theorizers and automations, extending the inequity initiated by the division of labor into the intellectual realm. The intelligence of the automatons, extending the inequity initiated by the division of labor into the intellectual realm. The intelligence of the automaton is dulled by their drudgery and reason. The essential counterpart of liberty is deadened. The next evolution is competition, which reduces the value of goods as a surplus of these products become available. Competition lowers the value of products, but simultaneously lowers the wages available for laborers. Monopoly is the inevitable result of competition and the expression of liberty in production and exchange. However, monopoly eliminates competition, thus sapping the vitality of society and resulting in a reduction of quality in the product. Finally, taxation and the regulations are instituted to redress the imbalance constituted by monopoly, with the inevitable result of being levied more heavily upon those with less to give. Man is locked into a self-destructive economic pattern, which neither the socialists nor the traditional economists have an answer for. Rulers are impotent to provide a solution, as their privilege hinges upon the maintenance of the inequity that is the root of the problem. The ideals of God, property, and the state establish a climate antagonistic to liberty, reason, and will. These ideas must be cast aside, and humanity must look to itself to provide the answers to misery, poverty, and social inequity. The solution can be found in association and organization of labor. Quality and productivity can be maintained by appealing to the interest of the worker to favor his own production. An equilibrium in the distribution of wealth can be attained by developing an association of laborers to distribute the goods produced in accordance with reason and upon their own authority. This alone can reduce the need for artificial centralization of society and the maintenance of inequity. Summary by chapter. Introduction. In the modern era, God has demoted from the level of a fact to that of a hypothesis. Historically, God can be seen as a social idea. The concept of the divine has resulted from a collective act of faith rather than an individual conception. The development of society is like that of an unthinking giant. The masses of humanity are moved through instinct, then any voluntary and conscious action. Despite this instinctive quality to the motion of society, it appears to be guided to a providential destiny by an unknown force. This supersocial, intuitive, and mysterious force is the primordial fact of all psychology. In examining religious texts, the nature of God is at its core a me, a pure and permanent essence. Phonetically and etymologically, the God concept is associated with two related concepts, being and me. It is a projection of the social collective and dependence upon communication. The will of God is expressed in the voice of the people, first through the medium of muses, poets, and soothsayers, and later through legislators and popular will. One of the most curious aspects of the relation between man and the divine is that it perishes through lack of contact with other men. The same force that wanes through progress also loses its force without social interaction. The divine is the collective me of humanity. It is the expression of universal reason, separate from and the originator of social laws. In its infancy, humanity sensed the presence of the social me. Through investigation, humanity found an expression of the laws of reason in the design of the natural world. As a result, humanity intuited an external creator and termed this creator God. However, as man needs God to create his universe, so God needs man to reveal it. God disappears when there is no need to conceive of the idea of divinity. The development of humanity gave rise to theological and psychological abstractions, which in turn subjected the God concept to human comprehension. However, religion, in subjecting God to rationality, removed from the divine all aspects of the real. Analysis discovers forces that operate as the intermediaries from the divine in the form of laws, analogies, number structure, and natural forces. God is thus, through the ascension of human understanding, regulated to a primary cause and removed from direct action. The concept of the immorality of the soul brings this evolution full circle. It attests to the divinity of humanity itself. The social collective that was first sensed and objectified is brought into the personal as man identifies the divine qualities with human qualities. In Christianity, man becomes like God and God like man. God becomes subjected to the same forces of authority and persecution as man himself has experienced through the ages. Thus, Christianity reveals the egoism of humanity, the identification of the projected collective me-ness of man, and with man himself is the ultimate expression of vanity. The evolution of spiritual thought reflected by this progression shows that man is the originator of the God concept, finally identified with his creation, God as risen to self-consciousness. Chapter 1 of the Economic Science. At its core, economics is a metaphysical study. The labor of man is a continuation of the work of God. All of creation can be seen as simply an externalization of the universal laws of reason. Therefore, economic science, as an examination of these operations of reason in the life and interactions of humanity, is simultaneously a theory of ideas, a natural theology, and an examination of applied psychology. A true political economy is an examination of the production and distribution of wealth alongside an investigation of the forms of labor and exchange. The current incarnation of political economy examines the phenomena and describes the relations it observes as laws. Political economy, in its current forms, provides a natural history of customs, traditions, practices, and methods that pertain to the production and distribution of wealth. Because the subjects of its study are constant, spontaneous, and universal phenomena, political economy terms itself as science. However, all present constitutions of society, based upon the science of political economy, involve an irregularity in the social structure and an inequality in the distribution of wealth. This proves the falsity of political economy and of all laws based on the concept of property, the foundation of our current concept of economy. Socialism arises from an awareness of the calamities in human life evoked by the current conception and practice of political economy. Socialism proves that the order of society is artificial, contradictory, and inadequate. The concepts of political economy and property are responsible for the misery, oppression, and crime we experience within the framework of human society. Political economy is little more than an organization of robbery and poverty. Socialism, therefore, views association to be of higher value than the property and attempts to reconstruct social economy from the bottom up. Therefore, a fixed line exists between the perspective of socialism and that of traditional political economy. This division is marked by hostility, antagonism, and intolerance, reflective of the mutually exclusive nature of the perspectives. Essentially, traditional political economy is a glorification of selfishness, while socialism is an exaltation of communism. On the side of the traditionalists, the concepts of religion and property are held to be sacred, as authorities that serve to guide the conduct of man. Socialism holds the side of science and reason, seeing them as keys to freedom from the misery perpetuated by political economy. As the debate rages, socialists demand an answer for the inequities, poverty, and exploitation which reign in the current system. On the other side, economists challenge socialists to provide a solution that addresses these concepts without demanding a complete elimination of the structures of society. How can one meet the demands of society without property competition and political organization? Political economy is justified neither by its principles nor by its accomplishment. On the other side, the entire value of socialism lies in a demonstration of the effectiveness of the current political economy. The only course of action indicated in the present circumstances is a complete reinvestigation of the subject of political economy. This subject contains the material for a true social science, and through review may reveal inaccuracies and misunderstandings, the correction of which has the potential for true social and economic reform. The basic assumptions of political economy must be revisited and examined for error. It is hoped that this revisitation of economy will reveal the organic law of humanity and point the way to a positive conception of social order. Chapter 2. Of Value. The concept at the core of economy is value. Value has two faces. The first face of value is use, and the other is exchange. Everything useful in life of man has value to a certain extent. However, for this value to become relevant in economical terms, the availability of the product must be limited. The limited availability of the product subjects it to exchange for other products. Some articles that have value must be produced by labor, and each man has a limited capacity for labor. The exchange of goods produced by labor allows for the provision of a variety of goods for each person, meeting the full complement of their needs. The capacity of products to serve the needs of man and to provide him the capacity to perform the various functions necessary for survival establishes the value of these products in use. The capacity of products to be traded for other products establishes their value in exchange. Labor is central to this function, as it allows natural resources to be altered into a useful form. The first step of the general path to economic progress is the appropriation of the land and natural resources. The next step is the association and distribution of these products through labor and exchange until they are provided with complete equality to all. The two faces of value are related. The value of exchange depends on the value of utility. Changes in availability of a given product can increase or decrease the demand for this product, creating corresponding changes, exchange value. There exists a contradiction between the values of use and exchange. The more abundant a product is, the lower the exchange value of this product. Therefore, the exchange value decreases as the product of utility increases. Because price is related to exchange rather than production, the price of merchandise is independent of the amount of labor that was expended in its manufacture. This is the source of a paradox at the foundation of economy. Given the relative abundance of simple necessities, those things are most necessary to survival, or those that have the most utility, are often the products with the lowest price. Tasks that demand the most labor also receive the least wages. Demand is the sole determiner of value. Prices fluctuate on the basis of this demand and cannot be fixed without removing the liberty of the producer. Because demand is based upon the action man takes through free will, it can be seen that the free will of man gives rise to oscillations between value in use and exchange. The trade value of a product is constantly in flux, oscillating between utility and opinion. Economists use this distinct nature of this oscillation as grounds to claim that political economy is excluded from the other social sciences. Socialists claim that economic inequalities are laws of commerce. The simple expression of economy is that every product is a representative of labor, and every product can be exchanged for some other. Labor cannot be abolished without eliminating our capacity to exchange products. In addition, products are only capable of purchasing other products of equal value at the point of exchange. It can be seen, then, that labor is only a guarantee of the well-being and equality of man if the product developed by each individual is accorded with a value equal to the labor he expended to produce it. The priori arguments of value present in the current expression of political economy are insufficient to answer the problems of social inequality, and therefore an examination of history is necessary to penetrate further into these matters. Chapter 3. Economic Evolutions. First Period. The Division of Labor. The first evolution of economy is the division of labor. Division and specialization of labor allows product to be present in greater number and variety. In addition, it necessitates the exchange of these products so that their distribution approaches equality. The value of these products is the fundamental idea of political economy. Value is determined by oscillations between supply and demand, and in essence has three facets. The three facets of value are value in use, value in exchange, and synthetic or true value. Relations between value in use and value in exchange determine synthetic value. In the perspective of political economy, social progress is a process of continual solution to the problem of constitution of value. All people differ in their skills and capacities. Therefore, each person is differently suited to produce in accordance with the needs of society. Division of labor, thus, allows a realization of the equal worth of these differing contributions. It is based upon an equality of intelligence and the conditions of its application. The first stage of economic development is a development towards the perfection of industry. However, it also allows the meanings of production to be controlled by a small number of elite or privileged individuals. Furthermore, the specialization of labor leads to the development of one skill, while others are subject to degeneration. Therefore, it is evident that the division of labor, while contributing to the multiplication of wealth and the skill of the laborers, also causes intellectual degeneracy and the misery of society. The solution to this problem is to synthesize labor, to recombine these scattered parts back into a whole that serves the various needs of a small social unit. Division of labor is detrimental in that it makes the worker narrower, weaker, and more dependent upon the production of others. Furthermore, the value of an art or skill reduces as this art or skill becomes more widespread. The general conditions of misery and poverty have not been missed by modern economists, and in answer to these conditions, two remedies have been proposed, which are palliatives rather than cures. The first is to increase the comfort and dignity of the worker. The second is to provide education to the working class so that they may at some point become emancipated from their life of drudgery. The increase of wages to provide more comfort and dignity to the worker is an excellent solution, but it is impossible to increase the wages to such an extent that it becomes a possibility. In order to substantially increase the wages of the laborer, the quality of goods produced must be increased. As the availability of goods increases, the value of these goods decreases. Therefore, there is a point of diminishing returns with regard to production. Products in a single market cannot yield a continually increasing profit. With regard to the second solution, the spread of education can allow people to develop skills beyond that of the common laborer. However, there is a limit to the proportion of individuals in each society that can be supported in higher level functions. Instruction in society serves mainly to allow people to be productive in industry. Without a sufficient proportion of industrial producers, one is left with a top-heavy society that cannot support its own weight. The bottom line of economy is to produce, with the least possible expense, the greatest quantity of values. Production is a necessity for society, and the more cheaply this production can be accomplished, the greater wealth is available to the whole society. However, this condition is inherently predicted upon inequality. The laborers, the units of production, are exploited to provide the greatest value for the least wages. In primitive communism, poverty and misery are the general conditions of existence. Labor is war waged upon this poverty and misery. The natural evolution of labor is to organize itself first through division, next through machinery, and finally through competition. Each of these phases of evolution increases the potential for inequality in the distribution of wealth. Because it is difficult to arouse in men the desire to be better than their condition through tangible action, productivity must be encouraged by appealing to personal interest. The only solution that has the capacity to balance out this inequality while maintaining productivity is to make the workers responsible for their means of production and to make their functions more personal. The synthesis and plurality of labor allows each individual to be responsible for the advancement of their welfare. Chapter 4. Second Period. Machinery. Rulers are impotent to alleviate the imbalance of wages and labor. The nature of those in power is to maintain that power. Authorities thus represent a conservative element in society. Neither feudal rulers nor the state can initiate completely new patterns of society that establish harmony. To do so would be to eliminate the need for their guidance. The determination of values by the production and distribution of wealth operates according to clear psychological principles, beyond the influence of ruler or deity. Each economic development provides benefits while simultaneously initiating a series of negative effects, which subsequent evolutions seek to address. The first evolution of labor, division, increases the number and variety of goods available. It thus provides an economic advantage. However, it also has a detrimental effect on society in that it establishes a climate of social and economic inequality. The second evolution of economy, machinery, seeks to address this inequality by reducing the cost of products and the labor required for their manufacture. Therefore, machinery creates an advancement of the general welfare and moves against the division and specialization of labor. The negative influence of machinery is more subtle than that of division of labor. It creates an additional division of man in theorizer and automaton. In doing so, it extends the distinctions that separate individuals into the intellectual sphere, just as division of labor increases the skill of the laborer in the function of their production, while allowing other skills to degenerate. The division of man into theorizer and automaton reinforces the genius of the theorizer, while allowing the intelligence of the automaton to stagnate through inertia and routine. Reason, like any other capacity, is developed through education, practice, and refinement, sharpened in a particular field of application through repeated use. Machinery increases liberty by reducing the amount of brute labor required for the production of goods, while simultaneously furthering mental inequality. Reason and liberty are two halves of the same development of humanity's capacity for determination and will. The qualities of liberty and reason unite as the organization of a living, reasonable, and free person. Man achieves welfare only so long as reason and liberty develop in harmony and without obstruction. The fullness of liberty, therefore, lies in the fullness of reason, and is impossible to achieve without its development. Any measure that interferes with the development of reason also abridges liberty. Economists have noted the benefits of machinery in the reduction of labor. The corollary to this observation, however, is the displacement of laborers by the introduction of machinery to the means of production. The same measure that increases the productivity of industry also reduces the number of men working and receiving wages for this production. Furthermore, the quality of workers degenerates in proportion to the perfection of the industry. Machinery increases the general economic welfare of nations and businesses. At the same time, it results in cessation of labor, reduction of wages, overproduction, obstruction of the market, and a reduction of product quality. As the industries use continually more machines to produce their goods, workers are displaced, and the race itself is subject to degeneration, disease, and death. Economists have projected that poverty would rise concurrently with population pressure, but in the age of machinery, poverty grows more quickly than population. The increase in the general welfare of nations and businesses does not reach the common laborer. Chapter 5. Third Period. Competition. Division of labor and machinery result in the overproduction of goods. This overproduction then floods the market, making these goods abundantly available for a number of sources. The inevitable result of this overproduction is competition, as merchants are required to lower their process to match those of their competitors. The reduction of price resulting from competition is the next measure, which works towards the equilibrium in the distribution of goods. The sole factor responsible for poverty in economic inequality, therefore, any efforts to achieve this equilibrium serve the general welfare of humanity. One alternative to competition can be found in association. If a free association of laborers is given access to the means of production, then the inequality established by poverty can be eliminated at its roots. This is a surer method of attaining equilibrium than competition. Due to the oscillating nature of value, competition works against itself, driving down the value of goods and the profit available from their exchange. Essentially, competition is an extension of the division of labor, division raised to the second power. Competition brings division of labor into every aspect of production in an attempt to reduce the overall cost of manufacture. This evolution of economy is necessary to the constitution of value, the principle of distribution, and the advent of equality in the value of goods. If production is privileged, coming from a single source, the actual cost of the product is invisible and the customer is at the mercy of the producer. The emulation of goods and the multiple sources of production provide an advantage to society by reducing and equalizing prices. Profit, rather than the attractiveness of labor, remains the underlying motive to production at the stage of economic development. When corporations have a privileged production of a particular product, they enter a state of inertia and torpor. The solution to the inertia is the emancipation of labor, the stimulation of genius, and the increase of competition. Previously, the economic solution was to abolish corporations, masterships, and wardenships. However, these institutions perform a valuable function in society, and it is in the interests of society to repair these institutions rather than eliminating them. Liberty in commerce and industry stimulate the activity of society and increase its well-being. Monopolies, by their very nature, cost society more than they return to it. Competition encourages both labor and industry. However, competition also reduces the synthetic value of products and drives down wages. Encouragements to labor and industry, ostensibly, are the most progressive and socially beneficial influences in economy. However, these encouragements are subject to the same oscillations that govern value. This is apparent in the form of other encouragements to industry, like the elimination of customs duties and the establishment of premiums for exportation. If customs duties are abolished and premiums for exportation are eliminated, national commerce suffers at the hands of foreign markets. It is apparent that neither competition nor other forms of economic encouragement sufficiently address the inequality of economy or society. Competition takes bread from the laborer and looks only toward the increase of profit. Furthermore, as competition develops, it tends to reduce the number of competitors. This favors large businesses and corporations with proportionally smaller operating costs and capacity to produce a high quality of goods. It is impossible to eliminate competition without infringing upon liberty. Therefore, the solution to the problem of competition is to make it universal. This can be done only through the organization of labor. Neither the current incarnations of socialism nor the competition of hierarchical organizations offer sufficient plans to address the realities of poverty and inequality. These issues can be met through organization and association if people are given the capacity to act within their interests to secure material comfort through personal productivity. Chapter 6, Fourth Period, Monopoly. Monopoly is the exclusive commerce, exploitation, or enjoyment of things. It is the natural opposite of competition. It has been made clear that competition is the vital force of society. To eliminate competition is to kill society. The influence of monopoly, therefore, is directly detrimental to society. However, monopoly is the inevitable result of competition. It will exist as long as the division of labor and the constitution of values operate as necessities and laws. The achievement of monopoly is the strongest stimulus of all steps of progress. It represents the victorious end of competition. In essence, the evolution of monopoly is the autocracy of man over himself. However, to deny monopoly is to deny man liberty and to arrest the initiative of free individuals. Social life develops in the dual aspect of development and preservation. Development is affected by the free play of energies. It is seated by private activity, where an individual has the capacity to act in his own interests to advance his personal welfare. The collective actions to this end result in an improvement of the general welfare of society. Preservation is accomplished so long as the risk and peril of innovation is left to the risk and peril of the individual. Neither competition nor monopoly can be halted by an outside force without resulting in an abridgment of liberty and interfering with the natural development of society and economy. Competition leads eventually to monopoly by reducing the number of competitors over time until a single competitor remains. The elimination of competition kills the vital stimulus of society. However, laws that prevent monopoly infringe upon liberty and arrest the spirit of invention and enterprise. Communism does not provide sufficient answer to these issues. The difficulty encountered by communism is a similar sapping of the social and economic will that one encounters in monopoly. An individual cannot be provided more than the service they have rendered to society without reducing the impetus to render service and innovative. Communism is a denial of society at its foundations. It ignores the function and capacity of economy. Competition enhances the general welfare, and the goal of monopoly keeps competition vigorous until the other competitors are eliminated. Monopoly is inherent in the character of humanity and nature. It is the economic expression of the attempt to occupy and control territory. It is through political monopoly that man is spread across the globe. Economic monopoly, the global scale, has undeniably increased the general wealth of humanity. The potential for monopoly arises from the specific character of individuals. All people and all labor have specific characteristics that constitute the value of the products derived from this labor. As the individual nature of man necessitates the possibility of monopoly, the question is not how to abolish monopolies, but how to reconcile them. Monopoly is, however, a contradiction in both name and definition. Within the framework of society, production has been equated with consumption, and selling can be equated with buying. There are two sides of the same coin. Therefore, the privilege in selling and exploitation is, at the same time, a privilege of consumption and purchase. The essential result of monopoly is a prohibition in the wage receivers of both consumption and production. If one were to state it boldly, this means that the privileged production and sale of a product by a single manufacturer robs from the wage receivers. Monopoly is robbery of the laborers. Chapter 7. Fifth Period. Police or Taxation. The economic evolution is taxation. It is a policying of the economic waters whereby the privileged producers are levied a fee for the rights of this production. All regulations and laws of taxation are evolutions of the ancient bargain between the ruler and the producers of society. Each society has a class of social functionaries, unproductive members of society, in that their labors result in no tangible product. Tax is essentially a distribution of wealth among these social functionaries. The necessity of taxation comes because the service of this class of society cannot be rewarded in the usual manner, which is the exchange of products for products. The entire function of this class of society is to establish an artificial centralization of society as a means of maintaining balance and discipline. Social functionaries, by their very nature, do not constitute the productivity of society. Taxation itself is a privification of the productive class. It is a distribution of wealth from those who contribute tangibly to society to those whose labor results in no tangible product. Therefore, it should be reduced as much as possible while still attending to the needs of society. A natural antagonism exists between office holders and laborers. This struggle of labor against power is the basis of all political oscillations. The state is, in essence, the unproductive portion of society. The means of existence for the state is taxation. In reason and integrity, the state should be reduced to the absolute minimum necessary for continued social function. At its core, taxation is a special article of the social contract. Its purpose is to establish kindness to the weak on the part of the strong. It is an institution of charity. Police and policies are taxation by means of preventative, coercive, and vindictive institutions. The authority of these institutions is a visage of the feudal dynamic that governed the social body of humanity until recent times. The origin of tax, thus, is attributed to the ruler. It is the legitimization of property, and a due paid by the laborer for the right to live and work. As the situation progressed, the idea of the tax shifted to a claim on the part of society against privilege. This new incarnation of taxation requires a due in proportion to one's property. In essence, this effects a partial redistribution of wealth by ensuring that those with a greater amount of property pay more to support services enjoyed equally by all in society. The real nature of the tax is to pay for services that elude the normal method of exchange. Therefore, it stands to reason that all who enjoy these services should contribute equally to their continuance. When a tax is paid in proportion to the amount of capital in possession, a tax becomes a redemption to society for the rights of monopoly. Its purpose, then, is to redeem for the poor a proportional resumption of the capital possessed by the rich. The practice of this taxation, however, falls short of its intended purpose. In reality, those who earn the lowest wages and have the least capital end up paying a far higher proportion of their earnings than those with greater capital and more property. Taxation follows monopoly in the evolution of economy, in that the tax is a reaction of the part of society against the privilege of monopoly. It seeks to redress the imbalance of wealth established by this evolution, but the class that institutes taxation is the same class that has the greatest wealth. Higher taxes are levied on articles of luxury than upon those of general utility. The aim of this assignment of taxes to luxuries is to make articles of general utility more available to those with less earning capacity. The effect is to legitimize privilege, allowing those with greater wealth to enjoy luxury while the common man is reduced to bare necessities. Tax is a subscription paid by each citizen for the right to live and to work. The utter failure of taxation to redress the social and economic imbalance is apparent in the fact that those who use this right least pay for the most of it. Those who enjoy wealth and privilege, enjoying more rights than the laborer, pay proportionally least for the services they use. Chapter 8 of the Responsibility of Man and God under the Law of Contradiction. The framework of the social and economic question is a moral one. It is related to religion and spirituality. Within the religious perspective, all of the evils in the world are thought to arise from man due to original sin. The inversion of this idea is expressed by Rousseau. His alternative explanation to the source of evil is that man is born good, but society depraves him. The illogic of this statement is clear when one considers that society is, after all, composed of men and would be nothing without them. Regardless of the irrationality of the idea, current social and economic theorists have seized upon it. This has led to attempts to reform society in order to rediscover the essential goodness of humanity. Antisocial sentiments are inherently useless, for humanity is a social creature, and without society, there is no humanity. The single virtue of Rousseau's statement is to highlight the imperfection of the social order and the necessity of progress. The idea of the evil of the social institution has become entrenched in the popular mind. Social reform has been inspired by the perception that civilization has taken a wrong turn, and that this misstep is the source of misery, poverty, and crime. The confusion of the socialists is evident when seeing that while they have dethroned God by recognizing the fallacy of original sin, their call to reform society is contingent upon an appeal to divine providence for the solution to the current state of society. Political economists fall on the side of God, while socialists fall on the side of man. In following the debate between socialism and Christian doctrine, one is left with a series of questions. Is man God? Is God himself God? Must we appeal to a higher power than ourselves in order to achieve liberty and reason in society? The true nature of the fall of man is that man is motivated always by interest rather than by duty. Humanity has never existed in a state of perfection. The progress of society is a continual process of becoming rather than being. There is no state of absolute good in the nature of man, nor is there a state of absolute evil. These qualities are relative to the conditions that an individual encounters in their existence. The idea that either the individual or society is the source of evil in the world overlooks the natural oscillations that characterize every aspect of mind and matter. The moral perfection of humanity experiences this cycle as oscillations between virtue and vice, between merit and demerit. The expression of morality will be subject to the cynical fluctuation until an equilibrium of equality is found to balance the interests of individuals. The idea of the fall of humanity is nothing more than a mythical interpretation. The essence of this doctrine is that man is essentially good, but carries with him the capacity to do evil. We have liberty in our action, delivered to us by our Creator, which allows us to accomplish our destiny spontaneously, through reflection and choice. Education in reason and grace allows us to overcome our animalistic tendencies in favor of fraternity, and actions that give service to our fellows. The objectification of God as more than a social collective engenders a host of misunderstandings that, in turn, allow a justification of actions that run against the general welfare of humanity. It evokes the dilution of reason. The God concept subverts the potency of education to tame the animal spirit and leads us to the grace of liberty. Through egoism and vanity, man has created a holy trinity that destroys his liberty, his reason, and his will. The three heads of the Trinity are God, in religion, the state, in politics, and poverty in economy. This is the final product of a deification of man and his works. It tempts humanity to conduct its actions on the basis of a projected illusion, full of dreams and disconnected from reality. Reason must be humanity's guide to the conduct of its actions if we are to move past the illusions that have kept our liberty, reason, and will locked in a battle with our interests. For this to occur, we must overcome the limitations to our liberty, the guiding forces of authority in seeking to safeguard man against himself, do a greater harm than outright destruction. Humanity must rely upon its own actions to achieve liberty and move past misery. Synopsis and analysis. Proudhon's intentions with this work are to provide a critical view of two interrelated controversies simultaneously. The first is the concept of the divine. The spiritual perspective provides a framework to understand our responsibilities and the meanings of our actions. Any handling of morality has a spiritual and metaphysical component, though it may be hidden behind abstract concepts. Morality itself comes into play in the discussion of economy and the distribution of wealth. The second controversy is the debate between traditional political economy and socialism. Political economy is conservative in nature, favoring a maintenance of the established order. Socialism is revolutionary and seeks to upturn the apple cart. These two controversies are bound into a single argument by the fact that the political economists of the era are in the service of authority, which means they are upholding the righteousness of God, the state, and property. Socialists act under the guise of atheism or rationalism, while at the same time advocating utopian ideals. That can be summed up as a providential return to a desired condition once the evils of society are removed. Proudhon details the development of economy through history, addressing it as a derelict. Each of the stages of economic development, division of labor, machinery, competition, monopoly, and taxation, is seen as a thesis from which the antithesis of the next stage inevitably follows. He addresses the negative influence of each of these economic advancements while attesting to their absolute necessity. In short, while the development of economy increases the overall welfare of humanity, it detrimentally influences the life of the laborer. Liberty, reason, and will are deadened by the perfection of industry. Inequality becomes increasingly entrenched into the fabric of society and economy. Neither socialism nor political economy has provided an answer to these issues. Political economy emphasizes the increase in welfare of humanity, while ignoring the fact that poverty has grown faster than population. Socialism criticizes the function of political economy without providing tangible solutions. It can be argued that Proudhon falls into the same trap as the socialists. He spends a great deal of time enumerating the negative influences of economic development without providing much in the way of a solution. However, he scatters through the text references to the organization of labor and the equalization of wealth through association. He advocates motivating the laborer to maintain productivity by placing the product of labor in his hands. As a result, the laborer is spurred by personal interest to maintain both competition and fair wages. This reallocation of the means of production into the hand of the laborers, Proudhon feels, can serve to naturally redress the inequality of wealth without recourse to taxation or regulations. At the same time, it reduces the need for the office holders, the unproductive members of society, who survive through the vehicle of taxation. The metaphysical frame of the economic work essentially argues for an acceptance of humanity on human terms, bereft of the theological abstractions which remove from the absolute and divine all elements of objectification and personification. God is universal reason as expressed in the collective will of humanity. This collective will moves man instinctively through a successive series of evolutions that approach an ideal. The individual actions or conscious choice of a single individual are nigh inconsequential compared to the intuitive movement of the masses of humanity towards an invisible goal through acts of providence. In order to fully embrace this responsibility, reason must take place of the theological abstractions which interfere with reason, and the religious authority which saps the will of humanity. Historical context, social impact, and criticisms. Proudhon's inflammatory ideas inspired the imagination of the oppressed in his era and country, as well as in other times and places. Perhaps one of the most often repeated signals in graffiti is the encircled A, the symbol for anarchy. Revolutionary ideals have their place in any nation where the people are dissatisfied or the state has begun to enforce its policies without regard for public opinion. Therefore, the works of Proudhon have a following in all countries with governments of sufficient strength. France was a place of significant political unrest and proved a fertile breeding ground for revolutionary philosophies of all flavors. The massive inequality in wealth and social status that prevailed in France in the later years, leading up to the French revolutions from 1848 to 1852, left a strong mark upon Proudhon's thoughts. As one of the have-nots of France in this era, he can be seen as the champion of the disenfranchised worker. Proudhon's ideas are unique in his attempt to provide a socio-economical solution to political problems, and because he believed in a peaceful reformation of the social problems, was affected him and his fellow citizens so profoundly. The political implications of Proudhon's ideas had continued throughout the ages, through his original peaceful intentions, have gone by the wayside in many of the radical groups that keep his philosophy alive. The religious aspect of Proudhon's work is a reflection of the continual progression of scientific materialism as an alternative to the doctrine of the Church. Scientific theory was providing explanations for mysteries which had previously been seen as examples of divine providence. Reasoning by faith was beginning to give way to a new paradigm, and Proudhon educated in ecclesiastical matters far more than most of his era. The inconsistencies that he observed in theology led him to a rejection of the Catholic faith in favor of the development of the reason of man. Indirectly, this development of reason invited a new consideration of the dynamic of power and the right to rulership. The paradigm of monarchy had been held up for years by the divine right of kings. The idea held that kings were chosen by God as ministers of his will upon the earth. The perspective included nobility, providing a reason to the people why some people should experience privilege and advantage, while others suffered a life of poverty. With the erosion of the foundation of faith upon which the idea of divine right was based, people were free to use reason to consider social inequalities and human rights. The radical nature of the anarchist, socialist, and communist ideas that rose in these times is a reflection of the drastic inequality that pervaded the social equation. Proudhon was influenced by the socialist ideas of Charles Fourier during his youth. He identified himself as a socialist for a period before advancing to his mutualist and anarchist perspectives. Proudhon was also a friend of Karl Marx until disagreements turned their association into a rivalry. In fact, Marx's work, The Poverty of Philosophy, was a direct response to the philosophy of misery, also known as the philosophy of poverty. Marx was a relatively minor thinker during Proudhon's era, insufficiently established to earn criticism or public comment. However, in an early work, The Holy Family, Marx accused Proudhon of being a proletariat and an ouvrier. Marx derided Proudhon's work as a scientific manifesto of the French proletariat. Proudhon can thus be seen as an indirect contributor to Marxist ideals. He provided an element of the thesis to which the ideas of Marx stood as antithesis. Another historical influence that was significant in the development of Proudhon's ideals was a proliferation of capitalism. Proudhon was deeply critical of the institution of capitalism, perceiving it as a device that allows those in power to control the means of production. Socialism was an answer to capitalism that predicated Proudhon's ideas, advocating a centralized, hierarchical control of the economy by the state. Proudhon accepted socialist ideals as a solution, but opposed state ownership of capital goods in favor of mutual ownership by the laborers. It is this perspective that led to his establishment of the mutualist philosophy, and to his definition in the eyes of political historians as a libertarian socialist. His economical ideals were intimately bound with his perspective of freedom. He stood for liberty in the widest application, and for the application of reason to the social and economic problems of his time in a way that expanded freedom for every person in the society. In order to accomplish this, he advocated the reduction of the role of authority to a minimum and a development of a public and private consciousness formed through the development of science and law, and sufficient to maintain order and guarantee all liberties. Proudhon's political views can be said to have had the most direct influence on the policies and political development of Spain. In 1845, the anarchist journal titled El Porvenir en la Corona was established in Spain by Ramón de la Sagra. This journal was wholly inspired by Proudhon's philosophy. A number of Proudhon's works were translated into Spanish by Francesc Pi Margall, a Catalan federalist and libertarian socialist who served briefly as president of the First Spanish Republic in 1873. Pi Margall sought to establish a decentralized political system in Proudhonian lines during the Spanish Revolution of 1873. Although Margall was unsuccessful in this attempt, the impact of Proudhon's work had a lasting effect on Spanish politics. Proudhon's ideas served as the inspiration for the Federalist movement, which had begun in Spain during the 1860s. His philosophy also had a powerful influence on the development of Spanish anarchism after 1870. Although the name of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon has not made it into the ranks of a household name in the present era, there are few who have not heard of his philosophies in some form. Anarchy has become a common term in the English language, and the turbulent political climate of Europe found a voice in the works of Proudhon. These same words have influenced revolutionaries and opponents of established culture and traditions since the time that they were written. Political philosophy is, by its very nature, contentious, and it is no surprise that Proudhon was imprisoned for his views. Regardless, the power of anarchism and libertarian socialism to inspire the minds and hearts of those who have been oppressed in reality or in imagination has remained strong to this day. And now enjoy this work in its entirety. The Evolution of Capitalism, System of Economical Contradictions, or The Philosophy of Misery, by P.J. Proudhon. Narrated by Carrie Steele. Introduction. Before entering upon the subject matter of these new memoirs, I must explain an hypothesis which will undoubtedly seem strange, but in the absence of which it is important for me to proceed intelligibly. I mean the hypothesis of a God. To suppose God, it will be said, is to deny him. Why do you not affirm him? It is my fault if belief in divinity has become a suspected opinion. If the bare suspicion of a supreme being is already noted as evidence of a weak mind, and if, of all psychological utopias, this is the only one which the world no longer tolerates? Is it my fault if hypocrisy and imbecility everywhere hide behind this holy formula? Let a public teacher suppose the existence, in the universe, of an unknown force governing suns and atoms, and keeping the whole machine in motion. With him, this supposition, wholly gratuitous, is perfectly natural. It is received, encouraged, witness attraction, a hypothesis which will never be verified, and which, nevertheless, is the glory of its originator. But when to explain the course of human events, I suppose, with all imaginable caution, the intervention of a God, I am sure to shock scientific gravity and offend critical ears to so wonderful an extent as our piety discredited providence. So many tricks have been played by means of this dogma or fiction by charlatans of every stamp. I have seen the thesis of my time, and blasphemy has played over my lips. I have studied the belief of the people, this people that Proudhon called the best friend of God, and have shuddered at the negation which was about to escape me. Tormented by conflicting feelings, I appealed to reason, and it is reason which, amid my many dogmatic contradictions, now forces the hypothesis upon me. A priori dogmatism, applying itself to God, has proved fruitless. Who knows whither the hypothesis, in its turn, will lead us? I will explain, therefore, how studying in the silence of my heart, and far from every human consideration, the mystery of social revolutions, God, the great unknown, has become for me a hypothesis. I mean, a necessary, dialectical tool. 1. If I follow the godlike idea through its successive transformations, I find that this idea is preeminently social. I mean by this that it is much more a collective act of faith than an individual conception. Now, how and under what circumstances is this act of faith produced? This point it is important to determine. For the moral and intellectual point of view, society or the collective man is especially distinguished from the individual by spontaneity of action, in other words, instinct. While the individual obeys or imagine he obeys only those motives of which he is fully conscious and upon which he can at will decline or consent to act, while, in a word, he thinks himself free, and all the freer when he knows that he possesses of keener reasoning faculties a larger information. Society is governed by impulses which, at first blush, exhibit no deliberation and design, but which gradually seem to be directed by a superior power, existing outside of society, and pushing it with irresistible might toward an unknown goal. The establishment of monarchies and republics caste distinctions, judicial institutions, etc., are so many manifestations of this social spontaneity to note the effects of which is much easier than to point out its principle and show its cause. The whole effort, even of those who follow Bossuet, Vico, Herder, Hegel, have applied themselves to the philosophy of history, has been hitherto to establish the presence of the providential destiny presiding over all the movements of man. And I observe in this connection that society never fails to evoke its genius previous to action, as if it wished the powers above to ordain what its own spontaneity has already resolved on. Lots, oracles, sacrifices, popular acclamation, public prayers, are the commonest forms of these tardy deliberations of society. The mysterious faculty, wholly intuitive and, so to speak, supersocial, scarcely or not at all perceivable, perceptible in persons, but which hovers over humanity like an inspiring genius, is the primordial fact of all psychology. Now, unlike other species of animals, which, like him, are governed at the same time by individual desires and collective impulses, man has the privilege of perceiving and designating to his own mind the instinct, or fatum, which leads him. We shall see later that he has also the power of foreseeing and even influencing its decrees. And the first act of man, filled and carried away with enthusiasm of the divine breath, is to adore the invisible providence on which he feels that he depends and which he calls God, that is, life, being, spirit, or, simpler still, me. For all these words in the ancient tongues are synonyms and homophones. I am me, God said to Abraham, and I covenant with thee. And to Moses, I am the being. Thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, the being hath sent me unto you. These two words, the being and me, have the original language, the most religious that men have ever spoken, the same characteristic. Elsewhere, when Jehovah, acting as a lawgiver through the instrumentality of Moses, attests his eternity and swears by his own essence, he uses as a form of oath, I, or else, with redoubled force, I, the being. Thus, the God of the Hebrews is the most personal and willful of all the gods, and none express better than he the intuition of humanity. God appeared to man, then, as a me, as a pure and permanent essence, placing himself before him as a monarch before his servant, and expressing himself now through the mouth of poets, legislators, and soothsayers. Musa, nomos, numen, now through the popular voice, vox populi vox Dei. This may serve, among other things, to explain the existence of truth and false oracles, why individuals secluded from birth do not attain themselves to the idea of God, while they eagerly grasp it as soon as it is presented to them by the collective mind, why finally stationary races, like the Chinese, end by losing it. In the first place, as to oracles, it is clear that all their accuracy depends upon the universal conscience which inspires them. And, as to the idea of God, it is easily seen why isolation and status quo are alike fatal to it. On the one hand, absence of communication keeps the mind absorbed in animal self-contemplation. On the other, absence of motion, gradually changing social life into mechanical routine, finally eliminates the idea of will and providence. Strange fact, religion, which perishes through progress, perishes also, quiescence. More surprising still is it that this singular people, in losing its primitive faith, seems to have understood that divinity is simply the collective me of humanity, so that more than 2,000 years ago China had reached, in its commonly accepted belief, the latest results of the philosophy of the Occident. What heaven sees and understands, it is written in the Shuking, is only that which the people see and understand. What the people deem worthy of reward and punishment is that which heaven wishes to punish and reward. There is an intimate communication between heaven and the people. Let those who govern the people therefore be watchful and cautious. Confucius expressed the same idea in another manner. Gain the affection of the people, and you gain empire. Lose the affection of the people, and you lose empire. There, then, general reason was regarded as queen of the world, a distinction which elsewhere has been bestowed upon revelations. The Tao Te Ching is still more explicit. In this work, which is but an outline criticism of pure reason, the philosopher Lao Tse continually identifies, under the name of Tao, universal reason, and the infinite being, and all the obscurity of the books of Le Tao, Lao Tse, consists, in my opinion, of this constant identification of principles which our religious and metaphysical habits have been so widely separated. Notice further that, in attributing to the vague and, so to speak, objectified consciousness of a universal reason the first revelation of divinity, we assume absolutely nothing concerning even the reality or non-reality of God. In fact, admitting that God is nothing more than collective instinct, our universal reason, we have still to learn what this universal reason is in itself. For, as we shall show directly, universal reason is not given in individual reason. In other words, the knowledge of social laws, or the theory of collective ideas, though deduced from the fundamental concepts of pure reason, is nevertheless wholly empirical, and never would have been discovered a priori by means of deduction, induction, or synthesis. Whence it follows the universal reason, which we regard as the origin of these laws, universal reason which exists, reasons, labors, in a separate sphere, and as a reality distinct from pure reason, just as the planetary system, though created according to the laws of mathematics, is a reality distinct from mathematics, whose existence could not have been deduced from mathematics alone. It follows, I say, that universal reason is, in modern languages, exactly what the ancients called God. The name is changed. What do we know of the thing? Let us now trace the evolution of the divine idea. The Supreme Being, once posited by a primary mystical judgment, man immediately generalizes the subject by another mysticism, analogy. God, so to speak, is yet but a point. Directly he shall fill the world. As in sensing his social me, man saluted his author, so, in finding evidence of design and intention in animals, plants, springs, meteors, and the whole universe. He attributes to each special object, and then to the whole, a soul, spirit, or genius presiding over it, pursuing this inductive process of apotheosis from the highest summit of nature, which is society, down to the humblest forms of life, to inanimate and inorganic matter. From his collective me, taken as the superior pole of creation, to the last atom of matter, man extends, then, the idea of God, that is, the idea of personality and intelligence, just as God himself extended heaven, as the book of Genesis tells us, that is, created space and time, the conditions of all things. Thus, without a God or master builder, the universe and man would not exist. Such is the social profession of faith. But also without man, God would not be thought, or, to clear the interval, God would be nothing. If humanity needs an author, God and the gods equally need a revealer. Theogony, the history of heaven, hell, and their inhabitants, those dreams of the human mind, is the counterpart of the universe, which certain philosophers have called in return the dream of God. And how magnificent this theological creation, the work of society. The creation of the demiurgus was obliterated. What we call the omnipotent was conquered, and for centuries the enchanted imagination of mortals was turned away from the spectacle of nature by the contemplation of Olympian marvels. Let us descend from this fanciful region. Pitiless reason knocks at the door. Her terrible questions demand a reply. What is God, she asks. Where is he? What is his extent? What are his wishes? What his powers? What his promises? And here, in the light of analysis, all the divinities of heaven, earth, and hell are reduced to an incorporeal, insensible, immovable, incomprehensible, undefinable, I know not what, in short, to a negation of all the attributes of existence. In fact, whether man attributes to each object a special spirit or genius, or conceives the universe as governed by a single power, he in either case but supposes an unconditioned, that is, an impossible entity, that he may deduce therefrom an explanation of such phenomenon, as he deems inconceivable on any other hypothesis. The mystery of God and reason, in order to render the object of his idolatry more and more rational, the believer despoils him successively of all the qualities which make him real. And after marvelous displays of logic and genius, the attributes of the being par excellence are found to be the same as those of nihility. This evolution is inevitable and fatal. Atheism is at the bottom of all theodicy. Let us try to understand this progress. God, creator of all things, is himself no sooner created by the conscience. In other words, no sooner have we lifted God from the idea of the social me to the idea of the cosmic me. Then immediately our reflection begins to demolish him under the pretext of perfecting him. To perfect the idea of God, to purify the theological dogma, was the second hallucination of the human race. The spirit of analysis, that untrying Satan who continually questions and denies, must sooner or later look for proof of religious dogmas. Now, whether the philosopher determine the idea of God or declare it undeterminable, whether he approach it with his reason or retreat from it, I say that this idea receives a blow, and, as it is impossible for speculation to halt, the idea of God must at least disappear. Then the atheistic movement is the second act of the theologic drama. And this second act follows from the first, as effect from cause. The heavens declare the glory of God, says the psalmist. Let us add, and their testimony dethrones him. Indeed, in proportion as man observes phenomena, he thinks that he perceives, between nature and God, intermediaries such as relations of number, form, and succession, organic laws, evolutions, analogies, forming an unmistakable series of manifestations which invariably produce or give rise to each other. He even observes that, in the development of the society of which he is part, private wills and associative deliberations have some influence, and he says to himself that the Great Spirit does not act upon the world directly and by himself, or arbitrarily, and at the dictation of a capricious will, but mediately, by perceptible means or organs, and by virtue of laws, and retracing in his mind the chain of effects and causes, he places clear at the extremity, as a balance, God. A poet has said, "Par-delà tout le dessous, le du-dessous réside." Thus, at the first step in the theory, the Supreme Being is reduced to the function of a motive power, a mainspring, a cornerstone, or, if a still more trivial comparison may be allowed me, a constitutional sovereign, reigning but not governing, swearing to obey the law and appointing ministers to execute it. But under the influence of the mirage, what fascinates him, the theist sees, in this ridiculous system, only a new proof of the sublimity of his idol, who, in his opinion, uses his creatures as instruments of his power, and causes the wisdom of human beings to redound to his glory. Soon, not content with limiting the power of the eternal, man, increasingly dissidal in his tendencies, insists on sharing it. If I am a spirit, a sentiment, give me voice to ideas. Continue the theist. I consequently am part of absolute existence. I am free, creative, immortal, equal with God. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am immortal. That is the corollary, the translation of ego sum, quae sum. Philosophy is in accord with the Bible. The existence of God and the immortality of the soul are posited by the conscience in the same judgment. There, man speaks in the name of the universe, to whose bosom he transports his me. Here, he speaks in his own name, without perceiving that, in this going and coming, he only repeats himself. The immorality of the soul, a true division of divinity, which at the time of its first promulgation, arriving after a long interval, seemed a Hershey to those faithful to the old dogma, has been none the less considered the complement of divine majesty, necessarily postulated by eternal goodness and justice. Unless the soul is immortal, God is inconceivable, comprehensible, say the theists, resembling in this the political theorists, who regard sovereign reputation and perpetual tenure of office as essential conditions of monarchy. But the inconsistency of the ideas is as glaring as the parity of the doctrines is exact. Consequently, the dogma of immorality soon became the stumbling block of philosophical theologians, who, ever since the days of Pythagoras and Orpheus, have been making futile attempts to harmonize divine attributes with human liberty, and reason with faith, a subject of triumph for the impious. But the illusion could not yield so soon, the dogma of immorality, for the reason that it was a limitation of the uncreated being, was a step in advance. Now, though the human mind deceives itself by a partial acquisition of the truth, it never retreats, and this perseverance is progress, in proof of its infallibility. Of this we shall soon see fresh evidence. In making himself like God, man made God like himself. This correlation, which for many centuries had been extricated, was the secret spring which determined the new myth. In the days of the patriarchs, God made an alliance with man. Now, to strengthen the compact, God is to become a man. He will take on our flesh, our form, our passion, our joys, and our sorrows, will be born of woman, and die as we do. Then, after this humiliation of the infinite, man will still pretend that he was elevated, the ideal of his God in making, by a logical conversation, him who he had always called Creator, a Savior, a Redeemer. Humanity does not yet say, "I am God." Such a usurpation would shock its piety. It says God is in me, Emmanuel, nobiscum Deus. And at the moment when philosophy, with pride and universal conscience, with fright, shouted with unanimous voice, the gods are departing, a period of 18 centuries of fervent adoration and superhuman faith was inaugurated. But the fatal end approaches. The royalty which suffers itself to be limited will end by the rule of demagogues. The divinity which is defined dissolves in a pandemonium. Crystallarity is the last term of this long evolution of human thought. The angels, saints, and virgins reign in heaven with God, says the Catechism, and demons and reprobates live in the hells of eternal punishment. Ultramundane society has its left and its right. It is time for the equation to be completed, for this mystical hierarchy to descend upon earth and appear in its real character. When Milton represents the first woman admiring herself in a fountain and lovingly extending her arms toward her own image as if to embrace it, he paints, feature for feature, the human race. This God whom you worship, O man, this God whom you have made good, just, omnipotent, omniscient, immortal, and holy, is yourself. This ideal of perfection is your image, purified in the shining mirror of your conscience. God, nature, and man are three aspects of one and the same being. Man is God himself, arriving at self-consciousness through 1,000 evolutions. In Jesus Christ, man recognized himself as God, and Christianity is in reality the religion of God-man. There is no other God that he who in the beginning said, Me, there is no other God than thee. Such are the last conclusions of philosophy, which dies in unveiling religion's mystery and its own. 2. It seems, then, that all is ended. It seems that, with the cessation of the worship and mystification of humanity by itself, the theological problem is forever put aside. The gods have gone. There is nothing left for man but to grow weary and die in his egoism. What frightful solitude extends around me and forces its way to the bottom of my soul. My exaltation resembles annihilation, and, since I made myself a god, I seem but a shadow. It is possible that I am still a me, but it is very difficult to regard myself as the absolute, and, if I am not the absolute, I am only half an idea. Some ironical thinker, I know not who, has said, a little philosophy leads away from religion, and much philosophy leads back to it. This proposition is humiliatingly true. Every science develops in 3 successive periods, which may be called, comparing them with the grand periods of civilization, the religious period, the sophistical period, and scientific period. Thus, alchemy represents the religious period of the science afterwards called chemistry, whose definitive plan is not yet discovered. Likewise, astrology was the religious period for another science, since established, astronomy. Now, after being laughed at for 60 years about the philosopher's stone, chemists governed by experience no longer dare to deny the transmutability of bodies, while astronomers are led by the structure of the world to suspect also an organism of the world, that is, something precisely like astrology. Are we not justified in saying, in imitation of the philosopher just quoted, that if a little chemistry leads away from the philosopher's stone, much chemistry leads back to it, and similarly, that if a little astronomy makes us laugh at astrologers, much astronomy will make us believe in them? Thus, M. Liebig, after having banished from science hypothetical causes, and all the entities admitted by the ancients, such as the creative power of matter, the horror of a vacuum, the esprit recruteur, etc., admit immediately as necessary to the comprehension of chemical phenomena, a series of entities no less obscure, vital force, chemical force, electric force, the force of attraction, etc. One might call it a realization of the properties of bodies, in imitation of the psychologist's realization of the faculties of the soul under the names liberty, imagination, memory, etc. Why not keep to the elements? Why, if the atoms have weight of their own, as M. Liebig appears to believe, may they not also have electricity and life of their own? Curious thing, the phenomenon of matter, like those of mind, become intelligible only by supposing them to be produced by unintelligible forces and governed by contradictory laws. Such is the inference to be drawn from every page of M. Liebig's book. Matter, according to M. Liebig, is essentially inert and entirely destitute of spontaneous activity. Why, then, do the atoms have weight? Is not the weight inherent to atoms the real, eternal, and spontaneous motion of matter? And that which we chance to regard as rest, may it not be equilibrium rather? Why then suppose now an inertia, definitions contradict, now an external potentiality, which nothing proves? Atoms have weight. M. Liebig infers that they are indivisible. What logic? weight is only force, that is, a thing hidden from the senses, whose phenomena alone are perceptible, a thing, consequently, to which the idea of division and indivision is inapplicable. And from the presence of this force, from the hypothesis of an indeterminate and immaterial entity, is inferred an indivisible material existence. For the rest, M. Liebig confesses that it is impossible for the mind to conceive of particles absolutely indivisible. He recognizes further that the fact of this indivisibility is not proved, but he adds that science cannot dispense with this hypothesis, so that, by the confession of its teachers, chemistry has for its point of departure a fiction as repugnant as the mind as it is foreign to experience. What irony! Atoms are unequal in weight, says M. Liebig, because unequal in volume. Nevertheless, it is impossible to demonstrate that chemical equivalents express the relative weight of atoms, or, in other words, that what the calculation of atomic equivalence leads us to regard as an atom is not composed of several atoms. This is tantamount to saying that more matter weighs more than less matter, and since weight is the essence of materiality, we may logically conclude that weight being universally identical with itself, there is also an identity in matter, that the differences of simple bodies are due solely either to different methods of atomic association or to different degrees of molecular condensation, and that in reality atoms are transmutable, which M. Liebig does not admit. We have, he says, no reason for believing that one element is convertible into another element. What do you know about it? The reasons for believing in such a conversation can very well exist and at the same time escape your attention, and it is not certain that your intelligence is in this respect has risen to the level of your experience, but admitting the negative argument of M. Liebig, what follows? That with about 56 exceptions, irreducibility as yet, all matter is in a condition of perpetual metamorphosis. Now, it is a law of our reason to suppose in nature unity of substance as well as unity of force and system. Moreover, the series of chemical compounds and simple substances themselves leads us irresistibly to this conclusion. Why, then, refuse to follow to the end the road opened by science, and to admit a hypothesis which is the inevitable result of experience itself? M. Liebig not only denies the transmutability of elements, but rejects the spontaneous formation of germs. Now, if we reject the spontaneous formation of germs, we are forced to admit their eternity, and as, on the other hand, geology proves that the globe has not been inhabited always, we must admit also that, at a given moment, the eternal germs of animals and plants were born, without father or mother, over the whole face of the earth. Thus, the denial of spontaneous generation leads back to the hypothesis of spontaneity. What is there in much derided metaphysics more contradictory? Let it not be thought, however, that I deny the value and certainty of chemical theories, or that the atomic theory seems to me absurd, or that I share the Epicurean opinion as to spontaneous generation. Once more, all that I wish to point out is that, from the point of view of principles, chemistry needs to exercise extreme tolerance, since its own existence depends on a certain number of fictions, contrary to reason and experience, and destructive of each other. I certainly have less inclination to the marvelous than many atheists, but I cannot help thinking that the stories of miracles, prophecies, charms, etc., are but distorted accounts of the extraordinary effects produced by certain latent forces, or, as was formerly said, by occult powers. Our science is still so brutal and unfair. Our professors exhibit so much impertinence with so little knowledge. They deny so imprudently facts which embarrass them, in order to protect the opinions which they champion, that I distrust strong minds equally with superstitious ones. Yes, I am convinced of it. Our gross rationalism is an inauguration of a period which, thanks to science, will become truly prodigious. The universe, to my eyes, is only a laboratory of magic from which anything may be expected. This said, I return to my subject. They would be deceived, then, who should imagine, after my rapid survey of religious progress, that metaphysics has uttered its last word upon the double enigma, expressed in these 4 words, the existence of God. the immorality of the soul. Here, as elsewhere, the most advanced and best established conclusions, those which seem to have settled forever the theological question, lead us back to primeval mysticism and involve the new data of inevitable philosophy. The criticism of religious opinions makes us smile today, both at ourselves and at religions, and yet the resume of this criticism is but a reproduction of the problem. The human race at the present moment is on the eve of recognizing and affirming something equivalent to the old notion of divinity, and this, not by a spontaneous movement as before, but through reflection and by means of irresistible logic. I will try in a few words to make myself understood. If there is a point on which philosophers, in spite of themselves, have finally succeeded in agreeing, it is without a doubt the distinction between intelligence and necessity, the subject of thought and its object, the me and the not me, in ordinary terms spirit and matter. I know well that these terms express nothing that is real and true, that each of them designates only a section of the absolute, which alone is true and real, and that taken separately, they involve all alike a contradiction. But it is no less certain also that the absolute is completely inaccessible to us, that we know it only by its opposite extremes, which alone fall within the limits of our experience, and that, if unity only can win our faith, duality is the first condition of science. Thus, who thinks, and what is thought? What is a soul? What is a body? I defy anyone to escape this dualism. It is with essences, as with ideas. The former are seen separated in nature, as the latter in understanding. And just as the ideas of God and immortality, in spite of their identity, are posited successfully and contradictorily in philosophy, so, in spite of their fusion in the absolute, the me and the not me posit themselves separately and contradictorily in nature, and we have beings who think at the same time with others which do not think. Now, whoever has taken pains to reflect knows today that such a distinction, wholly recognized though it be, is the most unintelligible, most contradictory, most absurd thing which reason can possibly meet. Being is no more conceivable without the properties of spirit than without the properties of matter, so that if you deny spirit, because included in none of the categories of time, space, motion, solidarity, etc., it seems deprived of all the attributes which constitute reality. I, in my turn, will deny matter, which presenting nothing appreciable but its inertia, nothing intelligible but its forms, manifests itself nowhere as cause, voluntary and free, and disappears from view entirely as substance. As we arrive at pure idealism, that is, nihility, but nihility is inconstant with the existence of living, reasoning, I know not what to call them, uniting in themselves, in a state of commenced synthesis or imminent dissolution, all the antagonistic attributes of being. We are compelled then to end in a dualism, whose terms we know perfectly well to be false, but which, being for us the condition of the truth, forces itself irresistibly upon us. We are compelled, in short, to commence, like Descartes and the human race, with the me, that is, with spirit. But since religions and philosophies, dissolved by analysis, have disappeared in the theory of the absolute, we know no better than before what spirit is, and in this differ from the ancients only in the wealth of language with which we adorn the darkness that envelops us, with this exception, however, that while to the ancients order revealed intelligence outside of the world, to the people of today it seems to reveal rather within the world. Now, whether we place it within or without, from the moment we affirm it on the ground of order, we must admit it wherever order is manifested, or deny it altogether. There is no more reason for attributing intelligence to the head of what produced the Iliad than to a mass of matter which crystallizes in octahedrons, and reciprocally, it is as absurd to refer to the system of the world to physical laws, leaving out and ordaining me, as to attribute the victory of Marengo to strategic combinations, leaving out the first consul. The only distinction that can be made is that in the latter case, The thinking me is located in the brain of Bonaparte, while, in the case of the universe, the me has no special location, but extends everywhere. The materialists think that they have easily deposited of their opponents by saying that man, having likened the universe to his body, finishes the comparison by presuming the existence in the universe of a soul similar to that which he supposes to be the principle of his own life and thought, that thus all the arguments in support of the existence of God are reducible to an analogy, all the more false because the term of comparison is itself hypothetical. It is certainly not my intention to defend an old syllogism. Every argument implies an ordaining intelligence. There is a wonderful order in the world. Then the world is the work of an intelligence. This syllogism, discussed so widely since the days of Job and Moses, very far from being a solution, is but the statement of the problem which it assumes to solve. We know perfectly well that order is, but we are absolutely ignorant of the meaning of the words soul, spirit, intelligence. How then can we logically reason from the presence of the one to the existence of the other? I reject, then, even when advanced by the most thoroughly informed, the pretended proof of the existence of God, drawn from the presence of order in the world. I see in it, at most, only an equation offered in philosophy. Between the conception of order and the affirmation of spirit, there is a deep gulf of metaphysics to be filled up, and I am unwilling, I repeat, to take the problem for the demonstration. But this is not the point which we are now considering. I have tried to show that the human mind was inevitably and irresistibly led to the distinction of being into me and not me, spirit and matter, soul and body. Now, who does not see the objection of the materialists proves the very thing it is intended to deny? Man, distinguishing within himself a spiritual principle and a material principle, what is this but nature herself, proclaiming by turns her double essence, and bearing testimony to her own laws? And notice the inconsistency of materialism. It denies, and has to deny, that man is free. Now the less liberty man has, the more weight is to be attached to his words, and the greater their claim to be regarded as the expression of truth. When I hear this machine say to me, I am soul and I am body, though such a revelation astonishes and confounds me, it is invested in my eyes with an authority incomparably greater than that of the materialist who, correcting conscience and nature, undertakes to make them say, I am matter and only matter, and intelligence is but the material faculty of knowing. What would become of this assertion if, assuming, in my turn, the offense, I should demonstrate that belief in the existence of bodies, or in other words, in the reality of a purely corporeal nature, is untenable? Matter, they say, is impenetrable. Impenetrable by what, I ask? Itself, undoubtedly, for they would not dare to say spirit, since they would therein admit what they wish to set aside, wherein I raise the double question, what do you know about it, and what does it signify? 1. Impenetrability, which is pretended to be the definition of matter, is only a hypothesis of careless naturalists, a gross conclusion deducted from a superficial judgment. Experience shows the matter possesses infinite divisibility, infinite expansibility, porosity without assignable limits, and permeability by heat, electricity, and magnetism, together with the power of retaining them indefinitely, affinities, reciprocal influences, and transformations without number, qualities, all of them hardly compatible with the assumption of an impenetrable liquid. Elasticity, which, better than any other property of matter could lead, through the idea of spring or resistance, to that of impenetrability, is subject to control of 1,000 circumstances, and depends entirely on molecular attraction. Now, what is more irreconcilable with impenetrability than this attraction? Finally, there is a science which might be defined with exactness as the science of penetrability of matter. I mean chemistry. In fact, how does what it called chemical composition differ from penetration? In short, we know matter only through its forms. Of its substance we know nothing. How, then, is it possible to affirm the reality of an invisible, impalpable, incoercible being, ever-changing, ever-vanishing, impenetrable to thought alone, to which it exists only in its disguises? Materialist, I permit you to testify to the reality of your sensations. As to what occasions them, all that you can say involves the reciprocity. Something, which you call matter, is the occasion of sensations, which are felt by another something, which I call spirit. We must distrust our intellectual vision. It is with chemical theories, as with psychological systems, the mind, in order to account for phenomena, works with atoms, which it does not and can never see, as with me, which it does not perceive. It applies its categories to everything. That is, it distinguishes individualized, concretes, numbers, compares, things which, material or immaterial, are thoroughly identical and indistinguishable. Matter, as well as spirit, plays, as we view it, all sorts of parts, and as there is nothing arbitrary in its metamorphosis, we build upon them these psychologic and atomic theories. True insofar as they faithfully represent in terms agreed upon the series of phenomena, but radically false as soon as they pretend to realize their abstractions and are accepted literally. 2. But what, then, is the source of this supposition that matter is impenetrable, which external observation does not justify and which is not true, and what is its meaning? Here appears the triumph of dualism. Matter is pronounced impenetrable, not as the materialists and the vulgar fancy, by the testimony of the senses, but by the conscience, the me, an incomprehensible nature, feeling itself free, distinct, and permanent, and meeting outside of itself another nature, equally incomprehensible, but also distinct and permanent in spite of its metamorphosis, declares on the strength of the sensations and ideas which this essence suggests to it, that the not-me is extended and impenetrable. Impenetrability is a figurative term, an image by which thought, a division of the absolute, pictures to itself material reality, another division of the absolute. But this impenetrability, without which matter disappears, is, in the last analysis, only a spontaneous judgment of inward sensation, a metaphysical a priori, an unverified hypothesis of spirit. Thus, whether philosophy, after having overthrown theological dogmatism, spiritualizes matter or materializes thought, idealizes being or realizes ideas, or whether, identifying substance and cause, it everywhere substitutes force, phrases, all which explain and signify nothing, it always leads back to the everlasting dualism, and, in summoning us to believe in ourselves, compels us to believe in God, if not in spirits. It is true that making spirit a part of nature, in distinction from the ancients who separated it, philosophy has been led to this famous conclusion, which sums up nearly all the fruit of its researches. In man, spirit knows itself, while everywhere else it seems not to know itself, that which is awake in man, which dreams in the animal, and sleeps in the stone, said a philosopher. Philosophy, then, in its last hour, knows no more than at its birth, as if it had appeared in the world only to verify the words of Socrates. It says to us, wrapping itself solemnly around with its funeral pall, I know only that I know nothing. What do I say? Philosophy knows today that all its judgments rest upon two equally false, equally impossible, and yet equally necessary and inevitable hypotheses, matter and spirit, so that, while in former times religious intolerance and philosophic disputes, spreading darkness everywhere, excused doubt, tempted to libidinous indifference, the triumph of negation on all points no longer permits even this doubt, though, freed from every barrier, but conquered by its own successes, is forced to affirm what seems to it clearly contradictory and absurd. The savages say that the world is a great fetish, watched over by a great Manitou. For 30 centuries the poets, legislators, and sages of civilization, handing down from age to age the philosophic lamp, have written nothing more sublime than this profession of faith, and here, at the end of this long conspiracy against God, which has called itself philosophy, emancipated reason concludes with savage reason. The universe is a not me, objectified by a me. Humanity, then, inevitably supposes the existence of God, and if, during the long period which closes with our time, it has believed in the reality of its hypothesis, if it has worshipped the inconceivable object, if, after being apprehended, it is the act of faith, it persists knowingly, but no longer voluntarily, in this opinion of a sovereign being which it knows to be only a personification of its own thought. If it is on the point of again beginning its magic invocations, we must believe that so astonishing an hallucination conceals some mystery, which deserves to be fathomed. I say hallucination and mystery, but without intending to deny thereby the superhuman context of the God idea, and without admitting the necessity of a new symbolism. I mean a new religion. For if it is indisputable that humanity, in affirming God, or all that is included in the word me or spirit, only affirms itself, it is equally undeniable that it affirms itself as something other than its own conception of itself. As all mythologies and theologies show, and since, moreover, this affirmation is incontestable, it depends, without doubt, upon hidden relations which ought, if possible, to be determined scientifically. In other words, atheism, sometimes called humanism, true to its critical and negative features, would be, if it stopped at man in his natural condition, if it disregarded an erroneous judgment, the first affirmation of humanity, that it is the daughter, emanation, image, reflection, or voice of God. Humanism, I say, if it is thus denied its past, would be but one contradiction more. We are forced then to undertake the criticism of humanism, that is, to ascertain whether humanity considered as a whole, and throughout all its periods of development, satisfies the divine idea. After eliminating from the latter the exaggerated and fanciful attributes of God, whether it satisfies the perfection of being, whether it satisfies itself, we are forced, in short, to inquire whether humanity tends toward God, according to the ancient dogma, or is itself becoming God, as modern philosophers claim. Perhaps we shall find in the end that the two systems, despite their seeming opposition, are both true and essentially identical. In that case, the infallibility of human reason, in its collective manifestations, as well as its studied speculations, would be decisively confirmed. In a word, until we have verified to man the hypothesis of God, there is nothing definitive in the atheistic negation. It is then a scientific, that is, an empirical demonstration of the idea of God that we need. Now, such a demonstration has never been attempted. Theology dogmatizing on the authority of its myths, philosophy speculating by the aid of categories, God has existed as transcendental conception, incognoscible by the reason, and the hypothesis always subsists. It subsists, I say, this hypothesis, more tenacious, more pitiless than ever. We have reached one of those prophetic epochs when society, scornful of the past and doubtful of the future, now distractedly clings to the present, leaving a few solitary thinkers to establish the new faith, now cries to God from the depths of its enjoyments and asks for a sign of salvation, or seeks in the spectacle of its revolutions, as in trails of a victim, the secret of its destiny. Why need I insist further? The hypothesis of God is allowable, for it forces itself upon every man in spite of himself. No one, then, can take exception to it. He who believes can do no less than grant me the supposition that God exists. He who denies its force to grant me also, since he entertained it before me. Every negation implying a previous affirmation. As for him who is in doubt, he needs but to reflect a moment to understand that his doubt necessarily supposes an unknowing something, which sooner or later he will call God. But if I possess, through the fact of my thought, the right to suppose God, I must abandon the right to affirm him. In other words, if my hypothesis is irresistible, that, for the present, is all that I can pretend. For to affirm is to determine. Now every determination, to be true, must be reached empirically. In fact, whoever says determination says relation, conditionality, experience. Since then, the determination of the idea of God must result from an empirical demonstration. We must abstain from everything which, in the search of this great unknown, not being established by experience, goes beyond the hypothesis, under penalty of relapsing into the contradictions of theology, and consequently arousing a new atheistic dissent. 3. It remains for me to tell why, in a work on political economy, I have felt it necessary to start with the fundamental hypothesis of all philosophy. And first, I need the hypothesis of God to establish the authority of social science. When the astronomer, to explain the system of the world, judging solely from appearance, supposes, with the vulgar, the sky arced, the earth flat, the sun much like a football, describing a curve in the air from east to west, he supposes the infallibility of the senses, reserving the right to rectify subsequently, after further observation, the data with which he is obligated to start. Astronomic philosophy, in fact, could not admit a priori that the senses deceive us, and that we do not see what we do see. Admitting such a principle, what would become of the certainty of astronomy? But the evidence of the senses being able, in certain cases, to rectify and complete itself. The authority of the senses remains unshaken, and astronomy is possible. So social philosophy does not admit a priori that humanity can err or be deceived in its actions. If it should, what would become of the authority of the human race, that is, the authority of reason, synonymous at bottom with the sovereignty of the people? But it thinks that human judgments, always true at the time they are pronounced, can successively complete and throw light on each other, in proportion to the acquisition of ideas, in such a way as to maintain continual harmony between universal reason and individual speculation, and indefinitely extend the sphere of certainty, which is always an affirmation of the authority of human judgments. Now the first principal judgment of the reason, the preamble of every political constitution seeking a sanction and a principle, is necessarily this: there is a God, which means that society is governed with design, premeditation, intelligence. This judgment, which excludes chance, is, then, the foundation of the possibility of a social science, and every historical and positive study of social facts, undertaken with a view to amelioration and progress, must suppose, with the people, the existence of God, reserving the right to account for this judgment at a later period. Thus, the history of society is to us but a long determination of the idea of God, a progressive revelation of the destiny of man, and while ancient wisdom made all depend on the arbitrary and fanciful notion of divinity, oppressing reason and conscience, and arresting progress through fear of an invisible master, the new philosophy, reversing the method, trampling on the authority of God as well as that of man, and accepting no other yoke than that of fact and evidence, makes all converge toward the theological hypothesis as toward the last of its problems. Humanitarian atheism is, therefore, the last step in the moral and intellectual enfranchisement of man, consequently, the last phase of philosophy, serving as a pathway to the scientific reconstruction and verification of all the demolished dogmas. I need the hypothesis of God, not only, as I have just said, to give a meaning to history, but also to legitimate the reforms to be effected, in the name of science, in the state. Whether we consider divinity as outside of society, whose movements it governs from on high, a wholly gratuitous and probably illusionary opinion, or whether we deem it immanent in society and identical with that impersonal and unconscious reason which, acting instinctively, makes civilization advance, through impersonality and ignorance of self are contrary to the idea of intelligence, or whether, finally, all that is accomplished in society results from the relation of its elements, a system whose whole merit consists in changing an active into a passive, in making intelligence necessity, or, which amounts to the same thing, in taking law of course. It always follows that the manifestations of social activity, necessarily appearing to us either as indications of the will of the Supreme Being, or as a sort of language typical of general and impersonal reason, or finally, as landmarks of necessity, are absolute authority for us, being connected in time as well as in spirit. The facts accomplished determine the legitimate. The facts to be accomplished, science and destiny are in accord, everything which happens resulting from reason, and reciprocally, reason judging only from experience of that which happens. Science has a right to participate in government, and that which establishes its competency as a counselor justifies its intervention as a sovereign. Science, expressed, recognized, and accepted by the voice of all as divine, is queen of the world. Thus, thanks to the hypothesis of God, all conservative or retrogressive opposition, every dilatory plea offered by theology, tradition, or selfishness, finds its peremptorily and irrevocably set aside. I need the hypothesis of God to show the tie which unites civilization with nature. In fact, this astonishing hypothesis, by which man is assimilated to the absolute, implying identity of the laws of nature and the laws of reason, enables us to see in human industry the complement of creative action, unites man with the globe which he inhabits, and in the cultivation of the domain in which Providence has placed us, which thus becomes in part our work, gives us a conception of the principle and end of all things. If then humanity is not God, it is the continuation of God, or, if a different phraseology be preferred, that which humanity does today by design is the same thing that it began by instinct, and which nature seems to accomplish by necessity. In all these cases, and whichever opinion we may choose, one thing remains certain: the unity of action and law. Intelligent beings, actors in intelligently devised fable, we may fearlessly reason from ourselves to the universe and the eternal, and when we shall have completed the organization of labor, may say with pride, the creation is explained. Thus, philosophy's field of exploration is fixed. Tradition is the starting point of all speculation as to the future. Utopia is forever exploded. The study of the me, transferred from the individual conscious to the manifestations of the social will, acquires the character of objectivity, of which it has been hitherto deprived. And history becoming psychology, theology, anthropology, the natural sciences, metaphysics, the theory of the reason is deducted no longer from the vacuum of the intellect, but from the innumerable forms of a nature abundantly and directly observable. I need the hypothesis of God to prove my good will towards a multitude of sects, whose opinions I do not share, but whose malice I fear. Theists. I know one who, in the cause of God, would be ready to draw a sword, and, like Robespierre, use the guillotine until the last atheist should be destroyed, not dreaming that that atheist would be himself. Mystics, whose party, largely made up of students and women marching under the banner of M.M. Lamennais, Quinet, Leroux, and others, has taken for a motto, like master, like man, like God, like people, and to regulate the wages of the working man begins by restoring religion. Spiritualists, who should I overlook the rights of spirit, would accuse me of establishing the worship of matter, against which I protest with all the strength of my soul. Sensualists and materialists, to whom the divine dogma is the symbol of a constraint and the principle of enslavement of the passions, outside of which, they say, there is for man neither pleasure nor virtue nor genius. Eclectics and sceptics, sellers and publishers of all the old philosophies, but not philosophers themselves, united in one vast brotherhood, with approbation and privilege, against whoever thinks, believes, or affirms without their permission. Conservatives, finally, retrogressives, egotists, and hypocrites, preaching the love of God by hatred of their neighbor, attributing to liberty the world's misfortunes since the deluge, and scandalizing reason by their foolishness. It is possible, however, that they will attack a hypothesis which, far from being blaspheming the revered phantoms of faith, aspires only to exhibit them in broad daylight, which, instead of rejecting traditional dogmas and the prejudices of conscience, asks only to verify them which, while defending itself against exclusive opinions, takes for an axiom the infallibility of reason. And thanks to this fruitful principle, we doubtless never decide against any of the antagonistic sects. Is it possible that the religious and political conservatives will charge me with distributing the order of society? When I start with the hypothesis of sovereign intelligence, the source of every thought of order, and the semi-Christian Democrats will curse me as an enemy of God, and consequently a traitor to the Republic, when I am seeking for the meaning and content of the idea of God, and that the tradesmen of the university will impute to me the impiety of demonstrating the non-value of their philosophical products, when I am especially maintaining that philosophy should be studied in its object, that is, in the manifestations of society and nature? I need the hypothesis of God to justify my style. In my ignorance of everything regarding God, the world, the soul, and destiny, forced to proceed like the materialistic, that is, by observation and experience, and to conclude in the language of the believer, because there is no other, not knowing whether my formulas, theological in spite of me, would be taken literally or figuratively. In this perpetual contemplation of God, man, and things, obliged to submit to synonymy of all the terms included in the three categories of thought, speech, and action, but wishing to affirm nothing on either one side or the other, rigorous logic demanded that I should suppose, no more, no less, this unknown that is called God. We are full of divinity, Jovis omnia plena, our monuments, our traditions, our laws, our ideas, our languages, and our sciences are all infected by this indelible superstition, outside of which we can neither speak nor act, and without which we do not even think. Finally, I need the hypothesis of God to explain the publication of these new memoirs. Our society feels itself big with events, and is anxious about the future. How account for these vague presentiments by the sole aid of a universal reason, eminent, if you will, and permanent, but impersonal, and therefore dumb, or by the idea of necessity, if it implies that necessity is self-conscious, and consequently has presentiments? There remains, then, one more, an agent or nightmare which weighs upon society and gives it visions. Now when society prophesies, it puts questions in the mouths of some, and answers in the mouths of others. And wise, then, he who can listen and understand, for God himself has spoken, Quae locatus est Deus. The Academy of Moral and Political Sciences has proposed the following question: to determine the general facts which govern the relations of profits to wages, and to explain their respective oscillations. A few years ago, the same Academy asked, what are the causes of misery? The 19th century has in fact but one idea, equality and reform, but the wind bloweth where it listeth. Many began to reflect upon the question. No one answered it. The College of Auspices has therefore renewed its question in more significant terms. It wishes to know whether order prevails in the workshop, whether wages are equitable, whether liberty and privilege compensate each other justly, whether the idea of value, which controls all the facts of exchange, is, in the forms in which the economists have represented it, sufficiently exact, whether credit protects labor, whether circulation is regular, whether the burdens of society weigh equally on all, etc. And indeed, insufficiency of income being the immediate cause of misery, it is fitting that we should know why, misfortune and malevolence aside, the working man's income is insufficient. It is still the same question of inequality of fortunes which has made such a stir for a century past, and which, by a strange fatality, continually reappears in academic programs, as if there lay the real difficulty of modern times. Equality, then, its principle, its means, its obstacles, its theories, the motives of its postponement, the cause of social and providential inequities. These the world has got to learn, in spite of the sneers, incredulity. I know well that the views of the Academy are not thus profound, and that it equals a council of the Church in its horror and novelties. But the more it turns towards the past, the more it reflects the future, and the more, consequently, we must believe in its inspiration, for the true prophets are those who do not understand their utterances. Listen further. What, the Academy asks, are the most useful applications of the principle of voluntary and private association, that we can make the alleviation of misery. And again, to expound the theory and principles of the contract of insurance, to give its history, and to deduce it from the rationale and the facts that developments of which this contract is capable, and the various useful applications possible in the present state of commercial and industrial progress. Publicists admit that insurance, a rudimentary form of commercial solidarity, is an association in things, societies in regard, that is, a society whose conditions, found on purely economical relations, escape man's arbitrary dictation, so that a philosophy of insurance or mutual guarantee of security, which shall be deduced from the general theory of real societies, will contain the formula of universal association, in which no member of the Academy believes, and when, uniting subject and object in the same point of view, the Academy demands, by the side of a theory of association of interests, a theory of voluntary association, it reveals to us the most perfect form of society, and thereby affirms all that is most at variance with its convictions: liberty, equality, solidarity, association. By what inconceivable blunder has so eminently conservative a body offered to the citizens this new program of the rights of man? It was in this way that Caiaphas prophesied redemption by disowning Jesus Christ. Upon the first of these questions, 45 memoirs were addressed to the Academy within 2 years, a proof that the subject was marvelously well suited to the state by the public mind. But among so many competitors, no one having been deemed worthy of the prize, the Academy has withdrawn the question, alleging as a reason the incapacity of the competitors, but in reality because the failure of the contest being the sole object that the Academy had in view, it behooved it to declare without further delay that the hopes of the friends of association were groundless. Thus, then, the gentlemen of the Academy disavow in their session chamber their announcements from the tripod. There is nothing in such a contradiction astonishing to me, and may God preserve me from calling it a crime. The ancients believed that revolutions announced their advent by dreadful signs, and that among other prodigies animals spoke. This was a figure descriptive of those unexpected ideas and strange words which circulate suddenly among the masses at critical moments, and which seem to be entirely without human antecedent. So far removed they are from the sphere of ordinary judgment at the time in which we live, such a thing could not fail to occur. After having, by a prophetic instinct and mechanical spontaneity, proclaimed association, the gentlemen of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences have returned at their ordinary prudence, and with them custom has conquered inspiration. Let us learn, then, how to distinguish heavenly counsel from the interested judgments of men, and hold it for certain that, in the discourse of sages, that it is the most trustworthy, to which they have given the least reflection. Nevertheless, the Academy is breaking so rudely with its intuitions, seems to have felt some remorse, in place of a theory of association in which, after reflection, it no longer believes. It asks for a critical examination of Pestalozzi's system of instruction and education, considered mainly in its relation to the well-being and morality of the poor classes. Who knows, perchance, the relation between profits and wages, association, the organization of labor, indeed, are to be found at the bottom of the system of instruction. Is not man's life a perpetual apprenticeship? Are not philosophy and religion humanity's education? To organize instruction, then, would be to organize industry and fix the theory of society. The Academy, in its lucid moments, always returns to that. What influence, the Academy again asks, do progress and a desire for material comfort have upon a nation's morality? Taken in its most obvious sense, this new question of the Academy is commonplace and fit at best to exercise rhetorician's skill. But the Academy, which must continue till the end in its ignorance of the revolutionary significance of its oracles, has drawn aside the curtain in its commentary. What then so profound has it discovered in this Epicurean thesis? The desire for luxury and its enjoyments, it tells us, the singular love of it felt by the majority, the tendency of hearts and minds to occupy themselves with it exclusively, the agreement of individuals and the state in making it the motive and the end of all their projects, all their efforts, and all their sacrifices, engender general or individual feelings which, beneficent or injurious, become principles of action more potent, perhaps, than any which have heretofore governed men. Never have moralists had more favorable opportunity to assail the sensualism of the century, the venality of consciousness, and the corruption instituted by the government. Instead of that, what does the Academy of Moral Sciences do? With the most automatic calmness, it establishes a series in which luxury, so long prescribed by the Stoics and ascetics, those masters of holiness, must appear in its turn as a principle of conduct as legitimate, as pure, and as grand as all those formerly invoked by religion and philosophy. Determine, it tells us, the motives of action, undoubtedly now old and worn out, of which luxury is historically the providential successor, and from the results of the former calculate the effects of the latter. Prove, in short, that Aristippus was only in advance of his century, and that his system of morality must have its day, as well as that of Zeno and Acampus. We are dealing then with a society which no longer wishes to be poor, which mocks at everything that was once dear and sacred to it, liberty, religion, and glory. So long as it has not wealth, which, to obtain it, submits to all outrages, and becomes an accomplice in all sorts of cowardly actions, and this burning thirst for pleasure, this irresistible desire to arrive at luxury, a symptom of a new period in civilization, is the supreme commandment by virtue of which we are to labor for the abolition of poverty. Thus, saith the Academy, what becomes then of the doctrine of expiation and abstinence, the morality of sacrifice, resignation, and happy moderation? What distrust of the compensation promised in the other life, and what a contradiction of the gospel! But, above all, what a justification of a government which has adopted as its system the golden key! Why have religious men, Christians, Senecas, given utterance in concert to so many immoral maxioms? The Academy, completing its thought, will reply to us. So how the progress of criminal justice in the prosecution and punishment of attacks upon persons and property follows and marks the ages of civilization from the savage condition up to that of the best governed nations. It is possible that the criminal lawyers in the Academy of Moral Sciences foresaw the conclusion of their premises. The fact whose history is now to be studied, and which the Academy describes by the words progress of criminal justice, is simply the gradual mitigation which manifests itself, both in forms of criminal examination and in penalties inflicted, in proportion as civilization's increase in liberty, light, and wealth, so that the principles of repressive institutions being the direct opposite of all of those on which the welfare of society depends, there is a constant elimination of all parts of the penal system, as well as all judicial paraphernalia, and the final inference from this movement is that the guarantee of order lies neither in fear nor punishment, consequently neither in hell nor religion. What a subversion of received ideas! What a denial of all that is the business of the Academy of Moral Sciences to defend! But if the guarantee of order no longer lies in the fear of a punishment to be suffered, either in this life or in another, where then are to be found the guarantees protective of persons and property? Or rather, without repressive institutions, what becomes of property? And without property, what becomes of the family? The Academy, which knows nothing of all these things, replies without agitation. Review the various phases of the organization of the family upon the soil of France from ancient times down to our day, which means determine, by the previous progress of family organization, the conditions of existence of the family in a state of equality of fortunes, voluntary and free association, universal solidarity, material comfort and luxury, and public order without prisons, courts, police, or hangmen. There will be astonishment, perhaps, at finding that the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, after having, like the boldest innovators, called in question all the principles of social order, religion, family, property, justice, has not also proposed this problem. What is the best form of government? In fact, government is for society the source of all initiative, every guarantee, every reform. It would be then interesting to know whether the government, as constituted by the Charter, is adequate to the practical solution of the Academy's questions. But it would be a misconception of the oracles to imagine that they proceeded by induction and analysis, and precisely because the political problem was a condition or corollary of the demonstrations asked for. The Academy could not offer it for competition. Such a conclusion would have opened its eyes, and without waiting for the memoirs of the competitors, it would have hastened to suppress its entire program. The Academy has approached the question from above. It is said, the works of God are beautiful in their own essence. They are true, in a word, because they are His. The thoughts of man resemble dense vapors pierced by long and narrow flashes. What, then, is the truth in relation to us? And what is the character of certainty? As if the Academy had said to us, you shall verify the hypothesis of your existence, the hypothesis of the Academy which interrogates you, the hypothesis of time, space, motion, thought, and the laws of thought. Then you may verify the hypothesis of pauperism, the hypothesis of inequality of conditions, the hypothesis of universal association, the hypothesis of happiness, the hypothesis of monarchy and republicanism, the hypothesis of providence. A complete criticism of God and humanity. I point to the program of the Honorable Society. It is not I who have fixed the conditions of my task. It is the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences. Now how can I satisfy these conditions if I am not myself endowed with infallibility? In a word, if I am not God or divine. The Academy admits, then, that divinity and humanity are identical, or at least correlative. But the question now is in what consists this correlation? Such is the meaning of the problem of certainty. Such is the object of social philosophy. Thus, then, in the name of the society that God inspires, an Academy questions. In the name of the same society, I am one of the prophets who attempted to answer. The task is an immense one, and I do not promise to accomplish it. I will go as far as God shall give me strength, but whatever I may say, it does not come from me. The thought which inspires my pen is not personal, and nothing that I write can be attributed to me. I shall give the facts as I have seen them. I shall judge them by what I shall have said. I shall call everything by its strongest name, and no one will take offense. I shall inquire freely, and by the rules of divination, which I have learned, into the meaning of the divine purpose, which is now expressing itself through the eloquent lips of sages and the inarticulate wailings of the people. And though I should deny all the prerogatives guaranteed by our Constitution, I shall not be factious. I shall point my finger whither an invisible influence is punishing us, and neither my action nor my words shall be irritating. I shall stir up the cloud, and though I should cause it to launch the thunderbolt, I should be innocent. In the solemn investigation to which the Academy invites me, I have more than the right to tell the truth. I have the right to say what I think. May my thought, my words, and the truth be but one and the same thing. And you, reader, for without a reader there is no writer. You are half of my work. Without you, I am only sounding brass. With the aid of your attention, I will speak marvels. Do you see the passing whirlwind called society, from which burst forth, with startling brilliancy, lightnings, thunders, and voices? I wish to cause you to place your finger on the hidden springs which move it, but to that end you must reduce yourself at my command to a state of pure intelligence. The eyes of love and pleasure are powerless to recognize beauty in a skeleton. Harmony is naked viscera. Life in dark and coagulated blood. Consequently, the secrets of the social organism are a sealed letter to the man whose brain is beclouded by passion and prejudice. Such sublimities are unattainable except by cold and silent contemplation. Suffer me, then, before revealing to your eyes the leaves of the book of life, to prepare your soul by this skeptical purification, which the great teachers of the people, Socrates, Jesus Christ, St. Paul, St. Remy, Bacon, Descartes, Galileo, Kant, etc., have always claimed for their disciples. Whoever you may be, clad in the rags of misery or decked in the sumptuous vestments of luxury, I restore you to that state of luminous nudity, which neither the fumes of wealth nor the poisons of envious poverty dim. How persuade the rich that the difference of conditions arises from an error in the accounts, and how can the poor, in their beggary, conceive proprietor possesses in good faith? To investigate the sufferings of the laborer is to the idler the most intolerable of amusements, just as to do justice to the fortune is to the miserable the bitterest of draughts. You occupy a high position. I strip you of it. There, you are free. There is too much optimism beneath this official costume, too much subordination, too much idleness. Science demands an insurrection of thought. Now, the thought of an official in his salary. Your mistress, beautiful, passionate, artistic, is, I like to believe, possessed only by you. That is your soul, your spirit, your conscience. I have passed into the most charming object of luxury that nature and art have produced for the eternal torment of fascinated mortals. I separate you from this divine half of yourself. At the present day, it is too much to wish for justice, and at the same time to love a woman. To think with grandeur and clearness, man must remove the lining of his nature, and hold to his masculine hypostatus. Besides, in the state in which I have put you, your lover would no longer know you. Remember the wife of Job. What is your religion? Forget your faith, and through wisdom become an atheist. What, you say? An atheist in spite of our hypothesis? No, but because of our hypothesis. One's thought must have been raised by divine things for a long time to be entitled to suppose a personality beyond man, a life beyond this life. For the rest, have no fears for your salvation. God is not angry with those who are led by reason to deny him, any more than he is anxious for those who are led by faith to worship him. And, in the state of your conscience, the surest course for you is to think nothing about him. Do you not see that it is with religion as with governments, the most perfect of which would be the denial of all? Then let no political or religious fancy hold your soul captive. In this way, only you can now keep from being either a dupe or a renegade. Ah, said I, in the days of my enthusiastic youth, shall I not hear the tolling for the second vespers of the Republic, and our priests dressed in white tunics singing after the Doric fashion the returning hymn? But I have despaired of republicans, and no longer know either religion nor priests. I should like also, in order to thoroughly secure your judgment, dear reader, to render your soul insensible to pity, superior to virtue, indifferent to happiness, but that would be too much to expect of a neophyte. Remember only, and never forget, that pity, happiness, and virtue, like country, religion, and love, are masks. Chapter 1 of the Economic Science. Opposition between fact and right in social economy. I affirm the reality of an economic science. This proposition, which few economists now dare to question, is the boldest, perhaps, that a philosopher ever maintained. And the inquiries to follow, I will prove, I hope, that its demonstration will one day be deemed the greatest effort of the human mind. I affirm, on the one hand, the absolute certainty, as well as the progressive nature of economic science. Of all the sciences, in my opinion, the most comprehensive, the purest, the best supported by facts, a new proposition, which alters this science into logic or metaphysics in concerto, and radically changes the basis of ancient philosophy. In other words, economic science is to me the objective form and realization of metaphysics. It is metaphysics in action, metaphysics projected on the vanishing plane of time, and whoever studies the laws of labor and exchange is truly and specially a metaphysician. After what I have said in the introduction, there is nothing in which should surprise anyone. The labor of man continues the work of God, who, in creating all beings, did but externally realize the external laws of reason. Economic science is, then, necessarily at once a theory of ideas, a natural theology, and a psychology. This general outline alone would have sufficed to explain why, having to treat of economic matters, I was obliged previously to suppose the existence of God, and by what title I, a simple economist, aspired to solve the problem of certainty. But I hasten to say that I do not regard as a science the incoherent ensemble of theories to which the name political economy has been officially given for almost 100 years, and which, in spite of the etymology of the name, is after ale but the code, or immemorial routine of property. These theories offer us only the rudiments, or first section, of economic science, and that is why, like poverty, we are all contradictory of each other, and half the time inapplicable. The proof of this assertion, which is, in one sense, a denial of political economy, as handed down to us by Adam Smith, Ricardo, Malthus, and J.B. Say, and as we have known it for half a century, will be especially developed in this treatise. The inadequacy of political economy has at times impressed thoughtful minds who, too fond of their dreams for practical investigation, and confining themselves to the estimation of apparent result, have constituted from the beginning a party of opposition to the status quo, and have devoted themselves to preserving a systematic ridicule of civilization and its customs. Property, on the other hand, the basis of all social institutions, has never lacked zealous defenders who, proud to be called practical, have exchanged blow for blow with traducers of political economy, and have labored with a courageous and often skillful hand to strengthen the edifice which general prejudice and individual liberty have erected in concert. The controversy between conservatives and reformers, still pending, finds its counterpart in the history of philosophy, in the quarrel between realists and nominalists. It is almost useful to add that, on both sides, right and wrong are equal, and that the rivalry, narrowness, and intolerance of opinions have been the sole cause of the misunderstanding. Thus, two powers are contending for the government of the world, and cursing each other with the fervor of two hostile religions, political economy, or tradition, and socialism, or utopia. What is it, then, in more explicit terms, political economy? What is socialism? Political economy is a collection of the observations thus far made in regard to the phenomena of production and distribution of wealth, that is, in regard to the most common, most spontaneous, and therefore most genuine forms of labor and exchange. The economists have classified these observations as far as they were able. They have described the phenomena and ascertained their contingencies and relations. They have observed them in many cases, and quality of necessity, which has given them the name of laws. And this ensemble of information, gathered from the simplest manifestations of society, constitutes political economy. Political economy is therefore the natural history of the most apparent and most universal accredited customs, traditions, practices, and methods of humanity, in all that concerns the production and distribution of wealth. By this title, political economy considers itself legitimate in fact and in right. In fact, because the phenomena which it studies are constant, spontaneous, and universal. In right, because these phenomena rest on the authority of the human race, the strongest authority possible. Consequently, political economy calls itself a science, that is, a rational and systematic knowledge of regular and necessary facts. Socialism, which, like the god Vishnu, ever dying and ever returning to life, has experienced within a score of years its 10,000th incarnation in the persons of 5 or 6 revelators. Socialism affirms its irregularity of the present constitution of society, and consequently of all its previous forms. It asserts and proves that the order of civilization is artificial, contradictory, inadequate, that it engenders opposition, misery, and crime. It denounces, not to say culminates, the whole past of social life and pushes with it, with all its might, to a reformation of morals and institutions. Socialism concludes by declaring political economy a false and sophistical hypothesis devised to enable the few to exploit the many, and applying the maxiom. It ends with a demonstration of the impotence and emptiness of political economy by the list of human calamities for which it makes it responsible. But if political economy is false, jurisprudence, which in all countries is the science of law and custom, is false also, since founded on the distinction of thine and mine, it supposes the legitimacy of the facts described and classified by political economy. The theories of public and international law, with all the varieties of representative government, are also false, since they rest on the principle of individual appropriation and the absolute sovereignty of wills. All these consequences socialism accepts. To it, political economy, regarded by many as the physiology of wealth, is but the organization of robbery and poverty, just as jurisprudence, honored by legitists, with the name of written reason, is, in its eyes, but a compilation of the rubrics of legal and official spoliation. In a word, of poverty. Consider in their relations these two pretended sciences, political economy and law, form, in the opinion of socialism, the complete theory of inequity and discord. Passing them from negation to affirmation, socialism opposes the principle of poverty with that of association, and makes vigorous efforts to reconstruct social economy from top to bottom, that is, to establish a new code, a new political system, with institutions and morals diametrically opposed to the ancient forms. Thus, the line of demarcation between socialism and political economy is fixed, and the hostility flagrant. Political economy tends towards the glorification of selfishness. Socialism favors the exaltation of communism. The economists, saving a few violations of their principles, for which they deem it their duty to blame governments, are optimists with regard to accomplished facts. The socialists with regard to facts to be accomplished. The first affirm that which ought to be is. The second, that which ought to be is not. Consequently, while the first are defenders of religion, authority, and the other principles contemporary with, and conservative of, property, although their criticism, based solely on reason, deals frequent blows at their own prejudices. The second reject authority and faith, and appeal exclusively to science, although a certain religiosity, utterly illiberal, and an unscientific disdain for facts are always the most obvious characteristics of their doctrines. For the rest, neither party ever ceases to accuse the other of incapacity and sterility. The socialists ask their opponents to account for the inequality of conditions, for those commercial debaucheries in which monopoly and competition, in monstrous union, perpetually give birth to luxury and misery. They reproach economic theories, always modeled after the past, with leaving the future hopeless. In short, they point to the regime of property as a horrible hallucination, against which humanity has protested and struggled for 4,000 years. The economists, on their side, defy socialists to produce a system in which property, competition, and political organization can be dispensed with. They prove, with documents in hand, that all reformatory projects have ever been nothing but rhapsodies of fragments borrowed from the very system that socialism sneers at, plagiarisms, in a word, of political economy, outside of which socialism is incapable of conceiving and formulating an idea. Every day sees the proof in this grave suit accumulating, and the question becoming confused. While society has traveled and stumbled, suffered and thrived in pursuing the economic routine, the socialists, since Pythagoras, Orpheus, and the unfathomable Hermes, have labored to establish their dogma in opposition to political economy. A few attempts at association in accordance with their views have been made here and there, but as yet these exceptional undertakings, lost in the ocean of property, have been without result, and, as if destiny had resolved to exhaust the economic hypothesis before attacking the socialistic utopia, the reformatory party is obliged to content itself with pocketing the sarcasms of its adversaries, while waiting for its own turn to come. This, then, is the state of the cause. Socialism incessantly denounces the crimes of civilization, verifies daily the powerlessness of a political economy to satisfy the harmonic attractions of man, and presents petition after petition. Political economy fills its brief with socialistic systems, all of which, one after another, pass away and die, deprived of common sense. The persistence of evil nourishes the complaint of the one, while the constant succession of reformatory checks feeds the malicious irony of the other. When will judgment be given? The tribunal is deserted. Meanwhile, political economy improves its opportunities, and without furnishing bail, continues to lord over the world. If we descended from the sphere of ideas to the realities of the world, the antagonism will appear still more grave and threatening. When, in these recent years, socialism, instigated by prolonged convulsions, made its fantastic appearance in our midst, men whom all controversy had found until then indifferent and lukewarm went back to fright, monarchical and religious ideas. Democracy, which was charged with being developed at last to its ultimate, was cursed and driven back. This accusation of the conservatives against the Democrats was a libel. Democracy is by nature as hostile to the socialistic idea as incapable of filling the place of royalty, against which it is its destiny endlessly to conspire. This soon became evident, and we are witness of it daily in the professions of Christian and proprietary faith by democratic publicists, whose abandonment by the people began at that moment. On the other hand, philosophy proves no less distinct from socialism, no less hostile to it, than politics and religion. For just as in politics, the principle of democracy is the sovereignty of numbers, and that of monarchy and sovereignty of the prince, just as likewise in affairs of conscience, religion is nothing but submission to the mystical being, called God, and to the priests who represent him, just as finally in the economic world property, that is, exclusive control by the individual of the instruments of labor, is the point of departure of every theory. So philosophy, in basing itself upon the priori assumptions of reason, is inevitably led to attribute to the me alone the generation and autocracy of ideas, and to deny the metaphysical value of experience, that is, universally to substitute for the objective law, absolutism, depositism. Now a doctrine which, springing up suddenly in the heart of society without antecedents and without ancestors, rejected from every department of conscience and society the arbitrary principle, in order to substitute as sole truth the relation of facts, which broke with tradition, and consented to make use of the past only as a point from which to launch forth into the future. Such a doctrine could not fail to stir up against it the established authorities, and we can see today how, in spite of their internal discords, the said authorities, which are but one, combine to fight the monster that is ready to swallow them. To the working man who complain of the insufficiency of wages and the uncertainty of labor, political economy opposes the liberty of commerce to the citizens who are seeking for the conditions of liberty and order. The ideologists respond with representative systems to the tender souls who, having lost their ancient faith, ask the reason and end of their existence. Religion purposes the unfathomable secrets of providence, and philosophy holds doubt in reserve. Subterfuges always complete ideas in which heart and mind find rest, never. Socialism cries that it is time to set sail for the mainland and to enter port, but say the anti-socialists, there is no port. Humanity sails onward in God's care, under the command of priests, philosophers, orators, economists, and our circumnavigation is eternal. Thus, society finds itself at its origin, divided into two great parties, the one traditional and essentially hierarchical, which, according to the object it is considering, calls itself by turns royalty or democracy, philosophy or religion, in short, property. The other socialism, which, coming to life at every crisis of civilization, proclaims itself preeminently anarchical and atheistic, that is, rebellious against all authority, human and divine. Now, modern civilization has demonstrated that in conflict of this nature, the truth is found, not in the exclusion of one of the opposites, but wholly and solely in the reconciliation of the two. It is, I say, a fact of science that every antagonism, whether in nature or in ideas, is resolvable in a more general fact or in a complex formula, which harmonizes the opposing factors by absorbing them, so to speak, in each other. Can we not, then, men of common sense, while awaiting the solution which the future will undoubtedly bring forth, prepare ourselves for this great transition by an analysis of the struggling powers, as well as their positive and negative qualities? Such a work performed with accuracy and conscientiousness, even though it should not lead us directly to the solution, would have at least the inestimable advantage of revealing to us the conditions of the problem, and thereby putting us on our guard against every form of utopia? What is there, then, in political economy that is necessary and true? Whither does it tend? What are its powers? What are its wishes? It is this which I propose to determine in this work. What is the value of socialism? The same investigation will answer this question also. For since, after all, socialism and political economy pursue the same end, namely liberty, order, and well-being among men, it is evident that the conditions to be fulfilled, in other words, the difficulties to be overcome, to attain this end, are also the same for both, and that it remains only to examine the methods attempted or proposed by either party. But since, moreover, it has been given thus far to political economy alone to translate its ideas into acts, while socialism has scarcely done more than indulge in perpetual satire, it is no less clear that in judging the works of economy according to their merit, we at the same time shall reduce to its just value invective of the socialists, so that our criticism, though apparently special, will lead to absolute and definitive conclusions. It is necessary to make clearer by a few examples before entering fully upon the examination of political economy. Inadequacy of theories and criticisms. We will record first, at each important observation, the contending parties agree to acknowledge a common authority, whose support each claims: science. Plato, a utopian, organized his ideal republic in the name of science, which through modesty and euphemism he called philosophy. Aristotle, a practical man, refuted the Platonic utopia in the name of the same philosophy. Thus, the social war has continued since Plato and Aristotle. The modern socialists refer all things to science one and indivisible, but without power to agree either as to its content, its limits, or its method. The economists, on the other side, affirm that social science in no way differs from political economy. It is our first business, then, to ascertain what a science of society must be. Science, in general, is the logically arranged and systematic knowledge of that which is. Applying this idea to society, we will say, social science is the logically arranged and systematic knowledge, not of that which society has been, nor of that which will be, but of that which is, in its whole life, that is, the total sum of its successive manifestations. For there alone can it have reason and system. Social science must include human order, not only in such or such a period of duration, nor in a few of its elements, but in all its principles and in the totality of its existence, as if social evolution, spread throughout time and space, should find itself suddenly gathered and fixed in a picture which, exhibiting the series of the ages and the sequence of phenomena, revealed their connection and unity. Such must be the science of every living and progressive reality. Such social science indisputability is. It may be then that political economy, in spite of its individualistic tendencies and its exclusive affirmations, is a constituent part of social science, in which the phenomena that it describes are like the starting points of a vast triangulation and the elements of an organic and complex whole. From this point of view, the progress of humanity, proceeding from the simple to the complex, would be eternally in harmony with the progress of science, and the conflicting and so often desolating facts, which are today the basis and object of political economy, would have been considered by us as so many special hypotheses, successively realized by humanity in view of a superior hypothesis. Realization would solve all difficulties and satisfy socialism without destroying political economy. For, as I said in my introduction, in no case can we admit that humanity, however it expresses itself, is mistaken. Let us now make this clearer by facts. The question now most disputed is unquestionably that of organization of labor. As John the Baptist preached in the desert, "Repent ye," so the sociologists go about proclaiming everywhere this novelty old as the world, organized labor, though never able to tell what, in their opinion, this organization should be. However that may be, the economists have seen that the socialistic clamor was damaging their theories. It was, indeed, a rebuke to them for ignoring that which they ought to first to recognize, labor. They have replied, therefore, to the attack of their adversaries, first by maintaining that labor is organized, and that there is no other organization of labor than liberty to produce and exchange, either on one's own personal account or in association with others, in which case the course to be pursued has been prescribed by the civil and commercial codes. Then, as this argument served only to make them the laughing-stock of their antagonists, they assumed the offensive, and showing that the socialists understood nothing at all themselves of this organization that they held up as a scarecrow, they ended by saying that it was but a new socialistic chimera, a word without sense, an absurdity. The latest writings of the economists are full of these pitiless conclusions. Nevertheless, it is certain that the phrase organization of labor continues as clear and rational and a meaning as these that follow: organization of workshop, organization of the army, organization of police, organization of charity, organization of war. In this respect, the argument of the economists is deplorably irrational. No less certain is it that the organization of labor cannot be a utopia and chimera, for at the moment that labor, the supreme condition of civilization, begins to exist, it follows that it is already submitted to an organization, such as it is, which satisfies the economists, but which the socialists think detestable. There remains, then, relatively, in the proposal to organize labor formulated by socialism, this objection, that labor is organized. Now this is utterly untenable, since it's notorious that in labor, supply, demand, division, quantity, proportion, price, and security, nothing, absolutely nothing is regulated. On the contrary, everything is given up to the capricious of free will, that is, to chance. As for us, guided by the idea that we have formed of social science, we still affirm against the socialist and against the economists, not that labor must be organized, nor that it is organized, but that it is being organized. Labor, we say, is being organized, that is, the process of organization has been going on from the beginning of the world, and will continue till the end. Political economy teachers use the primary elements of this organization, but socialism is right in asserting that, in its present form, the organization is inadequate and transitory, and the whole mission of science is continually to ascertain, in view of the result obtained, and the phenomena in course of development, what innovations can be immediately effected. Socialism and political economy, then, while waging a burlesque war, pursue in reality the same idea, the organization of labor. But both are guilty of disloyalty to science and of mutual calumny, when on the one hand political economy, mistaking for science its scraps of theory, denies the possibility of further progress, and then socialism, abandoning tradition, aims at re-establishing society on undiscoverable basis. Thus, socialism is nothing but a profound criticism, a continual development of political economy, and to apply here to the celebrated aphorism of the school, there is nothing in the socialistic hypothesis which is not duplicated in economic practice. On the other hand, political economy is but an impertinent rhapsody, so long as it affirms as absolutely valid the facts collected by Adam Smith and J.B. Say. Another question, no less disputed than the preceding one, is that of usury, or lending at interest. Usury, or in other words, the price of use, is the emolument of whatever nature which the proprietor derives from the loan of his property. Say the theologians, usury, the foundation of credit, which one of the first of the means which social spontaneity employed in its work of organization, and whose analysis discloses the profound laws of civilization. The ancient philosophers and the fathers of the Church, who must be regarded here as the representatives of socialism in the early centuries of the Christian era, by a singular fallacy, which arose, however, from the paucity of economic knowledge in their day, allowed farm rent and condemned interest on money, because as they believed money was unproductive. They distinguished consequently between the loan of things which are consumed by use, among which they included money, and the loan of things which, without being consumed, yield a product to the user. The economist had no difficulty in showing, by generalizing the idea of rent, that in the economy of society the action of capital, or its productivity, was the same whether it was consumed in wages or retained in character of an instrument, that, consequently, it was necessary either to prohibit the rent of land or to allow interest on money. Since both were by the same title payment for privilege, indemnity for loan, it required more than 15 centuries to get this idea accepted, and to reassure the consciences that had been terrified by the anathemas pronounced by Catholicism against usury. But finally the weight of evidence and the general desire favored the usurers. They won the battle against socialism, and from this legitimization of usury, society gained some immense and unquestionable advantages. Under these circumstances, socialism, which had tried to generalize the law enacted by Moses for the Israelites alone, was beaten by an idea which it had accepted from the economic routine, namely, farm rent, elevated into the theory of productivity of capital. But the economists in their turn were less fortunate when they were afterwards called upon to justify farm rent in itself, and to establish this theory of the product of capital. It may be said that, on this point, they had lost all the advantage they had at first gained against socialism. Undoubtedly, and I am the first to recognize it, the rent of land, like that of money and all personal and real property, is a spontaneous and universal fact, which has its source in the depths of our nature, and which soon becomes, by its natural development, one of the most potent means of organization. I shall prove even that interest on capital is but the materialization of aphorism. All labor should leave an excess. But in the face of this theory, or rather this fiction, of the productivity of capital, arises another thesis no less certain, which in these latter days has struck the ablest economists. It is that all value is born of labor, and is composed essentially of wages. In other words, that no wealth has its origin in privilege, or acquires any value except through work, and that, consequently, labor alone is the source of revenue among men. How, then, reconcile the theory of farm rent or productivity for capital, a theory confirmed by universal custom, which conservative political economy is forced to accept but cannot justify, with this other theory which shows that value is normally composed of wages, and which inevitably ends, as we shall demonstrate, in an equality in society between net product and raw product? The socialists have not wasted the opportunity. Starting with the principle that labor is the source of all income, they began to call the holders of capital to account for their farm rents and emoluments. And as the economists won the first victory by generalizing under a common expression farm rent and usury, so the sociologists have taken their revenge. So the socialists have taken their revenge by causing the seignorial rights of capital to vanish before the still more general principle of labor. Property has been demolished from top to bottom. The economists could only keep silent, but, powerless to arrest itself in this new descent, socialism has slipped clear to the farthest boundaries of communistic utopia. And for what of a practical solution? Society is reduced to a position where it can neither justify its tradition nor commit itself to experiments in which the least mistake would drive it backward several thousand years. In such a situation, what is the mandate of science? Certainly not to halt it at an arbitrary inconceivable and impossible just milieu. It is to generalize further and discover a third principle, a fact, a superior law, which shall explain the fiction of capital and the myth of property, and reconcile them with the theory which makes labor the origin of all wealth. This is what socialism, if it wishes to proceed logically, must undertake. In fact, the theory of the real productivity of labor and that of the fictitious productivity of capital are both essentially economical. Socialism has endeavored only to show the contradiction between them without regard to experience or logic, for it appears to be a destitute of the one as of the other. Now, in law, the litigant who accepts the authority of a title in one particular must accept it in all. It is not allowable to divide the documents and proofs. Had socialism the right to decline the authority of political economy in relation to usury when it appealed for support to the same authority in relation to the analysis of value? By no means at all. All that socialism could demand in such a case was either that political economy should be directed to reconcile its theories, or that it might itself entrust with this difficult task. The more closely we examine these solemn discussions, the more clearly we see that the whole trouble is due to the fact that one of the parties does not wish to see, while the other refuses to advance. It is a principle of our law that no one can be deprived of his property except for the sake of general utility and in consideration of a fair indemnity payable in advance. This principle is eminently an economic one, for on the one hand, it assumes the right of eminent domain of the citizen expropriated, whose consent, according to the democratic spirit of the social compact, is necessarily presupposed. On the other hand, the indemnity or the price of the article taken is fixed, not by the intrinsic value of the article, but by the general law of commerce, supply and demand, in a word, by opinion. Expropriation, in the name of society, may be likened to a contract of convenience, agreed to by each with all. Not only then must the price be paid, but the convenience also must be paid for, and it is thus in reality that the indemnity is estimated. If the Roman logists had seen this analogy, they undoubtedly would have hesitated less over the question of expropriation for the sake of public utility. Such, then, is the sanction of the social right of expropriation, indemnity. Now, practical, not only in the principle of indemnity, not applied in all cases where it ought to be, but it is impossible that it should be so applied. Thus, the law which establishes railways provided indemnity for the lands to be occupied by the rails. It did nothing for the multitude of industries dependent upon the previous method of conveyance, whose losses far exceeded the value of the land whose owners received compensation. Similarly, when the question of indemnifying the manufacturers of beetroot sugar was under consideration, it occurred to no one that the state ought to indemnify also the large number of laborers and employees who earn their livelihood in the beetroot industry, and who were, perhaps, to be reduced to want. Nevertheless, it is certain, according to the idea of capital and the theory of production, that as the possessor of land, whose means of labor is taken from him by the railroad, has a right to be indemnified, so also the manufacturer, whose capital is rendered unproductive by the same railroad, is entitled to indemnification. Why, then, is he not indemnified? Alas, because to indemnify him is impossible. With such a system of justice and impartiality, society would be, as a general thing, unable to act, and would return to the fixedness of the Roman justice. There must be victims. The principle of indemnity is consequently abandoned. To one or more classes of citizens, the state is inevitably bankrupt. At this point, the socialists appear. They charge that the sole object of political economy is to sacrifice the interests of the masses and create privilege. Then, finding in the law of expropriation of the rudiment of the agrarian law, they suddenly advocate universal expropriation, that is, product and consumption in common. But here, socialism relapses from criticism into utopia, and its incapacity becomes freshly apparent to its contradictions. If the principle of expropriation for the sake of public utility, carried to its logical conclusion, leads to a complete reorganization of society before commencing the work of the character of this new organization must be understood. Now, socialism, I repeat, has no science saved a few bits of physiology and political economy. Further, it is necessary in accordance with the principle of indemnity, if not to compensate citizens, at least to guarantee to them the values which they part with. It is necessary, in short, to insure them against loss. Now, outside of the public fortune, the management of which it demands, where will socialism find security for this same fortune? It is impossible in sound and honest logic to escape this circle. Consequently, the communists, more open in their dealings than certain other sectarians, of flowing and specific ideas, decide the difficulty and promise, the power once in their hands, to expropriate all and indemnify and guarantee none. At bottom, that would neither unjust nor disloyal. Unfortunately, to burn is not to reply, as the interesting Desmoulins said to Robespierre, and such a discussion always ends in fire and the guillotine. Here, as everywhere, two rights, equally sacred, stand in the presence of each other, the right of the citizen and the right of the state. It is enough to say that there is a superior formula which reconciles the socialistic utopias, mutilated theories of political economy, and that the problem is to discover it. In this emergency, what are the contending parties doing? Nothing. We might say rather that they raise questions only to get an opportunity to redress injuries. What do I say? The questions are not even understood by them, and while the public is considering the sublime problems of society and human destiny, the professors of social science, orthodox and heretics, do not agree on principles. Witness the question which occasioned these inquiries, and which its authors certainly understand no better than its disparagers, the relation of profits and wages. What? An academy of economists has offered for competition a question that terms of which it does not understand. How, then, could it have conceived the idea? Well, I know that my statement is astonishing and incredible, but it is true. Like the theologians who answer metaphysical problems only by myths and allegories, which always reproduce the problems but never solve them, the economists reply to the questions which they ask only by relating how they were led to ask them. Should they conceive that it was possible to go further, they would cease to be economists. For example, what is profit? That which remains for the manager after he has paid all the expenses. Now, the expenses consist of the labor performed and the materials consumed, or, in fine, wages. What then is the wages of a working man? The least that can be given to him, that is, we do not know. What should be the price of the merchandise put upon the market by the manager? The highest that he can obtain, that is, again, we do not know. Political economy prohibits the supposition that the prices of merchandise and labor can be fixed, although it admits that they can be estimated, and that for that reason, say the economists, the estimation is essentially an arbitrary operation, which never can lead to sure and certain conclusions. How, then, shall we find the relation between two unknowers, which, according to political economy, cannot be determined? Thus, political economy proposes insolvable problems, and yet we shall soon see that it must propose them, and that our century must solve them. That is why I said that the Academy of Moral Sciences, in offering for competition the question of the relation between profits and wages, spoke unconsciously, spoke prophetically. But it will be said, it is not true. If labor is in great demand and laborers are scarce, wages will rise, while profits, on the other hand, will decrease. That if, in the press of competition, there is an excess of production, there will be a stoppage and forced sales, consequently no profit for the manager and a danger of idleness for the laborers. That then the latter will offer his labor at a reduced price, that if a machine is invented, it will first extinguish the fires of its rivals, then a monopoly established and a laborer made dependent upon the employer. Profits and wages will be inversely proportional. Cannot all these causes and others besides be studied, ascertained, counterbalanced, etc.? Oh, monographs, histories. We have been saturated with them since the day of Adam Smith and J.B. Say, and they are scarcely more than variations of these authors' words. But it is not thus that the question should be understood. Although the Academy has given no other meaning, the relation of profits and wages should be considered in an absolute sense, and not from the inconclusive point of view of the accidents of commerce and the division of interests, two things which must ultimately receive their interpretation. Let me explain myself. Considering producer and consumer as a single individual, recompense is naturally equal to his product, then dividing this product into two parts, which one rewards the producer for his outlay, another which represents his profit. According to the axiom that all labor should leave in excess, we have to determine that the relation of one of these parts to the other. This done, it will be easy to deduce the ratio of fortunes of these two classes of men, employers and wage laborers, as well as an account of all commercial oscillations. This will be a series of corollaries to add to the demonstration. Now that such a relation may exist and be estimated, there must necessarily be a law, internal or external, which governs wages and prices. And since, in the present state of things, wages and prices vary to oscillate continually, we must ask what are the general facts, the causes, which make value vary and oscillate, and within what limits this oscillation takes place. But this very question is contrary to the accepted principles, for whoever says oscillation necessarily supposes a mean direction towards value's center of gravity continually tends, and when the Academy asks that we determine the oscillations of profit and wages, it asks thereby that we determine value. Now that is precisely what the gentlemen of the Academy deny. They are unwilling to admit that if value is variable, it is for that very reason determinable. That variability is the sign and condition of determinability. They pretend that value, ever varying, can never be determined. This is like maintaining that given the number of oscillations of a pendulum per second, their amplitude and the latitude and elevation of the spot where the experiment is performed, the length of the pendulum cannot be determined because the pendulum is in motion. Such a political economy's first article of faith. As for socialism, it does not appear to have understood the question, or to be concerned about it. Among its many organs, some simply and merely put aside the problem by substituting division for distribution, that is, by banishing number and measure from the social organism. Others relieve themselves of the embarrassment by applying universal suffrage to the wages question. It is needless to say that these platitudes find dupes by thousands and hundreds of thousands. The condemnation of political economy has been formulated by Malthus in the famous passage, "A man who is born into a world already occupied, his family unable to support him, and society not requiring his labor, such a man, I say, has not the least right to claim any nourishment whatever. He is really one too many on earth. At the great banquet of nature, there is no plate laid for him. Nature commands him to take himself away, and she will not slow to put her order into execution." This then is the necessary, the fatal conclusion of political economy, a conclusion which I shall demonstrate by evidence hitherto unknown in this field of inquiry: death to him who does not possess. In order better to grasp the thoughts of Malthus, let us translate into philosophical propositions, by stripping it of rhetorical gloss. Individual liberty and poverty, which is its expression, are economical data. Equality and solidarity are not. Under this system, each one by himself, each one for himself, labor, like all merchandise, is subject to fluctuation. Hence the risks of the polariat. Whoever has income nor wages has no right to demand anything of others. His misfortune falls on his own head. In the game of fortune, luck has been against him. From the point of view of political economy, these propositions are irrefutable, and Malthus, who has formulated them with such alarming exactness, is secure against all reproach. From the point of view of the conditions of social science, these same propositions are radically false and even contradictory. The error of Malthus, or rather of political economy, does not consist in saying that a man who has nothing to eat must die, or in maintaining that under the system of individual appropriation there is no course for him who has neither labor nor income but to withdraw from life by suicide, unless he prefers to be driven from it by starvation. Such is, on the one hand, the law of our existence. Such is, on the other, the consequence of property. And M. Rossi has taken another and altogether too much trouble to justify the good sense of Malthus on this point. I suspect, indeed, that M. Rossi is making so lengthy and loving an apology for Malthus, intended to recommend political economy in the same way that his fellow countryman Machiavel, in his book entitled The Prince, recommended Depositism as an admiration of the world. In pointing out misery as the necessary condition of industrial and commercial absolutism, M. Rossi seems to say, there is your law, your justice, your political economy. There is property. But Gallic's simplicity does not understand artifice, and it would have been better to have said to France in her immaculate tongue, the error of Malthus, the radical vice of political economy, consists in general terms, in affirming as a definitive state a transitory condition, namely, the division of society into patricians and proletaires, and particularly in saying that in an organized and consequently solidary society, there may be some who possess labor and consume, while others have neither possession nor labor nor bread. Finally, Malthus, or political economy, reasons erroneously when seeing in the faculty of indefinite reproduction, which the human race enjoys in neither great nor less degree than all animal and vegetable species, a permanent danger of famine, whereas it is only necessary to show the necessity, and consequently the existence, of law of equilibrium between population and production. In short, the theory of Malthus, and herein lies the great merit of this writer, a merit which none of his colleagues has dreamed of attributing to him, is a reductio ad absurdum of all political economy. As for socialism, that was summed up long since by Plato and Thomas More in a single word, utopia, that is, no place, a chimera. Nevertheless, for the honor of the human mind, and that justice may be done to all, this must be said, neither could economic and legislative science have had any other beginning than they did have, nor can society remain in its original position. Every science must first define its domain, produce and collect its materials, before system, facts, before the age of art, the age of learning, the economic science, subject, like every other, in the law of time and the conditions of experience, before seeking to ascertain how things ought to take place in society, had to tell us how things do take place, and all these predecessors, which the authors speak of so pompously in their book as laws, principles, and theories, in spite of their incoherence and inconsistency, had to be gathered up with scrupulous diligence and described with strict impartiality. The fulfillment of this task called for more genius, perhaps, certainly for more self-sacrifice than would be demanded by the future progress of the science. If, then, social economy is even yet rarer than aspiration towards the future than a knowledge of reality, it must be admitted that the elements of this study are all included in political economy, and I believe that I express the general sentiment in saying that this opinion has become that of the vast majority of minds. The present finds few defenders, it is true, but the disgust with utopia is no less universal, and everybody understands that the truth lies in a formula which shall reconcile these two terms, conservation and motion. Thus, thanks to Adam Smith, J.B. Say, Ricardo, and Malthus, as well as their rash opponents, the mysteries of fortune are uncovered, the power of capital, the opposition of the laborer, the munitions of monopoly, illuminated at all points, shun the public gaze, concerning the facts above and described by the economists. We reason and conjecture, abusive laws, iniquitous customs, respected so long as the obscurity which sustained their life lasted, with difficulty dragged to the daylight, are expiring beneath the general reprobation. It is suspected that the government of society must be learned no longer from an empty ideology, after the fashion of the contract social, but as Montesquieu foresaw, from the relation of things, and already a left of eminently socialistic tendencies, composed of savants, magistrates, legists, professors, and even capitalists and manufacturers. All born representatives and defenders of privilege, and of a million of adepts, is forming in the nation above and outside of parliamentary opinions, and seeking by an analysis of economic facts to capture the secrets of the life of societies. Let us represent political economy, then, as an immense plain, strewn with materials prepared for an edifice. The laborers awaited the signal, full of ardor, and burning to commence the work, but the architect has disappeared without leaving the plan. The economists have stored their memories with many things. Unhappy, they have not the shadow of an estimate. They know the origin and history of each piece, what it cost to make it, what wood makes the best joists, and what clay the best bricks, what has been expended in tools and carts, how much the carpenters earn, and how much the stone cutters. They do not know the destination and the place of anything. The economists cannot deny that they have before them the fragments, scattered pell-mell, of a chef d'oeuvre, but it has been impossible for them as yet to recover the general design, and whenever they have attempted any comparisons, they have been met only with incoherence. Driven to despair at last by their fruitless combinations, they have erected as a dogma the architectural incongruity of the science, or, as they say, the inconveniences of its principles. In a word, they have denied the science. Thus, the division of labor, without which production would be almost nothing, is subject to 1,000 inconveniences, the worst of which is the demoralization of the laborer. Machinery causes not only cheapness, but obstruction of the market and stoppage of business. Competition ends in oppression, taxation, the material bond of society, in generally a scourge dreaded equally with fire and hail. Credit is necessarily accompanied by bankruptcy. Property is a swarm of abuses. Commerce degenerates into a game of chance, in which it is sometimes allowable even to cheat. In short, disorder existing everywhere to an equal extent with order, and no one knowing how the latter is to banish the former. The economists have decided that it is all for the best, and regard every reformatory proposition as hostile to the political economy. The social edifice, then, has been abandoned. The crowd has burst into a wood yard. Columns, capitals, and plinths, wood, stone, and metal have been distributed in proportions and drawn by lot, and of all these materials collected for a magnificent temple, property, ignorant and barbarous, has built huts. The work before us, then, is not only to recover the plan of the edifice, but to dislodge the occupants, who maintain that their city is superb, and, at the very mention of restoration, appear in battle array at their gates. Such confusion was not seen of old at Babel. Happily we speak French, and are more courageous than that of the champions of Nimrod. But enough of allegory. The historical and deceptive method, successfully employed so long as the work was one of examination only, is henceforth useless. After thousands of monographs and tables, we are no further advanced than in the age of Xenophon and Hesiod. The Phoenicians, the Greeks, the Italians labored in their day as we do in ours. They invested their money, paid their laborers, extended their domains, made their expeditions and recoveries, kept their books, speculated, dabbled in stocks, and ruined themselves according to the rules of economic art, knowing as well as ourselves how to gain monopolies and fleece the consumer and laborer. Of all this, accounts are only too numerous, and though we should rehearse forever our statistics and our figures, we should always have before our eyes only chaos constant and uniform. It is thought, indeed, that from the era of mythology to the present year 57 of our great revolution, the general welfare has improved. Christianity has long been regarded as the chief cause of this amelioration, but now the economists claim all the honor for their own principles, for after all, they say, what has been the influence of Christianity upon society? Thoroughly utopian at its birth, it has been able to maintain and extend itself only by gradually adopting all the economic categories: labor, capital, farm rent, usury, traffic, property, in short, by consecrating the Roman law, the highest expression of political economy. Christianity, a stranger in its theological aspect of the theories of production and consumption, has been to European civilization what the trades unions and Freemasons were not long since itinerant workmen, a sort of insurance company and mutual aid society. In this respect, it owes nothing to political economy, and the good which it has done cannot be invoked by the latter in its own support. The effects of charity and self-sacrifice are outside of the domain of economy, which must bring about social happiness through justice and the organization of labor. For the rest, I am ready to admit the beneficial effects of a system of property, but I observe that these effects are entirely balanced on the misery which it is the nature of this system to produce, so that, as an illustrious minister recently confessed before the English Parliament, as we shall soon show, the increase of misery in the present state of society is paralleled and equal to the increase of wealth, which completely annuls the merits of political economy. Thus, political economy is justified neither by its maxims or by its works. And, as for socialism, its whole value consists in having established this fact. We are forced, then, to resume the examination of political economy, since it alone contains, at least in part, the materials of social science, and to ascertain whether its theories do not conceal some error, the correction of which would reconcile fact and right, reveal the organic law of humanity, and give the positive conception of order. Chapter 2. Of Value. Opposition of value in use and value in exchange. Value is the cornerstone of the economic edifice. The divine artist who has entrusted us to the continuation of his work has explained himself on this point to no one, but the few indications given may serve as a basis of conjecture. Value, in fact, presents two faces, one which the economists call value in use, or intrinsic value, another value in exchange, or of opinion. The effects are produced by value under the double aspect, and which are very irregular so long as it is not established, or, to use a more philosophical expression, so long as it is not constituted, are changed totally by this constitution. Now, in what consists the correlation between useful value and the value of exchange? What is meant by constituted value, and by what sudden change is this constitution effected? To answer these questions is the object and end of political economy. I beg the reader to give his whole attention to what is to follow, this chapter being the only one in the work which will tax his patience. For my part, I will endeavor to be more and more simple and clear. Everything which can be of any service to me is of value to me, and the more abundant the useful thing is, the richer I am. So far there is no difficulty. Milk and flesh, fruits and grains, wool, sugar, cotton, wine, metals, marble, in fact, land, water, air, fire, and sunlight, are relatively to me values of use, values by nature and function. If all the things which serve to sustain my life were as abundant as certain of them are, light, for instance, in other words, if the quantity of every valuable thing was inexhaustible, my welfare would be forever assured. I should not have to labor, I should not even think. In such a state, things would always be useful, but it would be no longer true to say that they are valuable. For value, as we shall soon see, indicates an essentially social relation, and it is solely through exchange, reverting, as it were, from society to nature, that we have acquired the idea of utility. The whole development of civilization originates, then, in the necessity which the human race is under continually causing the creation of new values, just as the evils of society are primarily caused by the perpetual struggle which we maintain against our own inertia. Take away from man that desire which leads him to think and fits him for a life of contemplation, and the Lord of creation stands on a level with the highest of the beasts. But how does value in use become value in exchange? For it should be noticed that the two kinds of value, though coexist in thought, since the former becomes apparent only in the presence of the latter, nevertheless maintain a relation of succession. Exchangeable value is a sort of reflex, of useful value, just as the theologians teach that in the Trinity the Father, contemplating himself through all eternity, begets the Son. The generation of the idea of value has not been noted by the economists with sufficient care. It is important that we should tarry over it. Since then, of the objects which I need, a very large number exist in nature only in moderate quantities, or even not at all. I am forced to assist in the production of that which I lack, and, as I cannot turn my hand to so many things, I propose to other men, my collaborators, in various functions, to yield me a portion of their products in exchange for mine. I shall then always have in my possession more of my own special product than I consume, just as my fellows will always have in their possession more of their respective products than they use. The tacit agreement is fulfilled by commerce. Here we may observe that the logical succession of the two kinds of value is even more apparent in history than in theory. Men having spent thousands of years in disputing over natural wealth, this being what is called primitive communism, before their industry afforded opportunity for exchange. Now, the capacity possessed by all products, whether natural or the result of labor, of serving to maintain man, is called distinctively value in use. Their capacity of purchasing each other, value in exchange. At the bottom, this is the same thing, since the second case only adds to the first the idea of substitution, which may seem an idle subtlety. Particularly, the consequences are surprising and beneficial, or fatal by turns. Consequently, the distinction established in value is based on fact, and is not at all arbitrary. It is for man, in submitting to this law, to use it to increase his welfare and liberty. Labor, as an author, M. Walras, has beautifully expressed it, is a war declared against the parsimony of nature. By it wealth and society are simultaneously created. Not only does labor produce incomparably more wealth than nature gives us. For instance, it has been remarked that the shoemakers alone in France produce 10 times more than the mines of Peru, Brazil, and Mexico combined. But labor infinitely extends and multiplying its rights by the changes which it makes in natural values. It gradually comes about that all wealth, in running the gauntlet of labor, falls wholly in the hands of him who creates it, and that nothing, or almost nothing, is left for the processor of the original material. Such, then, is the path of economic progress. At first, appropriation of the land and natural values, then association and distribution through labor until complete equality is attained. Chasms are scattered along our road. The sword is suspended over our heads. But, to avert all dangers, we have reason, and reason is omnipotence. It results from the relation of useful value to exchangeable value that if, by accident or from malice, exchange should be forbidden to a singular producer, or if the utility of his product should suddenly cease, though his storehouses were full, he would possess nothing. The more sacrifices he had made and the more courage he had displayed in producing, the greater would be his misery. If the utility of the product, instead of wholly disappearing, should only diminish, a thing which may happen in 100 ways, the laborer, instead of being struck down and ruined by a sudden catastrophe, would be impoverished only, obliged to give a large quantity of his own value for a small quantity of the values of others. His means of subsistence would be reduced by an amount equal to the deficit in his sale, which would lead by degrees from competency to want. If finally the utility of the product should increase, or else if its production should become less costly, the balance of exchange would turn to the advantage of the producer, whose condition would thus be raised from fatigued mediocrity to idle opulence. This phenomenon of depreciation and enrichment is manifested under 1,000 forms and by 1,000 combinations. It is the essence of the passional and intriguing game of commerce and industry. And this is the lottery, full of traps, which the economists think ought to last forever, and whose suppression the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences unwittingly demands, when, under the names of profit and wages, it asks us to reconcile value in use and value in exchange, that is, to find the method of rendering all useful values equally exchangeable, and vice versa, all exchangeable values equally useful. The economists have clearly shown the double character of value, but what they have not made equally plain is its contradictory nature. Here begins our criticism. Utility is the necessary condition of exchange, but take away exchange, and utility vanishes. The two things are indissolubly connected. Where, then, is the contradiction? Since all of us live by labor and exchange and grow richer as production and exchange increases, each of us produces as much useful value as possible in order to increase by the amount he exchanges, and consequently his enjoyments. Well, the first effect, the inevitable effect, of the multiplication of values is to lower them. The more abundant is an article of merchandise, the more it loses in exchange and depreciates commercially. It is not true that there is a contradiction between the necessity of labor and its results. I adjure, reader, before rushing ahead for the explanation, to arrest his attention upon the fact. A peasant who has harvested 20 sacks of wheat, which he with his family proposes to consume, deems himself twice as rich as if he had harvested only 10. Likewise, a housewife who has spun 50 yards of linen believes she is twice as rich as if she had only spun 25. Relatively to the household, both are right. Look at in their external relations, they may be utterly mistaken. If the crop of wheat is double through the whole county, 20 sacks will sell for less than 10 would have sold if it had been but half as great. So, under similar circumstances, 50 yards of linen would be worth less than 25. So that value decreases as the production of utility increases, and a producer may arrive at poverty by continually enriching himself. And this seems unalterable, inasmuch as there is no way of escape except all the products of industry become infinite in quantity, like air and light, which is absurd. God of my reason, Jean-Jacques would have said, it is not the economists who are irrational, it is the political economy itself which is false to its definitions. In the preceding examples, the useful value exceeds the exchangeable value. In other cases, it is less. Then, the same phenomenon is produced, but in the opposite direction. The balance is in the favor of the producer, while the consumer suffers. This is notably the cause in seasons of scarcity, when the high price of provisions is always more or less factious. There are also professions whose whole art consists in giving to an article of minor usefulness, which could easily be dispensed with, an exaggerated value of opinion. Such, in general, are the arts of luxury. Man, through his aesthetic passion, is eager for the trifles, the possessions of which would highly satisfy his vanity. His innate desire for luxury, and his more noble and more respectable love of the beautiful. Upon this, the dealers in this class of articles speculate. To tax fancy and elegance is no less odious or absurd than to tax circulation, but such a tax is collected by a few fashionable merchants, whom general infatuation protects, and whose whole merit generally consists in warping taste and generating fickleness. Hence no one complains, and all the maledictions of opinion are reserved for the monopolists, who, through genius, succeed in raising by a few cents the price of linen and bread. It is little to have pointed out this astonishing contrast between useful value and exchangeable value, which the economists have been in the habit of regarding as very simple. It must be shown that this pretended simplicity conceals a profound mystery, which it is in our duty to fathom. I summon, therefore, every serious economist to tell me, otherwise than by transforming or repeating the question, for what reason value decreases in proportion as production augments, and reciprocally, what causes the same value to increase in proportion as production diminishes. In technical terms, useful value and exchangeable value, necessary to each other, are inversely proportional to each other. I ask, then, why scarcity, instead of utility, is synonymous with dearness? For, mark it well, the price of the merchandise is dependent upon the amount of labor expended in production, and its greater or less cost does not serve at all to explain the variations in its price. Value is capricious, like liberty. It considers neither utility nor labor. On the contrary, it seems that, in the ordinary course of affairs, and exceptional derangements aside, the most useful objects are those which are sold at the lowest price. In other words, that is just the men who perform the most attractive labor should be the best rewarded, while those whose tasks demand the most exertion are paid the least, so that, in the following principle, to its ultimate consequences, we reach the most logical of conclusions, that things whose use is necessary and quantity infinite must be gracious, while those who are without utility and extremely scarce must bear an estimable price. But to complete the embarrassment, these extremes do not occur in practice. On the one hand, no human product can ever become infinite in quantity. On the other, the rarest things must be in some degree useful, else they would not be susceptible of value. Useful value and exchangeable value remain, then, in inevitable attachment, although it is their nature continually to tend towards mutual exclusion. I shall not fatigue the reader with the refutation of logomachis, which might be offered in explanation of this subject, of the contradiction inherent in the idea of value. There is no assignable cause, no possible explanation. The fact of which I speak is one of those called primitive, that is, one of those which may serve to explain others, but which in themselves, like the bodies called simple, are inexplicable. Such is the dualism of spirit and matter. Spirit and matter are two terms each of which, taken separately, indicates a special aspect of spirit, but corresponds to no reality. So given man's needs of a great variety of products together with the obligation of procuring them by his labor, the opposition of useful value to exchangeable value necessarily results, and from this opposition a contradiction on the very threshold of political economy. No intelligence, no will, divine or human, can prevent it. Therefore, instead of searching for a chimerical explanation, let us content ourselves with establishing the necessity of the contradiction. Whatever the abundance of created values and the proportion in which they exchange for each other, in order that we may exchange our products, mine must suit you when you are the buyer, and I must be satisfied with yours when you are the seller. For no one has a right to impose his own merchandise upon another. The sole judge of utility, or in other words, the want, is the buyer. Therefore, in the first case, you have the deciding power. In the second, I have it. Take away reciprocal liberty, and exchange is no longer the expression of industrial solidarity. It is robbery. Communism, by the way, will never surmount this difficulty. But where there is liberty, production is necessarily undetermined, either in quantity or quality, so that from the point of view of economic progress, as from that of the relation of consumers, valuation always is an arbitrary matter, and the price of merchandise will never fluctuate. Suppose for a moment that all producers should sell at a fixed price. There would be some who, producing at a less cost and in better quality, would get much, while others would get nothing. In every way, equilibrium would be destroyed. Do you wish, in order to prevent business stagnation, to limit production strictly to the necessary amount? That would be a violation of liberty, for, in depriving me of the power of choice, you condemn me to pay the highest price. You destroy competition, the sole guarantee of cheapness, encourage smuggling. In this way, to avoid commercial absolutism, you must rush into administrative absolutism. To create equality, you would destroy liberty, which is to deny equality itself. Would you group producers in a single workshop, supposing you possess this secret? That again does not suffice. It would be necessary also to group consumers in a common household, whereby you would abandon the point. We are not to abolish the idea of value, which is as impossible as to abolish labor, but to determine it. We are not to kill individual liberty, but to socialize it. Now it is proved that it is the free will of man that gives rise to the opposition between value in use and value in exchange. How reconcile this opposition while free will exists, and how sacrifice the latter without sacrificing man? Then, from the very fact that I, as a free purchaser, am judge of my own wants, judge of the fitness of the object, judge of the price I wish to pay, and that you, on the other hand, as a free producer, control the means of production, and consequently have the power to reduce your expenses, absolutism forces itself forward as an element of value, and causes it to oscillate between utility and opinion. But this oscillation, clearly pointed out by economists, is but the effect of a contradiction, which, repeating itself on a vast scale, engenders the most unsuspected phenomena. 3 years of fertility in certain provinces of Russia are a public calamity, just as, in our vineyards, 3 years of abundance are a calamity to the wine grower. I know well that the economists attribute the distress to a lack of markets. Wherefore this question of markets is an important one with them. Unfortunately, the theory of markets, like that of emigration, with which they attempt to meet Malthus, is a begging of the question. The states having the largest market are as subject to overproduction as the most isolated countries. Where are high and low prices better known than in the stock exchanges of Paris and London? From the oscillation of value and the irregular effects resulting therefrom, the socialists and economists, each in their own way, have reasoned to opposite, but equally false, conclusions. The former have made it a text for the slander of political economy and its exclusion from social science, the latter for the denial of all possibility of reconciliation, and the affirmation of incommensurability of values, and consequently the inequality of fortunes as an absolute law of commerce. I say that both parties are equally in error. 1. The contradictory idea of value, so clearly exhibited by the inevitable distinction between useful value and value in exchange, does not arise from a false mental perception, or from a vicious terminology, or from any practical error. It lies deep in the nature of things, and forces itself upon the mind as a general form of thought, that is, as a category. Now, as the idea of value is the point of departure of political economy, it follows that all the elements of the science, I use the word science in anticipation, are contradictory in themselves and opposed to each other. So truly is this the case that on every question the economist finds himself continually placed between an affirmation and a negation, alike irrefutable. Antinomy is fine. To use a word sanctioned by modern philosophy, is the essential characteristic of political economy. That is to say, it is at once its death sentence and its justification. Antinomy, literally counter-law, means opposition in principle or antagonism in relation, just as contradiction or antilogy indicates opposition or discrepancy in speech. Antinomy, I ask pardon for the entering into these scholastic details, comparatively unfamiliar as yet to most economists. Antinomy is the conception of a law with two faces, the one positive, the other negative, such, for instance, in the law called attraction, by which the planets revolve around the sun, and which mathematicians have analyzed into centripetal force and centrifugal force. Such also is the problem of the infinite divisibility of matter, which, as Kant has shown, can be denied and affirmed successively by arguments equally plausible and irrefutable. Antinomy simply expresses a fact and forces itself imperatively on the mind. Contradiction, properly speaking, is an absurdity. This distinction between antinomy, contra lex, and contradiction, contradicto, shows in what sense it can be said that, in a certain class of ideas and facts, the argument of contradiction has not the same value as in mathematics. In mathematics, it is a rule that a proposition being proved false, its opposite is true, and vice versa. In fact, this is the principal method of mathematical demonstration. In social economy, it is not the same. Thus, we see, for example, that property being proved by its result to be false, the opposite formula, communism, is none the truer on this account, but is deniable at the same time and by the same title as property. Does it follow, as has been said, with such ridiculous emphasis, that every truth, every idea, results from a contradiction? That is, from a something which is affirmed and denied at the same moment and from the same point of view, and that it may be necessary to abandon wholly the old-fashioned logic, which regards contradiction as the infallible sign of error? This babble is worthy of sophists who, destitute of faith and honesty, endeavor to perpetuate skepticism in order to maintain their impertinent uselessness. Because antinomy, immediately it is misunderstood, leads inevitably to contradiction. These have been mistaken for each other, especially among the French, who like to judge everything by its effects. But neither contradiction nor antinomy, which analysis discovers at the bottom of every simple idea, is the principle of truth. Contradiction is always synonymous with nullity. As for anatomy, sometimes called by the same name, it is indeed the forerunner of truth, the material of which, so to speak, it supplies. But it is not truth, and, considered in itself, it is the effective cause of disorder, the characteristic form of delusion and evil. An anatomy is made up of two terms, necessary to each other, but always opposed, and tending to mutual destruction. I hardly dare to add, as I must, that the first of these terms has received the name thesis, position, and the second the name antithesis, counterposition. This method of thought is now so well known that it will soon figure, I hope, in the textbooks of the primary schools. We shall see directly how, from the combination of these two zeros, unity springs forth, or the idea which dispels the anatomy. Thus, in value there is nothing useful that cannot be exchanged, nothing exchangeable if it be not useful. Value in use and value in exchange are inseparable, but while, by industrial progress, demand varies and multiplies to an infinite extent, and while manufacturers tend, in consequence, to increase the natural utility of things, and finally to convert all useful value into exchangeable value, production, on the other hand, continually increases the power of its instruments, and always reducing its expenses, tends to restore the venal value of things to their primitive utility, so that value in use and value in exchange are in perpetual struggle. The effects of this struggle are well known: the wars of commerce and of the market, obstructions to business, stagnation, prohibition, the massacres of competition, monopoly, reductions of wages, laws fixing maximum prices, the crushing inequality of fortunes, misery. All these result from the anatomy of value. The proof of this I may be excused from giving here, as it will appear naturally in the chapters to follow. The socialists, while justly demanding this antagonism be brought to an end, have erred in mistaking its source, and in seeing it only a mental oversight, capable of rectification by a legal degree. Hence the lamentable outbreak sentimentalism, which has rendered socialism so insipid to positive minds, and which, spreading the absurdest delusions, makes so many fresh dupes every day. My complaint of socialism is not that it appeared among us without cause, but that it has clung so long and so obstinately to its silliness. 2. But the economists have erred so gravely in rejecting a priori, and because of the contradictory, or rather anatomical, nature of value, every idea and hope of reform, never desiring to understand that, for the very reason that society has arrived at its highest point of antagonism, reconciliation and harmony are at hand. This, nevertheless, is what a close study of political economy would have shown to its adepts, had they paid more attention to the lights of modern metaphysics. It is indeed demonstrated by the most positive evidence known to the human mind, that whatever an antinomy appears, there is a promise of a resolution of its terms, and consequently an announcement of a coming change. Now, the idea of value as developed by J.B. Say, among others, satisfies exactly these conditions, but the economists, who have remained for the most part, by an inconceivable fatality, ignorant of the movement of philosophy, have guarded against the supposition that the essentially contradictory, or, as they say, variable, character of value might be the same time the authentic sign of its constitutionality, that is, of its eminently harmonious and determinable nature. However dishonorable it might be to the economists of the various schools, it is certain that their opposition to socialism results solely from its false conception of their own principles. One proof, taken from 1,000, will sacrifice. The Academy of Sciences, not that of moral sciences, but the other, going outside of its province, one day, listened to a paper in which it was proposed to calculate tables of value for all kinds of merchandise upon the basis of the average product per man and per day's labor in each branch of industry. Le Journal des Économistes, August 1845. Immediately made this communication, intrusive in its eyes, the text of a protest against the plan of tariff, which was its object, and the occasion of re-establishment of what it called true principles. There is no measure of value, no standard of value, it said in its conclusions. Economic science tells us this, just as mathematical science tells us that there is no perpetual motion or quadrature of the circle, and that these never will be found. Now, if there is no standard of value, if the measure of value is not even a metaphysical illusion, what then is the law which governs exchanges? As we have said before, it is, in general way, supply and demand. That is the last word of science. Now, how did Le Journal des Économistes prove that there is no measure of value? I use the consecrated expression, though I shall show directly that this phrase, measure of value, is somewhat ambiguous and does not convey the exact meaning which it is intended and which it ought to express. This journal repeated with accompanying examples the exposition that we have just given of variability of value, but without arriving, as we did, at the contradiction. Now, if the estimable editor, one of the most distinguished economists of the school of Say, had had stricter logical habits, if he had been long used, not only to observing facts, but to seeking their explanation in the ideas which produce them, I do not doubt that he would have expressed himself more cautiously, and that, instead of seeing in the variability of value the last word of science, he would have recognized unaided that it is the first. Seeing that the variability of value proceeds not from things but from the mind, he would have said that, as human liberty has its law, so value must have its law. Consequently, that the hypothesis of measure of value, this being the common expression, is not at all irrational, quite the contrary, that it is the denial of this measure that is illogical, untenable. And indeed, what is there in the idea of measuring and consequently of fixing value that is unscientific? All men believe in it, all wish it, search for it, suppose it. Every proposition of sale or purchase is at bottom only a comparison between two values, that is, a determination more or less accurate, if you will, but nevertheless effective. The opinion of the human race on the existing difference between real value and market price may be said to be unanimous. It is for this reason that so many kinds of merchandise are sold at fixed price. There are some, indeed, which, even in their variations, are always fixed. Bread, for instance. It will not be denied that, if two manufacturers can supply one another by an account current and at a settled price, with quantities of their respective products, 10, 100, 1,000 manufacturers can do the same. Now, that would be a solution if the problem of the measure of value. The price of everything would be debated upon, I allow, because debate is still our only method of fixing prices. But yet, as all light is the result of conflict, debate, though it may be proof of uncertainty, has for its object, setting aside the greater or less amount of good faith that enters into it, the discovery of the relation of values to each other, that is, their measurement, their law. Ricardo, in his theory of rent, has given a magnificent example of commensurability of values. He has shown that arable lands are to each other as the crops which they yield with the same outlay. And here universal practice is in harmony with theory. Now, who will say that this positive and sure method of estimating the value of land, and in general of all engaged capital, couldn't be applied to products also? They say political economy is not affected by a priori arguments. It pronounces only upon facts. Now facts and experience teach us that there is no measure of value, and can be none, and prove that, through the conception of such an idea was necessary in the nature of things. Its realization is wholly chimerical. Supply and demand is the sole law of exchange. I will not repeat that experience proves precisely the contrary, that everything in the economic progress of society denotes a tendency towards the constitution and establishment of value, that is the culminating point of political economy, which by this constitution becomes transformed and the supreme indication of order in society. This general outline, reiterated without proof, would become tiresome. I combine myself for the moment within the limits of the discussion and say that supply and demand, held up as the sole regulators of value, are nothing more than two ceremonial forms serving to be useful, to bring useful value and exchangeable value face to face, and to provoke their reconciliation. They are two electric poles whose connection must produce economical phenomenon of affinity called exchange. Like the poles of a battery, supply and demand are diametrically opposed to each other and tend continually to mutual annihilation. It is by their antagonism that the price of things is either increased or reduced to nothing. We wish to know, then, if it is not possible on every occasion so to balance or harmonize these two forces that the price of things always may be the expression of true value, the expression of justice. To say after that supply and demand is the law of exchange is to say that supply and demand is the law of supply and demand. It is not an explanation of the general practice, but a declaration of its absurdity, and I deny that the general practice is absurd. I have quoted Ricardo as having given, in a special instance, a positive rule for the comparison of values. The economists do better still. Every year they gather from tables of statistics the average prices of various grains. Now, what is the meaning of an average? Everyone can see that in a single operation, taken at random from 1,000,000, there is no means of knowing which prevailed, supply, that is, useful value, or exchangeable value, that is, demand. But as every increase in the price of merchandise is followed sooner or later by the proportional reduction, as, in other words, in society the profits of speculation are equal to the losses, we may regard with good reason the average of prices during a complete period as indicative of the real and legitimate value of products. This average, it is true, is ascertained too late, but who knows that we will not discover it in advantage? Is there an economist who dares to deny it? Nolens volens, then, the measure of value must be sought for. Logic commands it. And her conclusions are adverse to economists and socialists alike. The opinion which denies the existence of this measure is irrational, unreasonable. Say as often as you please, on the one hand, the political economy is a science of facts, and that the facts are contrary to the hypothesis of a determination of value, or, on the other, that this troublesome question would not present itself in a system of universal association, which would absorb all antagonism. I will reply still, to the right and to the left. 1. That has no fact is produced which has not its cause, so none exists which has not its law, and that, if the law of exchange is not discovered, the fault is, not with the facts, but with the savants. 2. That, as long as man shall labor in order to live, and shall labor freely, justice will be the condition of fraternity and the basis of association. Now, without a determination of value, justice is imperfect, impossible. Constitution of value. Definition of wealth. We know value in its two opposite aspects. We do not know it in its totality. If we can acquire the new idea, we shall have absolute value, and a table of values, such as we called for the memoir, Read to the Academy of Sciences, will be possible. Let us picture wealth, then, as a mass held by a chemical force in a permanent state of composition, in which new elements, continually entering, combine in different proportions, but according to a certain law. Value is the proportional relation, the measure, in which each of these elements forms a part of the whole. For this, two things result. 1. That the economists have been wholly deluded when they have looked for the general measure of value in wheat, spices, rent, etc., and also when, after having demonstrated that this standard of measure was neither here nor there, they have concluded that value has neither law nor measure. The other, that the proportion of values may continually vary without ceasing, on that account to be subject to law, whose determination is precisely the solution sought. This idea of value satisfies, as we shall see, all the conditions, for it includes at once both the positive and fixed element in useful value and the variable element in exchangeable value. In the second place, it puts an end to the contradiction which seems an insurmountable obstacle in the way of determination of value. Further, we shall show that value thus understood differs entirely from a simple juxtaposition of the two ideas of useful and exchangeable value, in that it is endowed with new properties. The proportionality of products is not a revelation that we pretend to offer to the world, or a novelty that we bring into science, any more than the division of labor was an unheard of thing when Adam Smith explained its marvels. The proportionality of products is, as we might prove easily by innumerable quotations, a common idea running through the works on political economy, but to which no one as yet has dreamed of attributing its rightful importance. And this is the task which we undertake today. We feel bound, for the rest, to make the declaration in order to reassure the reader concerning our pretensions to originality, and to satisfy those minds whose timidity lends them to look with little favor upon new ideas. The economists seem always to have understood by the measure of value only a standard, a sort of original unit, existing by itself, and applicable to all sorts of merchandise, as the yard is applicable to all lengths. Consequently, many have thought that such a standard is furnished by the precious metals. But the theory of money has proved that, far from being the measure of values, specie is their only arithmetic, and a conventional arithmetic at that. Gold and silver are to value what the thermometer is to heat. The thermometer, with its arbitrary graduated scale, indicates clearly when there is a loss or an increase of heat, but what the laws of heat equilibrium are, what is the proportion in various bodies, what amount is necessary to cause a rise of 10, 15, or 20 degrees in the thermometer. The thermometer does not tell us. It is not certain even that the degrees of the scale equal to each other correspond to equal additions of heat. The idea that has been entertained hitherto of the measure of value, then, is inexact. The object of our inquiry is not the standard of value, as has been said so often and so foolishly, but the law which regulates the proportions of the various products to the social wealth. For upon the knowledge of this law depends the rise and fall of prices, in so far as it's normal and legitimate. In a word, as we understand by the measure of celestial bodies the relation resulting from the comparison of these bodies with each other, so by the measure of values we must understand the relation which results from their comparison. Now I say that this relation has its law, and this comparison its principle. I suppose, then, a force which combines in certain proportions the elements of wealth and makes them a homogeneous whole. If the constituent elements do not exist in the desired proportion, the combination will take place nevertheless, but instead of absorbing all the material, it will reject a portion as useless. The internal movement by which the combination is produced, and which the affinities of the various substances determine, this movement in society is exchange. Exchange considered no longer simply in its elementary form, and between man and man, but exchange considered as the fusion of all values produced by private industry in one and the same mass of social wealth. Finally, the proportion in which each element enters into the compound is what we call value. The excess remaining after the combination is non-value, until the addition of a certain quantity of other elements causes further combination and exchange. We will explain later the function of money. This determined, it is conceivable that at any given moment the proportions of values constituting the wealth of a country may be determined, or at least empirically approximated, by means of statistics and inventories, in nearly the same way that the chemists have discovered by experience, aided by analysis, the proportions of hydrogen and oxygen necessary to the formation of water. There is nothing objectionable in this method of determining values. It is, after all, only a matter of accounts, but such a work, however interesting it might be, would teach us nothing very useful. On the other hand, indeed, the proportion continually varies. On the other, it is clear that from a statement of the public wealth, giving the proportions of values only for the time and place when and where the statistics should be gathered, we could not deduce the law of proportionality of wealth. For that, a single operation of this sort would not be sufficient. Thousands and millions of similar ones would be necessary, even admitting the method to be worthy of confidence. Now here is the difference between economic science and chemistry. The chemists who have discovered, by experience, such beautiful proportions know no more of their how or why than of the force which governs them. Social economy, on the contrary, to which no a posterior investigation could reveal directly the law of proportionality of values, can grasp it in the very force which produces it, and which it is time to announce. This force, which Adam Smith has glorified so eloquently, and which his successors have misconceived, making privilege its equal. This force is labor. Labor differs in quantity and quality with the producer. In this respect, it is like all the great principles of nature and most general laws, simple in their action and formula, infinitely modified by multitude of special causes, and manifesting themselves under an innumerable variety of forms. It is labor, labor alone, that produces all the elements of wealth, and that combines them to their last molecules, according to a law of variable, but certain proportionality. It is labor, in fine, that, as the principle of life, agitates the material of wealth and proportions it. Society, or the collective man, produces an infinitude of objects, the enjoyment of which constitutes its well-being. This well-being is developed not only in the ratio of quantity of the products, but also in the ratio of their variety, quality, and proportion. From this fundamental datum, it follows that society always, at each instant of its life, must strive for such proportion in its products as will give the greatest amount of well-being. Considering the power and means of production, abundance, variety, and proportion in products are the three factors which constitute wealth. Wealth, the object of social economy, is subject to the same conditions of existence as beauty, the object of art, virtue, the object of morality, as truth, the object of metaphysics. But how establish this marvelous proportion so essential that without it a proportion of human labor is lost, that is, useless, inharmonious, untrue, and consequently synonymous with poverty and annihilation? Prometheus, according to the fable, is the symbol of human activity. Prometheus steals the fire from heaven and invents the early arts. Prometheus foresees the future and aspires to equality with Jupiter. Prometheus is God. Then let us call society Prometheus. Prometheus devotes on an average 10 hours a day to labor, 7 to rest, and 7 to pleasure. In order to gather from his toil the most useful fruit, Prometheus notes the time and trouble that each object of his consumption costs him. Only experience can teach him this, and this experience lasts throughout his life. While laboring and producing, then, Prometheus is subject to an infinitude of disappointments. But, as a final result, the more he labors, the greater is his well-being and the more idealized his luxury. The further he extends his conquests over nature, the more strongly he forfeits within him the principle of life, and intelligence in the exercise of which he alone finds happiness. Till finally the early education of the laborer, completed and ordered, introduced into his occupations. To labor, with him, is no longer to suffer. It is to live, to enjoy. But the attractiveness of labor does not nullify the rule, since, on the contrary, it is the fruit of it, and those who, under the pretext that labor should be attractive, reason to denial of justice and to communism, resemble children who, after having gathered some flowers in the garden, should arrange a flower bed on the staircase. In society, then, justice is simply the proportionality of values. Its guarantee and sanction is the responsibility of the producer. Prometheus knows that such a product costs an hour's labor, such another's a day's, a week's, a year's. He knows at the same time that all these products, arranged according to their cost, form the progression of his wealth. First, then, he will assure his existence by providing himself with the least costly and consequently most necessary things. Then, as fast as his position becomes secure, he will look forward to articles of luxury, proceeding always, if he is wise, according to the natural position of each article in the scale of prices. Sometimes Prometheus will make a mistake in his calculations, or else, carried away by passion, he will sacrifice an immediate good to a premature enjoyment, and after having toiled and moiled, he will starve. Thus, the law carries with it its own sanction. Its violation is inevitably accompanied immediate punishment of the transgressor. Say, then, was right in saying, the happiness of this class, the consumers, composed of all the others, constitutes the general well-being, the state of prosperity of a country. Only he should have added that happiness of the class of producers, which also is composed of all the others, equally constitutes the general well-being, the state of prosperity of a country. So when he says, the fortune of each consumer is perpetually at war with all that he buys, he should have added, the fortune of each producer is incessantly attacked by all that he sells. In the absence of a clear expression of this reciprocity, most economical phenomena become unintelligible, and I will soon show how, in consequence of this grave omission, most economists in writing their books have talked wildly about the balance of trade. I have just said that society produces first the least costly and consequently most necessary things. Now, it is true that cheapness of products is always a correlative of their necessity, and vice versa, so that these two words, necessity and cheapness, like the following ones, costliness and superfluity, are synonyms. If each product of labor taken alone would suffice for the existence of man, synonymy in question would not be doubtful. All products having the same qualities, those would be most advantageously produced, and therefore the most necessary, which cost the least. But the parallel between utility of the price of products is not characterized by this theoretical precision. Even through the foresight of nature, or for some other cause, the balance between needs and productive power is more than a theory. It is a fact, of which daily practice as well as social progress gives evidence. Imagine ourselves living in the day after the birth of man at the beginning of civilization. It is not true that the industries originally the simplest, those which require the least preparation and expense, were the following: gathering, pasturage, hunting, and fishing, which were followed long afterwards by agriculture. Since then, these four primitive industries have been perfected and moreover appropriated. A double circumstance, which does not change the meaning of the facts, but on the contrary, makes it more manifest. In fact, property has always attached itself by preference to objects of the most immediate utility, to made values, if I may so speak, so that the scale of values might be fixed by the progress of appropriation. In his work on Liberty or Labor, M. Donier has positively accepted this principle by distinguishing four great classes of industry, which he arranges according to the order of their development, that is, from the least labor cost to the greatest. These are extractive industry, including all the semi-barbarous functions mentioned above: commercial industry, manufacturing, industry, agricultural industry, and it is for a profound reason that the learned author placed agriculture last in the list. For, despite its greatest iniquity, it is certain that this industry has not kept pace with the others, and the succession of human affairs is not decided by their origin, but by their entire development. It may be that agricultural industry was born before the others, and it may be that all were contemporary, but that will be deemed of the latest date, which shall be perfected last. Thus, the very nature of things, as well as his own wants, indicates that to the laborer, the order in which he should effect the production of the values that make up his well-being. Our law of proportionality, then, is at once physical and logical, objective and subjective. It has the highest degree of certainty. Let us pursue the application. Of all the other products of labor, none perhaps has cost longer and more patient efforts than the calendar. Nevertheless, there is none the enjoyment of which can now be procured more cheaply, and which, consequently, by our own definitions, has become more necessary. How, then, shall we explain this change? Why has the calendar, so useless to the early hordes, who only needed the alternation of night and day, as of winter and summer, become at least so indispensable, so unexpensive, so perfect? For by a marvelous harmony in social economy, all these adjectives are interconvertible. How account, in short, by our law of proportion, for the vulnerability of the value of the calendar? In order that the labor necessary to the production of the calendar might be performed, might be possible, man had to find means of gaining time from his early occupations, and from those which immediately followed them. In other words, these industries had to become more productive, or less costly, than they were at the beginning, which amounts to saying that it was necessary first to solve the problem of the production of the calendar from the extractive industries themselves. Suppose, then, that suddenly, by fortunate combination of efforts, by the division of labor, by the use of some machine, by better management of the natural resources, in short, by his industry, Prometheus finds a way of producing in one day as much of a certain object as he formerly produced in 10. What will follow? The product will change its position in the table of the elements of wealth, its power of affinity for other products, so to speak, being increased. Its relative value will be proportionately diminished, and instead of being quoted at 100, it will thereafter be quoted only at 10. But this value will still and always be none the less accurately determined, and it will still be labor alone which will fix the degree of its importance. Thus, value varies, and the law of value is unchangeable. Further, if value is susceptible of variation, it is because it is governed by a law whose principle is essentially inconstant, namely, labor measured by time. The same reasoning applies to the production of the calendar as to that of all possible values. I do not need to explain how civilization, that is, the social fact of the increase of life, multiplying our tasks, rendering our moments more and more precious, and obliging us to keep a perpetual and detailed record of our whole life, the calendar has become to all one of the most necessary things. We know, moreover, that this wonderful discovery has given rise, and its natural complement, to one of our most valuable industries, the manufacture of clocks and watches. At this point, there very naturally arises an objection, the only one that can be offered against the theory of proportionality of values. Say, and the economists who have succeeded him have observed that, labor being itself an object of valuation, a species of merchandise indeed like any other, to take it as a principal and efficient cause of value is to reason in a vicious circle. Therefore, they conclude it is necessary to fall back on scarcity and opinion. These economists, if they will allow me to say, herein have shown themselves wonderfully careless. Labor is said to have value, not as merchandise itself, but in view of the values supposed to be contained in it potentially. The value of labor is a figurative expression, an anticipation of effect from cause. It is a fiction by the same title as the productivity of capital. Labor produces, capital has value, and when, by sort of ellipsis, we say the value of labor, we make an enjambment which is not at all contrary to the rules of language, but which theorists ought to guard against mistaking for a reality. Labor, like liberty, love, ambition, genius, is a thing vague and indeterminate in its nature, but qualitatively defined by its object. That is, it becomes a reality through its production. When therefore we say, this man's labor is worth 5 francs per day, it is as if we should say, the daily product of this man's labor is worth 5 francs. Now, the effect of labor is continually to eliminate scarcity and opinion as constitutive elements of value, and by necessary consequence to transform natural or indefinite utilities, appropriated or not, into measurable or social utilities. Whence it follows that labor is at once a war declared upon the parsimony of nature and a permanent conspiracy against poverty. According to this analysis, value, considered from the point of view of the association which producers, by division of labor and by exchange, naturally form among themselves, it is the proportional relation of the products which constitute wealth, and what we call the value of any special product is a formula which expresses, in terms of money, the proportion of this product to the general wealth. Utility is the basis of value. Labor fixes the relation. The price is the expression which, barring the fluctuations that we shall have to consider, indicates this relation. Such is the center around which useful and exchangeable value oscillate, the point which they are finally swallowed up and disappear. Such is the absolute, unchangeable law which regulates economic disturbances and the freaks of industry and commerce and governs progress. Every effort of thinking and laboring humanity, every individual and social speculation, as an integrant part of collective wealth, obeys this law. It was the destiny of political economy, but successively positing all its contradictory terms, to make this law known. The object of social economy, which I ask permission for a moment to distinguish from political economy, although at bottom there is no difference between them, will be to spread and apply it universally. The theory of the measure of proportionality of values is, let it be noticed, the theory of equality itself. Indeed, just as in society, where we have seen that there is a complete identity between producer and consumer, the revenue paid to an idealer is like value cast into the flames of Etna, so the laborer who receives excessive wages is like a gleaner to whom should be given a loaf of bread for gathering a stock of grain, and all that the economists have qualified as unproductive consumption is in reality simply a violation of the law of proportionality. We shall see in the sequence how, from these simple data, the social genius gradually deduces the still obscure system of organization of labor, distribution of wages, valuation of products, and universal solidarity. For social order is established upon the basis of inexorable justice, not at all upon the paradisical sentiments of fraternity, self-sacrifice, and love, to the exercise of which so many honorable socialists are endeavoring how to stimulate the people. It is in vain that, following Jesus Christ, they preach the necessity and set the example of sacrifice. Selfishness is stronger, and only the law of severity, economic fatality, is capable of mastering it. Humanitarian enthusiasm may produce shocks favorable to the progress of civilization, but these crises of sentiment, like the oscillations of value, must always result only in a firmer and more absolute establishment of justice. Nature or divinity we distrust in our hearts. She has never believed in the love of man for his fellow, and all that science reveals to us of the ways of providence in the progress of society, I say it to the shame of the human conscience, but hypocrisy must be made aware of it, shows a profound misanthropy of the part of God. God helps us not from motives of goodness, but because order is his essence. God promotes the welfare of the world, not because he deems it worthy, but because the religion of his supreme intelligence lays the obligation upon him. And while the vulgar give him the sweet name Father, it is impossible for the historian, for the political economist, to believe that he either loves or esteems us. Let us imitate this sublime difference, this stoical ataraxia of God. And since the precept of charity always has failed to promote social welfare, let us look to pure reason for the conditions of harmony and virtue. Value, conceived as proportionality of products, otherwise called constituted value, necessarily implies in an equal degree utility and venality. Indivisible and harmoniously united, it implies utility, for, without this condition, the product would be destitute of the affinity which renders it inexchangeable, and consequently makes it an element of wealth. It implies venality, since, if the product was not acceptable in the market at any hour and at a known price, it would be only a non-value. It would be nothing. But in constituted value, all these properties acquire a broader, more regular, truer significance than before. Thus, utility is no longer that inert capacity, so to speak, which things possess of serving for our enjoyments and in our researches. Venality is no longer the exaggeration of a blind fancy or an unprincipled opinion. Finally, variability has ceased to explain itself by a disingenuous discussion between supply and demand. All that has disappeared to give place to a positive, normal, and under all possible circumstances, determinable idea. By the constitution of values, each product, if it's allowable to establish such an analogy, becomes like the nourishment which, discovered by the alimentary instinct, then prepared by the digestive organs, enters into the grand circulation, where it is converted according to certain proportions into flesh, bone, liquid, etc., and gives the body life, strength, and beauty. Now, what change does the idea of value undergo when we rise from the contradictory notions of useful value and exchangeable value to that of constituted value or absolute value? There is, so to speak, a joining together, a reciprocal penetration, in which the two elementary concepts, grasping each other like the hooked atoms of Epicurus, absorb one another and disappear, leaving in their place a compound possessed, but in a superior degree, of all their positive properties, divested of all their negative properties, a value really such like money, first-class business paper, government annuities, shares in a well-established enterprise, can neither be increased without reason nor lost in exchange. It is governed only by the natural law of the addition of special industries and the increase of products. Further, such a value is not the result of a compromise, that is, of eclecticism, just milieu, or mixture. It is the product of a complete fusion, a product entirely new and distinct from its components, just as water, the product of the combination of hydrogen and oxygen, is a separate body, totally distinct from its elements. The resolution of two antithetical ideas in a third of a superior order is what the school calls synthesis. It alone gives the positive and complete idea, which is obtained, as we have seen, by the successive affirmation or negation of both amount to the same thing, of two diametrically opposite concepts, whence we deduce this corollary of the first importance in practice as well as in theory. Wherever in the spheres of morality, history, or political economy, analysis has established the antinomy of an idea, we may affirm, on a priori grounds, that the antinomy conceals a higher idea, which sooner or later will make its appearance. I am sorry to have to insist at so great lengths on the idea similar to all young college graduates, but I owed these details to certain economists, whose, apropos of my critique of property, have heaped dilemmas on dilemmas to prove that, if I was not a proprietor, I necessarily must be a communist, all because they do not understand thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The synthetic idea of value, as the fundamental condition of social order and progress, was dimly seen by Adam Smith, when, to use the words of M. Blanqui, he showed that labor is the universal and invariable measure of values, and proved that everything has its natural place, toward which it continually gravitates amid the fluctuations of the market, occasioned by accidental circumstances, foreign to the venal value of the thing. But this idea of value was wholly intuitive with Adam Smith, and society does not change its habits upon the strength of intuitions. It decides only upon the authority of facts. The antinomy had to be expressed in a plainer and clearer manner. J.B. Say was its principal interpreter, but in spite of the imaginative efforts and fearful subtlety of this economist, Smith's definition controls him without his knowledge, and is manifest throughout his arguments. To put a value on an article, says Say, is to declare that it should be estimated equally with some other designated article. The value of everything is vague and arbitrary until it is recognized. There is, therefore, a method of recognizing the value of things, that is, of determining it, as this recognition or determination results from the comparison of things with each other. There is further a common feature, a principle by means of which we are able to declare that one thing is worth more or less than, or as much as, another. Say first said the measure of value is the value of another product. Afterwards, having seen that this phrase was but a tautology, he modified it thus: the measure of value is the quantity of another product, which is quite as unintelligible. Moreover, this writer, generally so clear and decided, embarrasses himself with vain distinctions. We may appreciate the value of things, we cannot measure it, that is, compare it with an invariable and known standard, for no such standard exists. We can do nothing but estimate the value of things by comparing them. At other times, he distinguishes between real values and relative values. The former are those whose values change with the cost of production. The latter are those whose value changes relatively to the value of other kinds of merchandise. Singular prepossession of a man of genius who does not see that to compare, to appraise, to appreciate, is to measure, that every measure, being only a comparison, indicates for that very reason a true relation, provided the comparison is accurate, that, consequently, value or real measure and value, or relative measure, are perfectly identical, and that the difficulty is reduced, not to the discovery of a standard of measure, since all quantities may serve each other in the capacity, but to the determination of a point of comparison. In geometry, the point of comparison is extent, and the unit of measure is now the division of the circle into 360 parts, now the circumference of the terrestrial globe, now the average dimension of the human arm, hand, thumb, or foot. In economic science, we have said that after Adam Smith, the point of view from which all values are compared is labor. As for the unit of measure they adopt in France, it is the franc. It is incredible that so many sensible men should struggle for 40 years against an idea so simple. But no, the comparison of value is effected without a point of comparison between them, and without a unit of measure. Such is the proposition which the economists of the 19th century, rather than accept the revolutionary idea of equality, have reserved to maintain against all comers. What will posterity say? I shall presently show, by striking examples, that the idea of the measure of proportion of values, theoretically necessary, is constantly realized in everyday life. 3. Application of the law of proportionality of values. Every product is a representative of labor. Every product, therefore, can be exchanged for some other, as universal practice proves. But abolish labor, and you have left only articles of greater or less usefulness, which, being stamped with no economic character, no human seal, are without a common measure, that is, are logically unexchangeable. Gold and silver, like other articles of merchandise, are representatives of value. They have, therefore, been able to serve as common measures and mediums of exchange. But the special function which custom has allotted to the precious metals, that of serving as a commercial agent, is purely conventional, and any other article of merchandise, less conveniently perhaps, but just as authentically, could play this part. The economists admit it, and more than one example of it can be cited. What, then, is the reason of this preference generally accorded to the metals for the purpose of money, and how shall we explain the specialty of function, unparalleled in political economy, possessed by specie? For every unique thing, incomparable in kind, is necessarily very difficult comprehension, and often even fails of it altogether. Now, is it possible to reconstruct the series from which money seems to have been detached, and consequently restore the latter to its true principle? In dealing with this question, the economists, following their usual course, have rushed beyond the limits of their science. They have appealed to physics, to mechanics, to history, etc. They have talked of all things, but have given no answer. The precious metals, they have said, by their scarcity, density, incorruptibility, are fitted to serve as money in a degree unapproached by other kinds of merchandise. In short, the economists, instead of replying to the economic question put to them, have set themselves to the examination of a question of art. They have laid great stress on the mechanical adaptation of gold and silver for the purpose of money, but no one of them has seen or understood the economic reason which gave the precious metals the privilege they now enjoy. Now, the point that no one has noticed is that, of all the various articles of merchandise, gold and silver were the first whose values was determined. In the patriarchal period, gold and silver still were bought and sold in ingots. But already was a visible tendency to superiority, and with a marked preference. Gradually, sovereigns took possession of them and stamped them with their seal, and from this royal consecration was born money. That is, the commodity par excellence, that which, notwithstanding all commercial shocks, maintains a determined proportional value, and is accepted in payment for all things. That which distinguishes specie, in fact, is not the durability of the metal, which is less than that of steel, nor is its utility, which is much below that of wheat, iron, coal, and numerous other substances. Regarded as almost vile when compared with gold, neither is it scarcity or density, for in both these respects it might be replaced, either by labor spent upon other materials, or, as at present, by banknotes representing vast amounts of iron or copper. The distinctive feature of gold and silver, I repeat, is the fact that, owing to their metallic properties, the difficulties of their production, and, above all, the intervention of public authority, their value as merchandise was fixed and authenticated at an early date. I say then that the value of gold and silver, especially of the part that is made into money, although perhaps it has not yet been calculated accurately, is no longer arbitrary. I add that it is no longer susceptible of depreciation, like other values, although it may vary continually nevertheless. All the logic and erudition that has been expended to prove, by the example of gold and silver, that value is essentially indeterminable, in a mass of paralogisms, arising from a false idea of the question. Philip I, King of France, mixed with the livery tournoise of Charlemagne, 1/3 alloy, imagining that since he held the monopoly of the power of coining money, he could do what every merchant does who holds the monopoly of a product, what was, in fact, the adulteration of money, for which Philip and his successors are so severely blamed. A very sound argument for the standpoint of commercial routine, but wholly false in the view of economic science, namely, that supply and demand being the regulators of value, we may, either by causing an artificial scarcity or by monopolizing the manufacture, raise the estimation, and consequently the value, of things, and that this is as true of gold and silver as of wheat, wine, oil, tobacco. Nevertheless, Philip's fraud was no sooner suspected than his money was reduced to its true value, and he lost himself all that he had expected to gain from his subjects. The same thing happened after all similar attempts. What was the reason of this disappointment? Because, say the economists, the quantity of gold and silver in reality being neither diminished nor increased by the false coinage, the proportion of these metals to other merchandise was not changed, and consequently it was not in the power of the sovereign to make that which was worth but two worth four. For the same reason, if instead of debasing the coin, it had been the king's power to double its mass, the exchangeable value of gold and silver would have decreased 1/2 immediately, always on the account of this proportionality and equilibrium. The adulteration of the coin was, then, on the part of the king, a forced loan, or rather, a bankruptcy, a swindle. Marvelous, the economists explain very clearly. When they choose the theory of the measure of value, that they may do so, it is necessary only to start them on the subject of money. Why, then, do they not see that money is the written law of commerce, the type of exchange, the first link in that long chain of creations, all of which, as merchandise, must receive the sanction of society, and become, if not in fact, at least in right, acceptable as money in settlement of all kinds of transactions? Money, M. Augier, very truly says, can serve either as a means of authenticating contracts already made, or as a good medium of exchange, only so far as its value approaches the ideal of permanence. For in all cases it exchanges or buys only the value which it possesses. Let us turn this eminently judicious observation into a general formula. Labor becomes a guarantee of well-being and equality only so far as the product of each individual is in proportion with the mass, for in all cases it exchanges or buys a value equal only to its own. It is not strange that the deference of speculative and fraudulent commerce is undertaken boldly, while at the same time the attempt of a royal counterfeiter, who, after all, did but apply to gold and silver the fundamental principle of political economy, the arbitrary instability of values, is frowned down? If the administration should presume to give 12 ounces of tobacco for a pound, the economists would cry robbery. But if the same administration, using its privilege, should increase the price a few cents a pound, they would regard it as dear, but would discover no violation of principles. What an imbroglio is political economy! There is, then, in the monetization of gold and silver something that economists have given no account of, namely, the consecration of the law of proportionality, the first act in the constitution of values. Humanity does all things by infinitely small degrees, after comprehending the fact that all products of labor must be submitted to a proportional measure, which makes all of them equally exchangeable. It begins by giving this attribute of absolute exchangeability to a special product, which shall become the type and model of all others. In the same way, it lifts its members to liberty and equality. It begins by creating kings. The people have a confused idea of this providential progress when in their dreams of fortune and in their legends they speak continually of gold and royalty, and the philosophers only do homage to universal reason when, in their so-called moral homilies and their socialistic utopias, they thunder with equal violence against gold and tyranny. Cursed gold, ludicrously shouts some communist. As well say cursed wheat, cursed vines, cursed sheep, for, like gold and silver, every commercial value must reach an exact and accurate determination. The work was begun long since. Today, it is making visible progress. Let us pass to other considerations. It is an axiom generally admitted by the economists that all labor should leave in excess. I regard this proportion as universally and absolutely true. It is a corollary of the law of proportionality, which may be regarded as an epitome of the whole science of economy. But, I beg pardon of the economists, the principle that all labor should leave in excess has no meaning in their theory, and is not susceptible of demonstration. If supply and demand alone determine value, how can we tell what is an excess and what is a sufficiency? If neither cost nor market price nor wages can be mathematically determined, how is it possible to conceive of a surplus, a profit? Commercial routine has given us the idea of profit as well as the word, and, since we are equal politically, we infer that every citizen has an equal right to realize profits in his personal industry. But commercial operations are essentially irregular, and it has been proved beyond question that the profits of commerce are but an arbitrary discount forced from the consumer by the producer. In short, a displacement, to say the least. This we should soon see, if it possible to compare the total amount of annual losses with the amount of profits. In the thought of political economy, the principle that all labor should leave in excess is simply the consecration of the constitutional right which all of us gained by the Revolution, the right of robbing one's neighbor. The law of proportionality of values alone can solve this problem. I will approach the question a little further back. Its gravity warrants me in treating it with the consideration that it merits. Most philosophers, like most philologists, see in society only a creature of the mind, or rather an abstract name serving to designate a collection of men. It is a prepossession which all of us received in our infancy, with our first lessons in grammar. The collective nouns, the names of genera and species, do not designate realities. There is much to say under this head, but I confine myself to my subject. To the true economist, society is a living being, endowed with an intelligence and an activity of its own, governed by special laws discoverable by observation alone, and whose existence is manifested, not under material aspect, but by the close concert and mutual interdependence of all its members. Therefore, when a few pages back, adopting the allegorical method, we used a fabulous god as a symbol of society, our language in reality was not in the least metaphorical. We only gave a name to the social being, an organic and synthetic unit. In the eyes of anyone who has reflected upon the laws of labor and exchange, I disregard every other consideration. The reality, I had almost said the personality of the collective man, is as certain as the reality and the personality of the individual man. The only difference is that the latter appears to the senses as an organism whose parts are in a state of material coherence, which is not true of society. But intelligence, spontaneity, development, life, all that constitutes in the highest degree the reality of being, is as essential to society as to man, and hence it is the government of societies, is a science. That is, a study of natural relations, and not an art, that is good, pleasure, and absolutism. Hence it is, finally, that every society declines the moment it falls into the hands of ideologists. The principle that all labor should leave an excess, undemonstrable by political economy, that is, by proprietary routine, is one of those which bear strongest testimony to the reality of the collective person, for, as we shall see, this principle is true of individuals only because it emanates from society, which thus confers upon them the benefits of its own laws. Let us turn to facts. It has been observed that railroad enterprises are a source of wealth to those who control them, in a much less degree than to the state. The observation is a true one, and it might have added that it applies not only to railroads, but to every industry. But this phenomenon, which is essentially the result of the laws of proportionality of values and of the absolute identity of production and consumption, is at variance with the ordinary notion of useful value and exchangeable value. The average price charged for the transportation of merchandise by the old method is 18 centimes per ton and kilometer. The merchandise taken and delivered at the warehouses. It has been calculated that, at this price, an ordinary railroad corporation would net a profit of not quite 10%. Nearly the same as the profit made by the old method. But let us admit that the rapidity of transportation by rail is to that by wheels, all allowances made, as 4 to 1. In society, time itself being value. At the same price, the railroad would have an advantage over the stage wagon of 400%. Nevertheless, this enormous advantage, a very real one so far as society is concerned, is by no means realized in a like proportion by the carrier, who, while he adds 400% to the social value, makes personally less than 10%. Suppose, in fact, to make the thing still clearer, that the railroad should raise its price to 25 centimes, the rate by which the old method remaining at 18, it would lose immediately all its consignments, shippers, consignees, everybody would return to the stage wagon if necessary. The locomotive would be abandoned, a social advantage of 400% would be sacrificed to a private loss of 33%. The reason of this is easily seen. The advantage which results from the rapidity of the railroad is wholly social, and each individual participates in it only in the very slight degree. Do not forget that we are speaking now only of the transportation of merchandise. While the loss falls directly and personally on the consumer, a special profit of 400% in a society composed of, say, 1 million of men represents 4 ten-thousandths of each individual, while a loss to the consumer of 33% means a social deficit of 33 millions. Private interest and collective interest, seemingly so divergent at first blush, are therefore perfectly identical and equal, and this example may serve to show already how economic science reconciles all interests. Consequently, in order that society may realize the profit above supposed, it is absolutely necessary that the railroad's prices shall not exceed, or shall exceed but very little, those of stage wagon. But that this condition may be fulfilled, in other words, that the railroad may be commercially possible, the amount of matter transported must be sufficiently great to cover at least the interest on the capital invested and the running expenses of the road. Then a railroad's first condition of existence is a large circulation, which implies a still larger production and a vast amount of exchanges. But production, circulation, and exchange are not self-creative things. Again, the various kinds of labor are not developed in isolation and independently of each other. Their progress is necessarily connected, solidary, proportional. There may be an antagonism among manufacturers, but in spite of them, social action is one, convergent, harmonious, in a word, personal. Further, there is a day appointed for the creation of great instruments of labor. It is the day when general consumption shall be able to maintain their employment, that is, for all these proportions of interconvertible. These propositions are interconvertible. The day when ambient labor can feed new industry. To anticipate the hour appointed by the progress of labor would be to imitate the fool who, going from Lyons to Marseille, chartered a steamer for himself alone. These points cleared up, nothing is easier than to explain why labor must leave an excess for each producer. At first, as regards society, Prometheus, emerging from the womb of nature, awakens to life in a state of inertia, which is very charming, but which would soon become misery and torture if he did not make haste to abandon it for labor. In this original idleness, the product of Prometheus being nothing, his well-being is the same as that of the brute, and may be represented by 0. Prometheus begins to work, and from his first day's labor, the first of the second creation, the product of Prometheus, that is, his wealth, his well-being, is equal to 10. The second day Prometheus divides his labor, and his product increases to 100. The third day, in each following day, Prometheus invents machinery, discovers new uses in things, new forces in nature. The field of his existence extends from the domain of the senses to the sphere of morals and intelligence. And with every step that his industry takes, the amount of his product increases, and assures him additional happiness. And since, finally, with him, to consume is to produce, it is clear that each day's consumption, using up only the product of the day before, leaves a surplus product for the day after. But notice also, and give special heed to this all-important fact, that the well-being of man is directly proportional to the intensity of labor, and the multiplicity of industries, so that the increase of wealth and the increase of labor are correlative and parallel. To say now that every individual participates in these general conditions of collective development would be to affirm a truth which, by reason of the evidence in its support, would appear silly. Let us point out rather the two general forms of consumption in society. Society, like the individual, has first its articles of personal consumption, articles which time gradually causes it to feel the need of, and which is mysterious. Instincts command to create it. Thus, in the Middle Ages there was, with a large number of cities, a decisive moment when the building of city halls and cathedrals became a violent passion, which had to be satisfied at any price. The life of the community depended upon it. Security and strength, public order, centralization, nationality, country, independence. These are the elements which make up the life of society, the totality of its mental faculties. These are the sentiments which must find expression and representation. Such formerly was the object of the Temple of Jerusalem, real palladium of the Jewish nation. Such was the Temple of Jupiter, Capitolonius, of Rome. Later, after the municipal palace and the temple, organs, so to speak, of the centralization and progress, came to the other works of public utilities, bridges, theaters, schools, hospitals, roads, etc. The monuments of public utility being used essentially in common and consequently gratuitously, society is rewarded for its advantages by the political and moral advantages resulting from these great works, and which, furnishing security to labor and an ideal to the mind, give fresh impetus to industry and the arts. But it is different with the articles of domestic consumption, which alone fall within the category of exchange. These can be produced only upon the conditions of mutuality, which make consumption possible. That is, immediate payment with advantage to the producers. These conditions we have developed sufficiently in the theory of proportionality of values, which we might call, as well as the theory of gradual reduction of costs. I have demonstrated theoretically and by facts the principle that all labor should leave an excess, but this principle, as certain as any proposition in arithmetic, is very far from universal realization. While by the progress of collective industry, each individual day's labor yields a greater and greater product, and while, by necessary consequence, the laborer, receiving the same wages, must grow even richer, there exists in society classes which thrive and classes which perish. Laborers be paid twice, thrice, 100 times over, and laborers continually out of pocket everywhere, Finally, people who enjoy and people who suffer, and by monstrous division of the means of industry, individuals who consume and do not produce. The distribution of well-being follows all the movements of value and reproduces them in misery and luxury on a frightful scale and with terrible energy. But everywhere, too, the progress of wealth, that is, the proportionality of values, is the dominant law. And when the economists combat the complaints of the socialists with the progressive increase of public wealth and the alleviations of the condition of even the most unfortunate classes, they proclaim, without suspecting it, a truth which is the condemnation of their theories. For I entreat the economists to question themselves for a moment in the silence of their hearts, far away from the prejudices which disturb them, though regardless of the employments which occupy them or which they wait for, of the interests which they serve, from the votes which they covet, of the distinctions which tickle their vanity. Let them tell me whether, hitherto, they have viewed the principle that all labor should leave an excess in connection with the series of premises and conclusions which we have elaborated, and whether they have understood these words to mean anything more than the right to speculate in values by manipulating supply and demand. Whether it is not true that they affirm at once, on the one hand, the progress of wealth and well-being, and consequently the measures of value, and on the other, the arbitrariness of commercial transactions, and the incommensurability of values, the flattest of contradictions? Is it not because the contradiction that we continually hear repeated in lectures and read in the works on political economy, this absurd hypothesis, if the price of all things was doubled, as if the price of all things was not the proportion of things, and as if we could double a proportion, a relation, a law? Finally, it is not because of the proprietary and abnormal routine upheld by political economy that everyone in commerce, industry, the arts, and the state, on the pretended ground of services rendered to society, tends continually to exaggerate his importance and solicits rewards, subsides, large pensions, exorbitant fees, as if the reward of every service was not determined necessarily by the sum of its expenses? Why do not the economists, if they believe, as they appear to, that the labor of each should leave an excess, use all their influence in spreading this truth, so simple and so luminous? Each man's labor can buy only the value which it contains, and this value is proportional to the services of all other laborers. But here a last consideration presents itself, which I will explain in a few words. J.B. Say, who of all the economists has insisted the most strenuously upon the absolute indeterminability of value, is also the one who has taken the most pains to refute that idea. He, if I am not mistaken, is the author of the formula, every product is worth what it costs, or what amounts to the same thing, products are bought with products. This aphorism, which leads straight to equality, has been controverted, since by other economists we will examine in turn the affirmative and the negative. When I say that each product is worth the products which it has cost, I mean that every product is a collective unit which, in a new form, groups a certain number of other products consumed in various quantities. Whence it follows that the products of human industry are, in relation to each other, genera and species, and that they form a series from the simple to the composite, according to the number and proportion of the elements, all equivalent to each other, which constitute each product. It matters little for the present that this series, as well as the equivalence of its elements, is expressed in practice more or less exactly by the equilibrium of wages and fortunes. Our first business is with the relation of things, the economic law. For here, as ever, the idea first and spontaneously generates the fact, which recognized then by the thought which is given at birth, gradually rectifies itself and conforms to its principle. Commerce, free and competitive, is but a long operation of redressal, whose object is to define more and more clearly the proportionality of values, until the civil law shall recognize it as a guide in matters concerning the condition of persons, I say, then, that Say's principle, every product is worth what it costs, indicates a series in human production, analogous to the animal and vegetable series, in which the elementary units, days' works, are regarded as equal, so that political economy affirms at its birth, but by a contradiction, whether neither Plato nor Rousseau nor any ancient or modern publicist has thought possible, equality of conditions and fortunes. Prometheus is by turns husbandman, wine-grower, baker, weaver. Whatever trade he works at, laboring only for himself, he buys what he consumes, his products, with one and the same money, his products, whose unit of measure is necessarily his day's work. It is truer that labor itself is liable to vary. Prometheus is not always in the same condition, and from one moment to another his enthusiasm, his fruitfulness, rises and falls. But like everything that is subject to variation, labor has its average, which justifies us in saying that, on the whole, day's work pays for day's work, neither more nor less. It is quite true that if we compare the products of a certain period of social life with those of another, the 100,000,000th day's work of a human race will show a result incomparably superior to that of the first. But it must be remembered also that the life of the collective being can be no more divided than that of the individual, that though the days may not resemble each other, they are indissolubly united, and that in the sum total of existence, pain and pleasure are common to them. If, then, the tailor, for the rendering of a value of a day's work, consumes 10 times the products of the day's work of the weaver, it is as if the weaver gave 10 days of his life for 1 day of the tailor's. This is exactly what happens when a peasant pays 12 francs to a lawyer for a document which takes him an hour to prepare. And this inequality, this inequity in exchanges, is the most potent cause of misery that the socialists have unveiled, as the economists confess in secret while awaiting a sign from the master that shall permit them to acknowledge it openly. Every error in commutative justice is an immolation of the laborer, a transfusion of the blood of one man into the body of another. Let no one be frightened. I have no intention of fulminating against property, an irritatingly philippic, especially as I think that, according to my principles, humanity is never mistaken, that, in establishing itself as first upon the right of property, it only laid down one of the principles of its future organization, and that, the preponderance of property once destroyed, it remains only to reduce his famous antithesis to unity. All the objections that can be offered in favor of property I am well acquainted with, as many of my critics, whom I ask as a favor to show their hearts when logic fails them. How can wealth that is not measured by labor be valuable? And, if it is labor that creates wealth and legitimizes property, how explain the consumption of the idler? Where is the honesty in the system of distribution in which a product is worth, according to the person, now more, now less, than it costs? Say's ideas led to an agrarian law. Therefore, the Conservative Party hastened to protest against them. The original source of wealth, M. Rossi had said, is labor. In proclaiming this great principle, the industrial school has placed in evidence not only an economic principle, but that social fact which, in the hands of a skillful historian, becomes the surest guide in following the human race in its marchings and haltings upon the face of the earth. Why, after having uttered these profound words in his lectures, has M. Rossi thought it his duty to react them afterwards in a review, and to comprise gratuitously his dignity as a philosopher and an economist? Say that wealth is the result of labor alone. Affirm that labor is always the measure of value, the regulator of prices. Yet to escape one way or another the objections which these doctrines call forth on all hands, some incomplete, others absolute, you will be obliged to generalize the idea of labor, and to substitute for analysis an utterly erroneous synthesis. I regret that a man like M. Rossi should suggest to me so sad a thought, but while reading the passage that I have just quoted, I could not help saying, science and truth have lost their influence. The present object of worship is the shop, and after the shop, the desperate constitutionalism which it represents. To whom, then, does M. Rossi address himself? Is he in favor of labor or something else, analysis or synthesis? Is he in favor of all of these things at once? Let him choose, for the conclusion is inevitably against him. If labor is the source of all wealth, if it is the surest guide to tracing the history of human institutions on the face of the earth, why should equality of distribution, equality as measured by labor, not be law? If, on the contrary, there is wealth which is not the product of labor, why is the possession of it a privilege? Where is the legitimacy of monopoly? Explain then, once for all, this theory of the right of unproductive consumption, this jurisprudence of caprice, this religion of idleness, this sacred prerogative of the caste of the elect. What now is the significance of this appeal from analysis to the false judgments of the synthesis? These metaphysical terms are of no use, save the indoctrinate simpletons, who do not suspect that the same proposition can be constructed, indifferently and at will, analytically or synthetically. Labor is the principle of value and the source of wealth. An analytic proposition, such as M. Rossi likes, since it is the summary of an analysis in which it is demonstrated that the primitive notion of labor is identical with the subsequent notions of product, value, capital, wealth, etc. Nevertheless, we see that M. Rossi rejects the doctrine which results from this analysis. Labor, capital, and land are the sources of wealth, a synthetic proposition precisely such as M. Rossi does not like. Indeed, wealth is considered here as a general notion, produced in three distinct but not identical ways, and yet the doctrine thus formulated is the one that M. Rossi prefers. Now, would it please M. Rossi to have us render his theory of monopoly analytically and ours of labor synthetically? I can give him the satisfaction, but I should blush with so earnest a man to prolong such badinage. M. Rossi knows better than anyone that analysis and synthesis of themselves prove absolutely nothing, and that the important work, as Bacon said, is to make exact comparisons and complete enumerations. Since M. Rossi was the humor for abstractions, why did he not say the phalanx of economists who listen so respectfully to the least words that falls from his lips? Capital is the material of wealth, as gold and silver are the material of money, as wheat is the material of bread, and tracing the series back to the end, as earth, water, fire, and air are the material of all of our products. But it is labor alone, which successively creates each utility given to these materials, and which consequently transforms them into capital and wealth. Capital is the result of labor, that is, realized intelligence and life, as animals and plants are realizations of the soul of the universe, and as the chef d'oeuvre of Homer, Raphael, and Rossini are expressions of their ideas and sentiments. Value is the proportion in which all the realizations of the human soul must balance each other in order to produce a harmonious whole, which, being wealth, gives us well-being, or rather is the token, not the object, of our happiness. The proposition, "there is no measure of value," is illogical and contradictory, as is shown by the very arguments which have been offered in its support. The proposition, "labor is the principle of proportionality of values," not only is true, resulting as it does from an irrefutable analysis, but it is the object of progress, the condition and form of social well-being, the beginning and end of political economy. From this proposition and its corollaries, every product is worth what it costs, and products are bought with products, follows the dogma of equality of conditions. The idea of value socially constituted, or of proportionality of values, serves to explain further how a mechanical invention, notwithstanding the privilege which it temporarily creates and the disturbances which it occasions, always produces in the end a general amelioration. How the value of an economical process to its discoverer can never equal the profit which it realizes for society. How by a series of oscillations between supply and demand, the value of every product consistently seeks a level with cost and with the needs of consumption, consequently tends to establish itself in a fixed and positive manner. How collective production continually increasing the amount of consumable things and the day's work, consistently obtaining higher and higher pay, labor must leave an excess for each producer. How the amount of work to be done, instead of being diminished by industrial progress, ever increases in both quantity and quality, that is, in intensity and difficulty. In all branches of industry, how social value continually eliminates fictitious values, in other words, how industry affects the socialization of capital and property. Finally, how the distribution of products, growing in regularity with the strength of the mutual guarantee resulting from the constitution of value, pushes society onward to equality of conditions and fortunes. Finally, the theory of the successive constitution of all commercial values implying the infinite progress of labor, wealth, and well-being, the object of society, from the economic point of view, is revealed to us. To produce incessantly, with the least possible amount of labor for each product, the greatest possible quantity and variety of values, in such a way as to realize, for each individual, the greatest amount of physical, moral, and intellectual well-being, and for the race, the highest perfection and infinite glory. Now that we have determined, not without difficulty, the meaning of the question asked by the Academy of Moral Sciences, touching the oscillations of profit and wages, it is time to begin the essential part of our work. Wherever labor has not been socialized, that is, wherever value is not synthetically determined, there is irregularity and dishonesty in exchange, a war of stratagems and ambuscades, an impediment to production, circulation, and consumption, unproductive labor, insecurity, spoliation, insolidarity, want, luxury, but at the same time an effort of the genius of society to obtain justice, and a constant tendency towards association and order. Political economy is simply the history of this grand struggle. On the one hand, indeed, political economy, in so far as sanctions and pretends to perpetuate the anomalies of value and the prerogatives of selfishness, is truly the theory of misfortune and the organization of misery, but in so far as it explains the means invented by civilization to abolish poverty, although these means always have been used exclusively in the interest of monopoly, political economy is the preamble to the organization of wealth. It is important, then, that we should resume the study of economic facts and practices, discover their meaning, and formulate their philosophy. Until this is done, no knowledge of social progress can be acquired, no reform attempted. The error of socialism has consisted hitherto in perpetuating religious revere by launching forward into a fantastic future, instead of seizing the reality which is crushing it. As the wrong of the economists have been in regarding every accomplished fact as an injunction against any proposal of reform. For my own part, such is not my conception of economic science, the true social science. Instead of offering a priori arguments as solutions of the formidable problems of the organization of labor and the distribution of wealth, I shall integrate political economy as the depository of the secret thoughts of humanity. I shall cause it to disclose the facts in order of their occurrence, and shall relate their testimony without intermingling it with my own. It will be at once a triumphant and a lamentable history, in which the actors will be ideas, the episodes theories, and the dates formulas. Chapter 3. Economic Evolutions. First Period. The Division of Labor. The fundamental idea, the dominant category of political economy, is value. Value reaches its positive determination by a series of oscillations between supply and demand. Consequently, value appears successively under three aspects: useful value, exchangeable value, and synthetic, or social, value, which is true value. The first term gives birth to the second in contradiction to it, and the two together, absorbing each other in reciprocal penetration, produce the third, so that the contradiction or antagonism of ideas appears as the point of departure of all economic science, allowing us to say of it, parodying the sentence of Tertullian in relation to the gospel, "There is, in social economy, a latent truth, whether there is an apparent contradiction." From the point of view of political economy, then, social progress consists in a continuous solution of the problem of the constitution of values, or in the proportionality and solidarity of products. But, while in nature, the synthesis of opposites is contemporary with their opposition, in society the antithetic elements seem to appear at long intervals, and to reach solution only after long and tumultuous agitation. Thus, there is no example, the idea even is inconceivable, of a valley without a hill, a left without a right, a North Pole without a South Pole, a stick with but one end, or two ends without a middle, etc. The human body, with its so perfectly antithetic dichotomy, is formed integrally at the very moment of conception. It refuses to be put together and arranged piece by piece, like the garment patterned after it which, later, is to cover it. In society, on the contrary, as well as in the mind, so far as from the idea reaching its complete realization at a single bound, a sort of abyss separates, so to speak, the two antinomical positions, and even when these are recognized at last, we still do not see what the synthesis will be. The primitive concepts must be fertilized, so to speak, by burning controversy and passionate struggle, bloody battles with the preliminaries of peace. At the present moment, Europe, weary of war and discussion, awaits a reconciling principle, and it is the vague perception of this situation induces the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences to ask, what are the general facts which govern the relations of profits to wages and determine their oscillations? In other words, what are the most salient episodes and the most remarkable phases of the war between labor and capital? If then I demonstrate the political economy with all its contradictory hypotheses and equivocal conclusions is nothing but an organization of privilege and misery, I shall have proved thereby that it contains by implication the promise of an organization of labor and equality, since, as it has been said, every systematic contradiction is the announcement of the composition. Further, I shall have fixed the basis of this composition. Then, indeed, to unfold the system of economical contradictions is to lay the foundations of universal association. To show how the products of collective labor come out of society is to explain how it will be possible to make them return to it, exhibit the genesis of the problems of production, and distribution is to prepare the way for their solution. All these propositions are identical and equally evident. 1. Antagonistic effects of the principle of division. All men are equal in the state of primitive communism, equal in their nakedness and ignorance, equal in the indefinite power of their faculties. The economists generally look at only the first of these aspects. They neglect or overlook the second. Nevertheless, according to the profoundest philosophers of modern times, La Rochefoucauld, Helvetius, Kant, Fichte, Hegel, Jacotot, intelligence differs in individuals only qualitatively, each having thereby his own specialty or genius, in its essence, namely judgment. It is quantitatively equal in all. Hence it follows that a little sooner or a little later, according as circumstances shall be more or less favorable, general progress must lead all men from original and negative equality to a positive equivalence of talents and acquirements. I insist upon this precious datum of psychology, the necessary consequence of which is that the hierarchy of capacities henceforth cannot be allowed as a principle and law of organization. Equality alone is our rule, and as it is also our ideal. Then, just as the equality of misery must change gradually into equality of well-being, as we have proved by the theory of value, so the equality of minds, negative in the beginning, since it represents only emptiness, must reappear in a positive form at the completion of humanity's education. The intellectual movement proceeds parallelly with the economic movement. They are the expression, the translation, of each other. Psychology and social economy are in accord, or rather, they but unroll the same history, each from a different point of view. This appears especially in Smith's great law, the division of labor. Considered in its essence, the division of labor is the way in which equality of condition and intelligence is realized. Through diversity of function, it gives rise to proportionality of products and equilibrium in exchange, and consequently opens for us the road to wealth, as also in showing us infinitely everywhere in art and nature. It leads us to idealize our acts, and makes the creative mind, that is, divinity itself, immanent and perceptible in all labors. Division of labor, then, is the first phase of economic evolution, as well as the intellectual development. Our point of departure is true as regards both man and things, and the progress of our exposition is in no way arbitrary. But at this solemn hour of the division of labor, tempestuous winds begin to blow upon humanity. Progress does not improve the condition of equally and uniformly, although, in the end, it must include and transfigure every intelligent and industrious being. It commences by taking possession of a small number of privileged persons, who thus compose the elite of nations, while the mass continues, or even buries itself deeper, in barbarism. It is the exception of persons on the part of progress which has perpetuated the belief in the natural and providential inequality of conditions, engendered caste, and given a hierarchical form to all societies. It has not been understood that all inequality, never being more than a negation, carries in itself the proof of its illegitimacy and the announcement of its downfall. Much less still has it been imagined that this same inequality proceeds accidentally from a cause, the ulterior effect of which must be its entire disappearance. Thus, the antinomy of value reappearing in the law of division, it is found that the first and most potent instrument of knowledge and wealth which Providence has placed in our hands has become for us an instrument of misery and imbecility. Here is the formula of this new law of antagonism, to which we owe the two oldest maladies of civilization, aristocracy and the proletariat. Labor, in dividing itself according to the law which is peculiar to it, and which is the primary condition of its productivity, ends in the frustration of its own objects, and destroys itself. In other words, division, in the absence of which there is no progress, no wealth, no equality, subordinates the working man, and renders intelligence useless, wealth harmful, and equality impossible. All the economists since Adam Smith have pointed out the advantages and the inconveniences of the law of division, but at the same time insisting much more strenuously upon the first than the second, because such a course was more in harmony with their optimistic views, and not one of them ever asking how a law can have inconveniences. This is the way in which J.B. Say summed up the question. A man who during his life performs but one operation certainly acquires the power to execute it better and more readily than another, but at the same time he becomes less capable of any other occupation, whether physical or moral. His other faculties become extinct, and there results a degeneracy in the individual man. That one has made only the 18th part of a pin is a sad account to give of oneself, but let no one imagine that it is the working man who spends his life in handling a file or a hammer that alone degenerates in this way from the dignity of his nature. It is the same with the man whose position leads him to exercise the most subtle faculties of his mind. On the whole, it may be said that the separation of tasks is an advantageous use of human forces, that it increases enormously the products of society, but that it takes something from the capacity of each man taken individually. What then, after labor, is the primary cause of the multiplication of wealth and the skill of laborers? Division. What is the primary cause of intellectual degeneracy and, as we shall show continually, civilized misery? Division. How does the same principle, rigorously followed to its conclusions, lead to effects diametrically opposite? There is no economist, either before or since Adam Smith, who has ever perceived that here is a problem to be solved. Say goes as far as to recognize that in the division of labor, the same cause which produces the good engenders the evil. Then, after a few words of pity for the victims of the separation of industries, content with having given an impartial and faithful exhibition of the facts, he leaves the matter there. You know, he seems to say, that the more we divide the workman's tasks, the more we increase the productive power of labor, but at the same time, the more does labor, gradually reducing itself to a mechanical operation, stupefy intelligence. In vain do we express our indignation against a theory which, creating by labor itself an aristocracy of capacities, leads inevitably to political inequity. In vain do we protest in the name of democracy and progress that in the future there will be no nobility, no bourgeoisie, no pariahs. The economist replies with the impassibility of destiny. You are condemned to produce much and to produce cheaply, otherwise your industry will always be insignificant. Your commerce will amount to nothing, and you will drag in the rear of civilization instead of taking the lead. What among us, generous men, there are some predestined to brutishness, and the more perfect our industry becomes, the larger will grow the number of our accursed brothers. Alas, that is the last word of the economist. We cannot fail to recognize in the division of labor, as a general fact and as a cause, all the characteristics of a law, but as this law governs two orders of phenomena, radically opposite and destructive of each other, it must be confessed also that this law is of a sort unknown in the exact sciences, that it is, strange to say, a contradictory law, a counter-law, an antinomy. Let us add in anticipation that such appears to be the identifying feature of social economy, and consequently of philosophy. Now, with a recomposition of labor which shall obviate the inconveniences of division while preserving its useful effects, the contradiction inherent in the principle is irremediable. It is necessary, following the style of the Jewish priests plotting the death of Christ, it is necessary that the poor should perish to secure the proprietor his fortune. I am going to demonstrate the necessity of this decree, after which, if the parcelier, laborer, still remains a glimmer of intelligence, he will console himself with the thought that he dies according to the rules of political economy. Labor, which ought to give scope to the conscience and render it more and more worthy of happiness, leading through parcellaire division to prostration of mind, dwarfs man in his noblest part, and throws him back to animality. Thenceforth, the fallen man labors as a brute, and consequently must be treated as a brute. This sentence of nature and necessity society will execute. The first effect of parcellaire labor, after the deprivation of the mind, is the lengthening of the hours of labor, which increase in inverse proportion to the amount of intelligence expended, for the product increasingly in quantity and quality at once. If, by any industrial improvement whatever, labor is lightened in one way, it must pay for it in another. But as the length of the working day cannot exceed from 16 to 18 hours, when compensation no longer can be made in time, it will be taken from the price, and wages will decrease. And this decrease will take place not, as has been foolishly imagined, but because value is essentially arbitrary, but because it is essentially determinable. Like matters, it is that the struggle between supply and demand ends, now to the advantage of the employer, now to the benefit of the employee. Such oscillations may vary in amplitude, this depending on well-known accessory circumstances which have been estimated 1,000 times. The certain point, and the only one for us to notice now, is that the universal conscience does not set the same price upon the labor of an overseer and the work of a hod-carrier. A reduction in the price of the work of the day's work, then, is necessary, so that the laborer, after having been afflicted in mind by a degrading function, cannot fail to be struck also in his body by the meagerness of his reward. This is the literal application of the words of the gospel, "He that hath not, from him shall be taken even that which he hath. There is an economic accidence and pitiless reason which laughs at religion and equity as political aphorisms, and which renders man happy or unhappy according as he obeys or escapes the prescriptions of destiny. Certainly, this is far from that Christian charity with which so many honorable writers today are inspired, and which, penetrating to the heart of the bourgeois, endeavors to temper the rigors of the law by numerous religious institutions. Political economy knows only justice, justice as inflexible and unyielding as the miser's purse, and it is because political economy is the effect of social spontaneity and the expression of the divine will that I have been able to say, God is man's adversary and Providence a misanthrope. God makes us pay, in weight of blood and measure of tears, for each of our lessons, and to complete the evil, we, in our relations with our fellows, all act like him. Where, then, is the love of the celestial Father for his creatures? Where is human fraternity? Can he do otherwise? Say the theists. Man falling, the animal remains. How could the Creator recognize in him his own image? And what plainer, then, that he treats him than as a beast of burden? But the trial will not last forever, and sooner or later labor, having been particularized, will be synthesized. Such is the ordinary argument of all those who seek to justify Providence, but generally succeed only in lending new weapons to atheism. That is to say that God would have envied us for 6,000 years, an idea which would have saved millions of victims, a distribution of labor at once special and synthetic. In return, he has given us through his servants Moses, Buddha, Zoroaster, Mohammed, etc., those incipient writings, the disgrace of our reason, which have killed more men than they contain letters. Further, we must believe primitive revelation. Social economy was the cursed science, the fruit of the tree reserved for God, which man was forbidden to touch. Why this religious depreciation of labor, if it is true, as economic science already shows, that labor is the father of love and the organ of happiness? Why is jealousy of our advancement? But if, as now sufficiently appears, our progress depends upon ourselves alone, of what use is it to adore this phantom of divinity? And what does he still ask of us through the multitude of inspired persons who pursue us with their sermons? All of you, Christians, Protestant and Orthodox, neo-revelators, charlatans, and dupes, listen to the first verse of the humanitarian hymn upon God's mercy. In proportion as the principle of division of labor receives complete application, the worker becomes weaker, narrower, and more dependent. Art advances. The artisan recedes. Then let us guard against anticipating conclusions and prejudging the latest revelation of experience. At present, God seems less favorable than hostile. Let us confine ourselves to establishing the fact. Just as political economy, then, at its point of departure, has made us understand these mysterious and dismal words, in proportion as the production of utility increases, venality decreases, so arrived at its first station, it warns us in a terrible voice. In proportion as art advances, the artisan recedes. To fix the ideas better, let us cite a few examples. In all the branches of metalworking, who are the least industrious of the wage laborers? Precisely those who are called machinists. Since tools have been so admirably perfected, a machinist is simply a man who knows how to handle a file or a plane. As for mechanics, that is the business of engineers and foremen. A country blacksmith often unites in his own person, by the very necessity of his position, the various talents of the locksmith, the edge-tool maker, the gunsmith, the machinist, the wheelwright, and the horse-doctor. The world of thought would be astonished at the knowledge that is under the hammer of this man, whom the people always inclined to jest, nickname Brulfer, a working man of Creusot, who for 10 years has seen the grandest and finest that his profession can offer. On leaving his shop, he finds himself unable to render the slightest service or to earn his living. The capacity of the subject is directly proportional to the perfection of the art, and this is as true of all the trades as of metalworking. The wages of machinists are maintained as yet at a high rate. Sooner or later, their pay must decrease, the poor quality of the labor being unable to maintain it. I have just cited a mechanical art. Let us now cite a liberal industry. Would Gutenberg and his industrious companions, Faust and Schoeffer, ever have believed that, by the division of labor, their sublime invention would fall into the domain of ignorance? I had almost said idiocy. There are few men so weak-minded, so unlettered, as the mass of workers who follow the various branches of typographic industry: compositors, pressmen, type-founders, bookbinders, and paper-makers. The printer, as he existed even in the day of Étaines, has become almost an abstraction. The employment of women in typesetting has struck this noble industry to the heart and consummated its degradation. I have seen a female compositor, and she was one of the best, who did not know how to read, and was acquainted only with the forms of the letters. The whole art has been withdrawn into the hands of foremen and proofreaders, modest men of learning, whom the impertinence of authors and patrons still humiliates, and a few workmen who are real artists. The press, in a word, fallen into mere mechanism, is no longer in its personnel at the level of civilization. Soon there will be left of it but a few souvenirs. I am told that the printers of Paris are endeavoring by association to rise again from their degradation. May their efforts not be exhausted in vain empiricism, or misled unto barren utopias. After private industries, let us look at public administration. In the public service, the effects of palliser labor are no less frightful, no less intense. In all the departments of administration, in proportion to the art developments, most of the employees see their salaries diminish. A letter carrier receives from 400 to 600 francs per annum, of which the administration retains about a tenth for the retiring pension. After 30 years of labor, the pension, or rather the restitution, is 300 francs per annum, which, when given to the almshouse by the pensioner, entitles him to a bed, soup, and washing. My heart bleeds to say it, but I think, nevertheless, that the administration is generous. What reward would you give to a man whose whole function consists in walking? The legend gives but 5 sous to the wandering Jew. The letter carrier receives 20 or 30. True, the greater part of them have a family. The part of the service which calls into exercise the intellectual faculties is reserved for the postmasters and clerks. These are better paid. They do the work of men. Everywhere, then, in the public service as well as free industry, things are so ordered in 9/10 of the laborers serve as beasts of burden for the other tenth. Such is the inevitable effect of industrial progress and the indispensable condition of all wealth. It is important to look well at the elementary truth before talking to people of equality, liberty, democratic institutions, and other utopias, the realization of which involves a previous complete revolution in the relations of laborers. The most remarkable effect of the division of labor is in the decay of literature. In the Middle Ages and in antiquity, the man of letters, a sort of encyclopedic doctor, a successor of the troubadour and the poet, all-knowing, was almighty. Literature lorded it over society with a high hand. Kings sought the favor of authors, or revenged themselves for their contempt by burning them and their books. This, too, was a way of recognizing literary sovereignty. Today we have manufacturers, lawyers, doctors, bankers, merchants, professors, engineers, librarians, etc. We have no men of letters, or rather, whoever has risen to a remarkable height in his profession is thereby, and of necessity, lettered. Literature, like a baccalaureate, has become an elementary part of every profession. The man of letters, reduced to his simplest expression, is a public writer, a sort of writing commissioner in the pay of everybody, whose best-known variety is the journalist. It was a strange idea that occurred to the Chambers 4 years ago, that of making a law on literary property, as if henceforth the idea was not to become more and more the all-important point, the style nothing. Thanks to God, there is an end to parliamentary eloquence, as of epic poetry and mythology. The theater rarely attracts businessmen and savants, and while the connoisseurs are astonished at the decline of art, philosophic observer sees only the progress of mainly reason, troubled rather than rejoiced at these dainty trifles. The interest in romance is sustained only as long as it resembles reality. History is reducing itself to anthropological exegesis. Everywhere, indeed, the art of talking well appears as a subordinate auxiliary of the idea, the fact. The worship of speech, too mazy and slow for impatient minds, is neglected, and its artifacts are losing daily their power of seduction. The language of the 19th century is made up of facts and figures, and he is the most eloquent among us who, with the fewest words, can say the most things. Whoever cannot speak this language is mercilessly relegated to the ranks of rhetoricians. He is said to have no ideas. In a young society, the progress of letters necessarily outstrips philosophical and industrial progress, and for a long time serves for the expression of both. But there comes a day when thought leaves language in the rear, and when consequently the continued prominence of literature in a society becomes a sure symptom of decline. Language, in fact, is to every people the collection of its native ideas, the encyclopedia which Providence first reveals to it. It is the field which its reason must cultivate before directly attacking nature through observation and experience. Now, as soon as a nation, after having exhausted the knowledge contained in its vocabulary, instead of pursuing its education by a superior philosophy, wraps itself in its poetic mantle and begins to play with its periods and its hemistichs, we may safely say that such a society is lost. Everything in it will become subtle, narrow, and false. It will not have even the advantage of maintaining in its splendor the language of which it is foolishly enamored. Instead of going forward in the path of the geniuses of transition, the Tacitus, Thucydides, the Machiavels, and the Montesquieus, it will be seen to fall with irresistible force from the majesty of Cicero and the subtleties of Seneca, the antithesis of St. Augustine, and the puns of St. Bernard. Let no one then be deceived from the moment that the mind, at first entirely occupied with speech, passes to experience and labor. The man of letters, properly speaking, is simply the punny personification of the least of our faculties, and literature, refuse of intelligent industry, finds a market only with the idlers, whom it amuses, and the proletaires whom it fascinates, the jugglers who beseech power, and the charlatans who shelter themselves behind it, the hierophants of divine right who blow the trumpet of Sinai, and the fanatical proclaimers of the sovereignty of the people, whose few mouthpieces, compelled to practice their tribunician eloquence from tombs until they can shower it from the height of rostrums, know no better than to give the public parodies of Gracchus and Demosthenes. All the power of society, then, agree indefinitely deteriorating the condition of the palacer laborer, and experience, universally confirming the theory, proves that this worker is condemned to misfortune from his mother's womb. No political reform, no association of interest, no effort either of public charity or of instruction having the power to aid him. The various specifics proposed in these latter days, far from being able to cure the evil, would tend rather to inflame it by irritation, and all that has been written on this point has only exhibited in a clear light in the vicious circle of political economy. This we shall demonstrate in a few words. 2. Impotence of palliatives. M. Blanqui, Chevalier, Donneur, Rossi, and Passy. All the remedies proposed for the fatal effects of parcellaire division may be reduced to two, which really are but one, the second being the inversion of the first, to raise the mental and moral condition of the working man by increasing his comfort and dignity, or else to prepare the way for his future emancipation and happiness by instruction. We will examine successively these two systems, one of which is represented by M. Blanqui, the other by M. Chevalier. M. Blanqui is a friend of association and progress, a writer of democratic tendencies, a professor who has a place in the hearts of the proletariat. In his opening discourse of the year 1845, M. Blanqui proclaimed, as a means of salvation, the association of labor and capital, the participation of the working man in the profits, that is, a beginning of industrial solidarity. Our century, exclaimed, must witness the birth of the collective producer. M. Blanqui forgets that the collective producer was born long since, as well as the collective consumer, and that the question is no longer a genetic, but a medical one. Our task is to cause the blood proceeding from the collective digestion, instead of rushing wholly to the head, stomach, and lungs, to descend also into the legs and arms. Besides, I do not know what method M. Blanqui proposes to employ in order to realize his generous thought, whether it be the establishment of the national workshops or the loaning of capital by the state, expropriation of the conductors of business enterprises, and the substitution for them of industrial associations, or finally, whether he will rest content recommendation of the savings bank to working men, in which case the participation would be put off till doomsday. However this may be M. Blanqui's idea amount simply to an increase of wages resulting from the copartnership, or at least from the interest in the business, which he confers upon the laborers. What then is the value to the laborer of a participation in the profits? A mill with 15,000 spindles, employing 300 hands, does not pay at present an annual dividend of 20,000 francs. I am informed by a Mulhouse manufacturer that the factory stocks in Alsace are generally below par, and that this industry has already become a means of getting money by stock jobbing instead of by labor. To sell at the right time, to sell dear, is the only object in view. To manufacture is only to prepare for a sale. When I assume, then, on an average, a profit of 20,000 francs to a factory employing 300 persons, my argument being general, I am 20,000 francs out of the way. Nevertheless, we will admit the correctness of this amount. Dividing 20,000 francs, the profit of the mill, by 300, the number of persons, and again by 300, the number of working days, I find an increase of pay for each person of 22 1/5 centimes. Or, for daily expenditure, an addition of 18 centimes, just a morsel of bread. Is it worth while, then, for this, to expropriate mill owners and endanger the public welfare by erecting establishments which must be insecure, since, property being divided into infinitely small shares, and being no longer supported by profit, business enterprises would lack ballast, and would be unable to weather commercial gales? And even if no expropriation was involved, what a poor prospect to offer the working class is an increase of 18 centimes in return for centuries of economy. For no less time than this would be needed to accumulate the requisite capital, supposing that periodical suspensions of business did not periodically consume its savings. The fact which I have just stated has been pointed out in several ways. M. Passy himself took from the books of a mill in Normandy, where the laborers were associated with the owners, the wages of several families for a period of 10 years, and he found that they averaged from 12 to 1,400 francs per year. He then compared the situation of mill hands paid in proportion to the prices obtained by their employers with that of laborers who received fixed wages, and found that the difference is almost imperceptible. This result might easily have been foreseen. Economic phenomena obey laws as abstract and immutable as those of numbers. It is only privilege, fraud, absolutism, which disturb the eternal harmony. M. Blanqui, repentant, as it seems, at having taken this first step toward socialistic ideas, has made haste to retract his words. At the same meeting in which M. Passy demonstrated the inadequacy of cooperative association, he exclaimed, "Does it not seem that labor is a thing of subtle susceptible of organization, and that it has the power of the state to regulate the happiness of humanity, as it does the march of an army, and with an entirely mathematical precision? This is an evil tendency, a delusion which the Academy cannot oppose too strongly, because it is not only a chimera, but a dangerous sophism. Let us respect good and honest intentions, but let us not fear to say that to publish a book upon the organization of labor is to rewrite for the 50th time a treatise upon the quadrature of the circle of the philosopher's stone. Then carried away by his zeal, M. Blanqui finishes the destruction of his theory of cooperation, which M. Passy already had so rudely shaken, by the following example. M. Daly, one of the most enlightened of farmers, has drawn up an account for each piece of land, an account for each product, and he proves that within a period of 30 years the same man has never obtained equal crops from the same piece of land. The products have varied from 26,000 francs to 9,000 or 7,000 francs, sometimes descending as low as 300 francs. There are also certain products, potatoes, for instance, which fail 1 time in 10. How then, with these variations and with revenues so uncertain, can we establish even distribution and uniform wages for laborers? It might be answered that the variations in the product of each piece of land simply indicate that it is necessary to associate proprietors with each other after having associated laborers with proprietors, which would establish a more complete solidarity. But this would be prejudgment on the very thing in question, which M. Blanqui definitively decides, after reflection, to be unattainable, namely, the organization of labor. Besides, it is evident that solidarity would not add an obolus to the commonwealth, and that, consequently, it does not even touch the problem of division. In short, the profit so much envied, and often a very uncertain matter with employees, falls far short of the difference between actual wages and the wages desired, and M. Blanqui's former plan, miserable in its results and disavowed by its author, would be a scourge to the manufacturing industry. Now the division of labor being henceforth universally established, the argument is generalized and leads us to the conclusion that misery is an effect of labor, as well as of idleness. The answer to this is, and it is a favorite argument with people, increase the price of services, double and triple wages. I confess that if such an increase was possible, it would be a complete success, whatever M. Chevalier may have said, who needs to be slightly corrected on this point. According to M. Chevalier, if the price of any kind of merchandise whatever is increased, other kinds will rise in a like proportion, and no one will benefit thereby. This argument, which the economists have rehearsed for more than a century, is as false as it is old, and it belonged to M. Chevalier, as an engineer, to rectify the economic tradition. The salary of a head clerk being 10 francs per day, and the wages for a working man 4. If the income of each is increased 5 francs, the ratio of their fortunes, which was formerly as 100 to 40, will be thereafter as 100 to 60. The increase of wages, necessarily taking place by addition and not by proportion, would be, therefore, an excellent method of equalization, and the economists would deserve to have thrown back at them, by the socialists, the reproach of ignorance which they have bestowed upon them at random. But I say that such an increase is impossible, and that the supposition is absurd, for, as M. Chevalier has shown very clearly elsewhere, the figure which indicates the price of the day's labor is only an algebraic exponent without effect on the reality, in that which it is necessary first to endeavor to increase, while correcting the inequalities of distribution. It is not the monetary expression, but the quantity of products. Till then, every rise of wages can have no other effect than that produced by a rise of price of wheat, wine, meat, sugar, soap, coal, etc. That is the effect of scarcity. For what is wages? It is the cost price of wheat, wine, meat, coal. It is the integrant price of all things. Let us go further yet. Wages is the proportionality of the elements which compose wealth, and which are consumed every day reproductively by the mass of laborers. Now, to double wages, in the sense in which the people understand the words, is to give each producer a share greater than his product, which is contradictory, and if the rise pertains only to a few industries, a general disturbance in exchange ensues, that is, a scarcity. God save me from predictions, but in spite of my desire for an amelioration of the lot of the working class, I declare that it is impossible for strikers, followed by an increase of wages, to end otherwise than in a general rise in prices. That is as certain as to 2 and 2 make 4. It is not by methods that the working man will attain to wealth, and, what is 1,000 times more precious than wealth, liberty. The working man, supported by the favor of an indiscreet press, in demanding an increase of wages, has served monopoly much better than their own real interests. May they recognize, when their situation shall become more painful, the bitter fruit of their inexperience. Convinced of the uselessness, or rather of the fatal effects, of an increase of wages, and seeing clearly that the question is wholly organic and not at all commercial, M. Chevalier attacks the problem at the other end. He asks for the working class, first of all, instruction, and proposes extensive reforms in this direction. Instruction, this is also M. Arago's word to the working man. It is the principle of all progress, instruction. It should be known once for all what may be expected from it in the solution of the problem before us. It should be known, I say, not whether it is desirable that all should receive it. This no one doubts, but whether it is possible. To clearly comprehend the complete significance of M. Chevalier's views, a knowledge of his methods is indispensable. M. Chevalier, long accustomed to discipline, first by his polytechnic studies, then by his Saint-Simonian connections, and finally by his position in the university, does not seem to admit that a pupil can have any other inclination than to obey the regulations, a sectarian any other thought than that of his chief, a public functionary any other opinion than that of the government. This may be a conception of order as respectable as any other, and I hear upon this subject no expressions of approval or censure. Has M. Chevalier an idea to offer peculiar to himself? On the principle that all that is not forbidden by law is allowed, he hastens to the front to deliver his opinion, and then abandons it to give his adhesion, if there is occasion, to the opinion of authority. It was thus that M. Chevalier, before settling down in the bosom of the Constitution, joined M. in Fenton. It was thus that he gave his views upon canals, railroads, finance, property, long before the administration had adopted any system in relation to the construction of railways, the changing of the rate of interest on bonds, patents, literary property, etc. M. Chevalier, then, is not a blind admirer of the university system of instruction. Far from it, and until the appearance of the new order of things, he does not hesitate to say what he thinks. His opinions are of the most radical. M. Villemain had said in his report, "The object of the higher education is to prepare in advance a choice of men to occupy and serve in all the positions of the administration, the magistracy, the bar, and the various liberal professions, including the higher ranks and learned specialties of the army and navy." The higher education, thereupon, observes M. Chevalier, is designed also to prepare men, some of whom shall be farmers, other manufacturers, these merchants and those private engineers, now in the official program. All these classes are forgiven. The omission is of considerable importance, for indeed, industry, in its various forms, agriculture, commerce, are neither accessories nor accidents in a state. They are its chief dependents. If the university desires to justify its name, it must provide a course in these things. Else an industrial university will be established in opposition to it. We shall have altar against altar, etc. And, as it is characteristic of a luminous idea to throw light on all questions connected with it, professional instruction furnishes M. Chevalier with a very expeditious method of deciding incidentally the quarrel between the clergy and the university on liberty of education. It must be admitted that a very great concession is made to the clergy in allowing Latin to serve as the basis of education. The clergy know Latin as well as the university. It is their own tongue. Their tuition, moreover, is cheaper. Hence they must inevitably draw a large portion of our youth into their small seminaries and their schools of a higher grade. The conclusion, of course, follows. Change the course of study, and you decatholicize the realm. And as the clergy know only Latin and the Bible, when they have among them neither masters of art, nor farmers, nor accountants, when, of their 40,000 priests, there are not 20, perhaps with the ability to make a plan or forge a nail, we soon shall see which the fathers of families will choose, industry or the breviary, and whether they do not regard labor as the most beautiful language in which to pray to God. Thus would end this ridiculous opposition between religious education and profane science, between the spiritual and the temporal, between reason and faith, between altar and throne, old rubrics henceforth meaningless, but with which they still impose upon the good nature of the public until it takes offense. M. Chevalier does not insist, however, on this solution. He knows that religion and monarchy are two powers which, through continually quarreling, cannot exist without each other, and that he may not awaken suspicion. He launches out into another revolution idea: equality. France is in a position to furnish the Polytechnic School with 20 times as many scholars as enters at present, the average being 176. This would amount to 3,520. The university has but to say the word. If my opinion was of any weight, I should maintain that the mathematical capacity is much less special than is commonly supposed. I remember the success with which children taken at random, so to speak, from the pavements of Paris, follow the teachings of Lamartiniere by the method of Captain Tabarot. If the higher education reconstructed according to the views of M. Chevalier was sought after by all young Frenchmen instead of by only 90,000 as commonly, there would be no exaggeration in raising the estimate of the 100 of minds mathematically inclined from 3,520 to 10,000, but by the same argument we should have 10,000 artists, philologists, and philosophers, 10,000 doctors, physicians, chemists, and naturalists, 10,000 economists, logists, and administrators, 20,000 manufacturers, foremen, merchants, and accountants, 40,000 farmers, wine growers, miners, etc. In all, 100,000 specialists a year, or about 1/3 of our youth. The rest having, instead of special adaptations, only mingled adaptations, would be distributed indifferently elsewhere. It is certain that so powerful an impetus given to intelligence would quicken the progress of equality, and I do not doubt that such is the secret desire of M. Chevalier. But that is precisely what troubles me. Capacity is never wanting, any more than population, and the problem is to find employment for the one and bread of the other. In vain does M. Chevalier tell us the higher education would give less ground for the complaint that it throws into society crowds of ambitious persons without any means of satisfying their desires, and interested in the overthrow of the state, people without employment and unable to get any, good for nothing and believing themselves fit for anything, especially direction of public affairs. Scientific studies do not so inflate the mind. They enlighten and regulate it at once. They fit men for practical life. Such language, I reply, is good to use with patriarchs. A professor of political economy should have more respect for his position and his audience. The government has only 120 offices annually at its disposal for 176 students admitted to the Polytechnic School. What, then, would be its embarrassment if the number of admissions was 10,000, or even, taking M. Chevalier's figures, 3,500? And to generalize, the whole number of civil positions is 60,000, or 3,000 vacancies annually. What dismay would the government be thrown into if, suddenly adopting the reformatory ideas of M. Chevalier, it should find itself besieged by 50,000 office-seekers? The following objection has often been made to Republicans without eliciting a reply. When everybody shall have the electoral privilege, will the deputies do any better? And with the proletaire be further advanced? I ask the same question of M. Chevalier. When each academic year shall bring you 100,000 fitted men, what will you do with them? To provide for these interesting young people, you will go down to the lowest round of the ladder. You will oblige the young men after 15 years of lofty study to begin no longer as now with the offices of aspirant engineer, sub-lieutenant of artillery, second lieutenant, deputy, comptroller, general guardian, etc., but with the ignoble positions of pioneer, train solderer, dredger, cabin boy, faggot maker, and exerciseman. There he will wait until death, thinning the ranks, enables him to advance a step. Under such circumstances, a man, a graduate of the Polytechnic School, and capable of becoming Vauban, may die a laborer on a second-class road, or a corporal in a regiment. Oh, how much more prudent Catholicism has shown itself, and how far it has surpassed you all, Saint Simonians, Republicans, university men, economists, in knowledge of man and society. The priest knows that our life is but a voyage, and that our perfection cannot be realized here below, and he contents himself with outlining on earth an education which must be completed in heaven. The man whom religion has molded, content to know, do, and obtain what suffices of his earthly destiny, never can become a source of embarrassment to the government. Rather would he be a martyr. O beloved religion, is it necessary that the bourgeois would stand in such need of you should disown you? Into what terrible struggles of pride and misery does this mania for universal instruction plunge us? Of what use is professional education? Of what good are agricultural and commercial schools, if your students have neither employment nor capital? And what need to cram one's self till the age of 20 with all sorts of knowledge, then to fasten the threads of a mule jenny or pick coal at the bottom of a pit? What you have, by your own confession, only 3,000 positions annually to bestow upon 50,000 possible capacities, and yet you talk of establishing schools? Cling rather to your system of exclusion and privilege, a system as old as the world, the support of dynasties, patricities, a veritable machine for gelding men in order to secure the pleasures of caste of sultans. Set a high price upon your teaching, multiply obstacles, drive away, by lengthy tests, the son of the proletariat whom hunger does not permit to wait, and protect with all your power the ecclesiastical schools, where the students are taught to labor for the other life, to cultivate resignation, to fast, to respect those in high places, to love the king, and to pray to God. For every useless study sooner or later becomes an abandoned study. Knowledge is poison to slaves. Surely M. Chevalier has too much sagacity not to have seen the consequences of his idea, but he has spoken from the bottom of his heart, and we can only applaud his good intentions. Men must first be men. After that, he may live who can. Thus we advance at random, guided by Providence, who never warns us except with a blow. This is the beginning and the end of political economy. Contrary to M. Chevalier, professor of political economy at the College of France, M. Donier, an economist of the Institute, does not wish instruction to be organized. The organization of instruction is a species of organization of labor. Therefore, no organization, instruction, observes M. Donier, is a profession, not a function of the state. Like all professions, it ought to be and remain free. It is communism. It is socialism. It is the revolutionary tendency, whose principal agents have been Robespierre, Napoleon, Louis XV, and M. Guizot, who have thrown into their midst these fatal ideas of the centralization and absorption of all activity in the state. The press is very free, and the pen of the journalist is an object of merchandise. Religion, too, is very free, and every wearer of a gown, be it short or long, who knows how to excite public curiosity, can draw an audience about him. M. Lacordaire has his devotees, M. Leroux his apostles, M. Bouchet's his covenant. Why, then, should not instruction be also free? If the right of the instructed, like that of the buyer, is unquestionable, and that of the instructor, who is only a variety of the seller, is its correlative, is it impossible to infringe upon the liberty of instruction without doing violence to the most precious of liberties, that of conscience? And then adds M. Danier, if the state owes instruction to everybody, it will soon be maintained that it owes labor, then lodging, then shelter. Where does that lead to? The argument of M. Danier is refutable. To organize instruction is to give to every citizen a pledge of liberal employment and comfortable wages. The two are as intimately connected as the circulation of the arteries and the veins. But M. Danier's theory implies also that progress belongs only to a certain select portion of humanity, and that barbarianism is the eternal lot of 9/10 of the human race. It is this which constitutes, according to M. Danier, the very essence of society, which manifests itself in three stages: religion, hierarchy, and beggary. So that in this system, which is that of Destutt de Tracy, Montesquieu, and Plato, the antinomy of division, like that of value, is without solution. It is a source of inexpressible pleasure to me, I confess, to see M. Chevalier's a defender of the centralization of instruction, opposed by M. Danier, a defender of liberty. M. Danier, in his turn, antagonized by M. Guizot. M. Guizot, the representative of the centralizers, contradicting the Charter, which posits liberty as a principle. The Charter trampled underfoot by the university men, who lay sole claim to the privilege of teaching, regardless of the express command of the gospel to the priests, go and teach. And above all, this tumult of economists, legislators, ministers, academicians, professors, and priests, economic providence giving the lie to the gospel, and shouting, "What use am I to make of your instruction?" Who will relieve us of this anxiety? M. Rossi leans towards eclecticism. Too little divided, he says, labor remains unproductive. Too much divided, it degrades man. Wisdom lies between these extremes. Unfortunately, this intermediate wisdom is only a small amount of poverty joined with a small amount of wealth, so that the condition is not modified in the least. The proportion of good and evil, instead of being as 100 to 100, becomes as 50 to 50. In this, we may take, once for all, the measure of eclecticism. For the rest, M. Rossi's just milieu is the direct opposition of the great economic law, to produce with the least possible expense the greatest possible quantity of values. Now, how can labor fulfill its destiny without an extreme division? Let us look further, if you please. All economic systems and hypotheses, says M. Rossi, belong to the economist, but the intellect, free, responsible man is under the control of the moral law. Political economy is only a science which examines the relations of things and draws conclusions therefrom. It examines the effects of labor, in the application of labor. You should consider the importance of the object in view. When the application of labor is unfavorable to an object higher than the production of wealth, it should not be applied. Suppose that it would increase the national wealth to compel children to labor 15 hours a day. Morality would say that that is not allowable. Does that prove that political economy is false? No, that proves that you confound things when you should be kept separate. If M. Rossi had a little more of that Gaelic simplicity so difficult for foreigners to acquire, he would very summarily have thrown his tongue to the dogs, as Madame de Sévigné said. But a professor must talk, not for the sake of saying anything, but in order to avoid silence. M. Rossi takes 3 turns around the question, then lies down. That is enough to make certain people believe that he has answered it. It is surely a sad symptom for a science when, in developing itself according to its own principles, it reaches its object just in time to be contradicted by another, as, for example, when the postulates of political economy are found to be opposed to those of morality. For I suppose that morality is a science as well as political economy. What, then, is human knowledge? If all its affirmations destroy each other, and on what shall we rely? Divided labor is a slave's occupation, but it alone is really productive. Undivided labor belongs to the free man, but it does not pay its expenses. On the one hand, political economy tells us to be rich. On the other, morality tells us to be free. And M. Rossi, speaking in the name of both, warns us at the same time that we can be neither free nor rich, for to be but half of either is to be neither. M. Rossi's doctrine, then, far from satisfying this double desire of humanity, is open to the objection that, to avoid exclusiveness, it strips us of everything. It is, under another form, the history of the representative system. But the antagonism is even more profound than M. Rossi has supposed. For since, according to the universal experience, on this point in harmony with theory, wages decrease in proportion to the division of labor, it is clear that, in submitting ourselves to parcellaire slavery, we thereby shall not obtain wealth, we shall only change men into machines, witness the laboring population of the two worlds. And since, on the other hand, without the division of labor, society falls back into barbarianism, it is evident also that by sacrificing wealth we shall not obtain liberty. Witness all the wandering tribes of Asia and Africa. Therefore, it is necessary, economic science and morality absolutely command it, for us to solve the problem of division. Now where are the economists? More than 30 years ago, Lamontet, developing a remark of Smith, exposed the demoralizing and homicidal influence of the division of labor. What has been the reply? What investigations have been made? What remedies proposed? Has the question even been understood? Every year the economists report, with an exactness which I would commend more highly if I did not see that it was always fruitless, the commercial condition of the states of Europe. They know how many yards of cloth, pieces of silk, pounds of iron have been manufactured, what has been the consumption per head of wheat, wine, sugar, meat. It might be said that to them the ultimate science is to publish inventories, and the object of their labor is to become general comptrollers of nations. Never did such a mass of material offer so fine a field of investigation. What has been found? What new principle is sprung from this mass? What solution of the many problems of long standing has been reached? What new direction have studies taken? One question, among others, seems to have been prepared for a final judgment: pauperism. Pauperism, of all the phenomena of the civilized world, is today the best known. We know pretty nearly whence it comes, when and how it arrives, and what it costs. Its proportion at various stages of civilization has been calculated, and we have convinced ourselves that all the specifics with which it hitherto has been fought have been impotent. Pauperism has been divided into genera, species, and varieties. It is a complete natural history, one of the most important branches of anthropology. Well, the unquestionable result of all the facts collected, unseen, shunned, covered by the economists with their silence, is that pauperism is constitutional and chronic in society as long as the antagonism between labor and capital continues, and that this antagonism can end only by the absolute negation of political economy. What issue from this labyrinth have the economists discovered? This last point deserves a moment's attention. In primitive communism, misery, as I have observed in a preceding paragraph, is the universal condition. Labor is war declared upon misery. Labor organizes itself first by division, next by machinery, then by competition, etc. Now the question is whether it is not the essence of this organization, as given us by political economy, at the same time that it puts an end to the misery of some, to aggravate that of others in a fatal and unavoidable manner. These are the terms in which the question of pauperism must be stated, and for this reason we have undertaken to solve it. What means, then, this eternal babble of the economists about the improvidence of laborers, their idleness, their want of dignity, their ignorance, their debauchery, their early marriages, etc.? All these vices and excesses are only the cloak of pauperism, but the cause, the original cause, which inexorably holds 4/5 of the human race in disgrace, what is it? Did not nature make all men equally gross, adverse to labor, wanton, and wild? Did not partisan and proletaire spring from the same clay? Then how happens it that, after so many centuries, and in spite of so many miracles of industry, science, and art, comfort and culture have not become the inheritance of all? How happens it that in Paris and London, centers of social wealth, poverty is as hideous as in the days of Caesar and Agricola? Why, by the side of this refined aristocracy, has the mass remained so uncultivated? It is laid at the vices of the people, but the vices of the upper class appear to be no less, perhaps they are even greater. The original strain affected all alike. How happens it, once more, that the baptism of civilization has not been equally efficacious for all? Does this not show that progress itself is a privilege, and that the man who has neither wagon nor horse is forced to flounder about forever in the mud? What do I say? The totally destitute man has no desire to improve. He has fallen so low that ambition even is extinguished in his heart. Of all the private virtues, observes M. Donier, with infinite reason, the most necessary, that which gives us all the others in succession, is the passion for well-being, is the violent desire to extricate oneself from misery and abjection, is that spirit of emulation and dignity which does not permit men to rest content with an inferior situation. But this sentiment, which seems so natural, is unfortunately much less common than is thought. There are few reproaches which the generality of men deserve less than that which aesthetic moralists bring against them of being too fond of their comforts. The opposite reproach might be brought against them with infinitely more justice. There is even the nature of men this very remarkable feature, that the less their knowledge and resources, the less desire they have of acquiring these. The most miserable savages and the least enlightened of men are precisely those in whom it is most difficult to arouse wants, those in whom it is hardest to inspire the desire to rise out of their condition. So that man must already have gained a certain degree of comfort by his labor, before he can feel any keenness that need of improving his condition, of perfecting his existence, which I call the love of well-being. Thus, the misery of the laboring classes arises in general from their lack of heart and mind, or, as M. Passy has said somewhere, from the weakness, the inertia of their moral and intellectual faculties. The inertia is due to the fact that said laboring classes, still half savage, do not have a sufficiently ardent desire to ameliorate their condition. This M. Donier shows. But as this absence of desire is itself the effect of misery, it follows that misery and apathy are each other's effect and cause, and that the polariat turns in a circle. To rise out of the abyss there must be either well-being, that is, a gradual increase of wages, or intelligence and courage, that is, a gradual development of faculties, two things diametrically opposed to the degradation of soul and body, which is the natural effect of the division of labor. The misfortune of the proletariat, then, is wholly providential, and to undertake to extinguish it in the present state of political economy would be to produce a revolutionary whirlwind. For it is not without a profound reason, rooted in the loftiest considerations of morality, that the universal conscience, expressing itself by turns selfishness of the rich and the apathy of the proletariat, denies a reward to the man whose whole function is that of a lever and spring. If by some impossibility material well-being could fall to the lot of the parcellaire laborer, we should see something monstrous happen. The laborers employed at disagreeable tasks would become like those of the Romans, gorged with the wealth of the world, whose brutalized minds became incapable of devising new pleasures. Well-being without education stupefies people and makes them insolent. This was noticed in the most ancient times. For the rest, the parcellaire laborer has judged himself. He is content, provided that he has bread, a pallet to sleep on, and plenty of liquor on Sunday. Any other condition would be prejudicial to him and would endanger public order. At Lyons, there is a class of men who, under cover of the monopoly given them by the city government, receive higher pay than college professors or the head clerks of the government ministries. I mean the porters. The price of loading and unloading at certain waivers In lions, according to the schedule of the Regues or Porters Association, is 30 centimes per 100 kilograms. At this rate, it is not seldom that a man earns 12, 15, and even 20 francs a day. He only has to carry 40 or 50 sacks from a vessel to a warehouse. It is but a few hours' work. What a favorable condition this would be for the development of intelligence, as well as for children as for parents, if, of itself, the leisure which it brings, wealth, was a moralizing principle. But this is not the case. The porters of lions are today what they have always been: drunken, dissolute, brutal, insolent, selfish, and base. It is a painful thing to say, but I look upon the following declaration as a duty because it is the truth. One of the first reforms to be effected among the laboring classes will be the reduction of the wages of some at the same time that will raise those of others. Monopoly does not gain in respectability by belonging to the lowest classes of people, especially when it serves to maintain only the grossest individualism. The revolt of the silk workers met with no sympathy, but rather hostility, from the porters and the river population generally. Nothing that happens off the wharfs have any power to move them. Beasts of burden fashioned in advance of depositism. They will not mingle with politics as long as their privilege is maintained. Nevertheless, I ought to say in their defense that some time ago the necessities of competition having brought their prices down, more social sentiments began to awaken in these gross natures. A few more reductions seasoned with a little poverty, and the Regues of lions will be chosen as the storming party when the time comes for assaulting the Bastilles. In short, it is impossible, contradictory, in the present system of society, for the proletariat to secure well-being through education, or education through well-being, for without considering the fact that the proletariat, a human machine, is as unfit for comfort as for education, it is demonstrated, on the one hand, that his wages continually tend to go down rather than up, and on the other, that the cultivation of his mind, if it were possible, would be useless to him, so that he always inclines towards barbarianism and misery. Everything that has been attempted of late years in France and England, with a view to the amelioration of the condition of the poor in the matters of the labor of women and children, and of primary instruction, unless it was the fruit of some hidden thought of radicalism, has been done contrary to economic ideas and to the prejudice of the established order. Progress to the mass of laborers is always the book sealed with 7 seals. It is not by legislative misconstructions that the relentless enigma will be solved. For the rest, if the economists by exclusive attention to their old routine have finally lost all knowledge of the present state of things, it cannot be said that the socialists have better solved the anatomy which division of labor raised. Quite contrary, they have stopped with negation, for it is not perpetual negation to oppose, for instance, the uniformity of parcellaire labor, with a so-called variety in which each one can change his occupation 10, 15, 20 times a day at will. As if to change 10, 15, 20 times a day from one kind of divided labor to another was to make labor synthetic, as if, consequently, 20 fractions of the day's work of a manual laborer could be equal to the day's work of an artist. Even if such industrial vaulting was practicable, it may be asserted in advance that it would disappear in the presence of the necessity of making laborers responsible, and therefore functions personal. It would not change at all the physical, moral, and intellectual condition of the laborer. The dispensation would only be a surer guarantee of his incapacity and consequently his dependence. This is admitted, moreover, by the organizers, communists, and others. So far are they from pretending to solve the anatomy of division that all of them admit, as an essential condition of organization, the hierarchy of labor, that is, the classification of laborers into parcellaires and generalizers or organizers, and in all utopias the distinction of capacities, the basis or everlasting excuse for inequality of goods, is admitted as a pivot. These reformers, whose schemes have nothing to recommend them but logic, and who after complained of the simplism, monotony, uniformity, and extreme division of labor, then purpose a plurality and a synthesis. Such inventors, I say, are judged already, and ought to be sent back to school. But you, critic, the reader undoubtedly will ask, what is your solution? Show us the synthesis between retaining the responsibility, the personality, in short, the specialty of the laborer, will unite extreme division and the greatest variety in one complex and harmonious whole. My reply is ready. Integrate facts, consult humanity. We can choose no better guide. After the oscillations of value, division of labor is the economic fact which influences most perceptibly profits and wages. It is the first stake driven by Providence into the soil of industry, the starting point of immense triangulation, which finally must determine the right and duty of each and all. Let us then follow our guides, without which we can only wander and lose ourselves. Chapter 4, Second Period, Machinery. I have witnessed with profound regret the continuance of distress in the manufacturing districts of the country. Words of Queen Victoria on the reassembling of Parliament. If there is anything of a nature to cause sovereigns to reflect, it is that, more or less impassible spectators of human calamities, they are, by the very constitution of society and the nature of their power, absolutely powerless to cure the sufferings of their subjects. They are even prohibited from paying any attention to them. Every question of labor and wages, say with one accord, the economic and representative theorists must remain outside the attributes of power. From the height of the glorious sphere where religion has placed them, thrones, dominations, principalities, powers, and all the heavenly host view the torment of society. Beyond the reach of its stress, but their power does not extend over the winds and floods. Kings can do nothing for the salvation of mortals, and, in truth, these theorists are right. The prince is established to maintain, not to revolutionize, to protect reality, not to bring about utopia. He represents one of the antagonistic principles. Hence, if he were to establish harmony, he would eliminate himself, which on his part would be sovereignly unconstitutional and absurd. But as, in despite of theories, the progress of ideas is incessantly changing the external form of institutions in such a way as to render continually necessary, exact, that which the legislator neither desires nor foresees. So that, for instance, questions of taxation become questions of distribution, those of public utility, questions of national labor and industrial organization, those of finance, operations of credit, and those of international law, questions of custom duties and markets. It stands as demonstrated that the prince, who according to theory should never interfere with things which nevertheless, without theory's foreknowledge, are daily and irresistibly becoming matters of government, is and can be henceforth, like divinity from which he emanates, whatever may be said, only a hypothesis, a fiction. And finally, as it is impossible that the prince and the interests, which it is his mission to defend, should consent to diminish and disappear before emergent principles and new rights posited, it follows that progress, after being accomplished in the mind insensibly, is realized in society by leaps, and that force, in spite of the calamity of which it is the object, is the necessary condition of reforms. Every society in which the power of insurrection is suppressed is a society dead to progress. There is no truth of history better proven. And what I say of constitutional monarchies is equally true of representative democracies. Everywhere the social compact has united power and conspired against life, it being impossible for the legislator either to see that he was working against his own ends or to proceed otherwise. Monarchs and representatives, pitiable actors in parliamentary comedies. This is the last analysis, is what you are. Talisman against the future. Every year brings you the grievances of the people, and when you are asked for the remedy, your wisdom covers its face. It is necessary to support privilege, that is, that consecration of the right of the strongest, which created you, and which is changing every day. Promptly, at the slightest nod of your head, a numerous army sets up, runs to arms, and forms a line of battle. And when the people complain that in spite of their labor, and precisely because of their labor, misery devours them, when society asks you for life, you recite acts of mercy. All your energy is expended for conservatism. All your virtue vanishes in aspirations. Like the Farsis, instead of feeding your father, you pray for him. Ah, I tell you, we possess the secret of your mission. You exist only to prevent us from living. As for us who view the mission of power from quite another standpoint, and who wish the special work of government to be precisely that of exploring the future, searching for progress, and securing for all liberty, equality, health, and wealth, we continue our task of criticism courageously, entirely sure that when we have laid bare the cause of the evils of society, the principle of its fervors, the motive of its disturbances, we shall not lack the power to apply the remedy. 1. Of the function of machinery in its relation to liberty. The introduction of machinery into industry is accomplished in opposition to the law of division, and as if to reestablish the equilibrium profoundly compromised by that law. To truly appreciate the significance of this movement and grasp its spirit, a few general considerations become necessary. Modern philosophers, after collecting and classifying their annals, have been led by the nature of their labors to deal also with history. Then it was that they saw, not without surprise, that the history of philosophy was the same thing at the bottom as the philosophy of history. Further, that these two branches of speculation, so different in appearance, the history of philosophy and the philosophy of history, were also only the stage representation of the concepts of metaphysics, which is philosophy entire. Now, dividing the material of universal history among a certain number of frames, such as mathematics, natural history, social economy, etc., it will be found that each of these divisions contains also metaphysics, and it will be the same down to the last subdivision of the totality of history, so that entire philosophy lies at the bottom of every natural or industrial manifestation, that it is no respecter of degrees or qualities, that to rise to its sublimest conceptions, all prototypes may be employed equally well, and finally, that all the postulates of reason, meeting in the most modest industry, as well as the most general sciences, to make every artisan a philosopher, that is, a generalizing and highly synthetic mind. It would be enough to teach him what? His profession? Hitherto, it is true, philosophy, like wealth, has been reserved for certain classes. We have the philosophy of history, the philosophy of law, and some other philosophies also. This is a sort of appropriation which, like many others of equally noble origin, must disappear. But to commensurate this immense equation, it is necessary to begin with the philosophy of labor, after which each laborer will be able to attempt in his turn the philosophy of his trade. Thus, every product of art and industry, every political and religious constitution, like every creature, organized or unorganized, being a realization, a natural or practical application of philosophy. The identity of the laws of nature and reason, of being and idea, is demonstrated, and when, for our own purpose, we establish the constant conformity of economic phenomena to the pure laws of thought, the equivalence of the real and the ideal in human facts, we only repeat in a particular case this eternal demonstration. What do we say, in fact? To determine value, in other words, to organize within itself the production and distribution of wealth, society proceeds exactly as the mind does in the generation of concepts. First, it posits a primary fact, acts upon a primary hypothesis, the division of labor, a veritable anatomy, the antagonistic results of which are evolved in social economy, just as the consequences might have been deduced in the mind, so that the industrial movement, following in all respects the deduction of ideas, is divided into a double current, one of useful effects, the other of subversive results, all equally necessary and legitimate products of the same law. To harmonically establish the two-faced principle and solve this antinomy, society evokes a second, soon to be followed by a third, and such will be the progress of the social genius, until having exhausted all its contradictions, supposing, though it is not proved, that there is an end to contradiction in humanity, it shall cover with one backward leap all its previous positions, and in a single formula solve all problems. In following in our exposition this method of the parallel development of the reality and the idea, we find double advantage. First, that of escaping the reproach of materialism, so often applied to economics, to whom's facts are truth simply because they are facts, and material facts. To us, on the contrary, facts are not matter, for we do not know what the word matter means, but visible manifestations of invisible ideas. So viewed, the value of facts is measured by the idea which they represent, and that is why we have rejected as illegitimate and non-conclusive useful value and value in exchange, and later, the division of labor itself, although to the economists all these have an absolute authority. On the other hand, it is as impossible to accuse us of spiritualism, idealism, and mysticism, for, admitting as a point of departure only the external manifestation of the idea which we do not know, which does not exist as long as it is not reflected, like light, which would be nothing if the sun existed by itself in an infinite void. And brushing aside all a priori reasoning upon theogony and cosmogony, all inquiry into substance, cause, the me and the not me, we confine ourselves to searching for the laws of being, and to following the order of their appearance as far as reason can reach. Doubtless all knowledge brings up at last against a mystery, such, for instance, a matter and mind, both of which we admit as two unknown essences, upon which all phenomena rest. But this is not to say that mystery is the point of departure of knowledge, or that mysticism is the necessary condition of logic. Quite the contrary. The spontaneity of our reason tends to the perpetual rejection of mysticism. It makes an a priori protest against all mystery, because it has no use for mystery except to deny it, and because the negation of mysticism is the only thing for which reason has no need of experience. In short, human facts are the incarnation of human ideas. Therefore, to study the laws of social economy is to constitute the theory of the laws of reason and create philosophy. We may now pursue the course of our investigation. At the end of the preceding chapter, we left the laborer at loggerheads with the law of division. How will this indefatigable Oedipus manage to solve this enigma? In society, the incessant appearance of machinery is the antithesis, the inverse formula, of the division of labor. It is the protest of the industrial genius against parcellaire and homicidal labor. What is a machine, in fact? A method of reuniting diverse particles of labor which division has separated. Every machine may have defined as a summary of several operations, a simplification of powers, a condensation of labor, a reduction of costs. In all these respects, machinery is the counterpart of division. Therefore, through machinery, we come a restoration of the parcellaire laborer, a decrease of toil for the working man, a fall in the price of his product, a movement in the relation of values, progress towards new discoveries, advancement of the general welfare. As the discovery of a formula gives a new power to the geometer, so the invention of a machine is an abridgment of manual labor, which multiplies the power of the producer, from which it may be inferred that the antinomy of the division of labor, if not entirely destroyed, will be balanced and naturalized. No one should fail to read the lectures of M. Chevalier, setting forth the innumerable advantages resulting to society from the invention of machinery. They make a striking picture to which I take pleasure in referring my reader. Machinery, positing itself in political economy in opposition to the division of labor, represents synthesis opposing itself in the human mind to analysis, and just as in the division of labor and in machinery, we shall soon see, political economy entirely is contained, so with analysis and synthesis goes the possession of logic entire, of philosophy. The man who labors proceeds necessarily, and by turns by division and aid of tools. Likewise, he who reasons performs necessarily, and by turns the operations of synthesis and analysis. Nothing more, absolutely nothing. And labor and reason will never get beyond this. Prometheus, like Neptune, attains in 3 strides the confines of the world. From these principles, as simple and as luminous as axioms, immense consequences follow, as in the operation of the mind analysis and synthesis are essentially inseparable, and as looking at the matter from another point, theory becomes legitimate only on condition of following experience foot by foot. It follows the labor, uniting analysis and synthesis. Theory and experience in a continuous action. Labor, the external form of logic and consequently a summary of reality and idea, appears again as a universal method of instruction. Of all systems of education, the most absurd is that which separates intelligence from activity and divides man into 2 impossible entities, theorizer and automaton. That is why we applaud the just complaints of M. Chevalier, M. Donier, and those who demand reform in university education. On that also rests the hope of the results that we have promised ourselves from such reform. If education were first of all experimental and practical, reserving speech only to explain, summarize, and coordinate work, if those who cannot learn with imagination and memory were permitted to learn with their eyes and hands, soon we should witness a multiplication, not only of the forms of labor, but of capacities. Everyone knowing the theory of something would thereby possess the language of philosophy. On occasion he could, were it only for his once in his life, create, modify, perfect, give proof of intelligence and comprehension, produce his masterpiece, in a word, show himself a man. The inequality of the acquisitions of memory would not affect the equivalence of faculties, and genius would no longer seem to us other than what it really is, mental health. The fine minds of the 18th century went into extended disputations about what constitutes genius, wherein it differs from talent, what we should understand by mind, etc. They had transported into the intellectual sphere the same distinctions that, in society, separate persons. To them, there were kings and rulers of genius, princes of genius, ministers of genius, and then there was also noble minds and bourgeois minds, city talents and country talents. Clear at the foot of the latter lay the gross industrial population, souls imperfectly outlined, excluded from the glory of the elect. The rhetorics are still filled with these impertinences, which monarchical interests, literary vanity, and socialistic hypocrisy strain themselves to sanction, for the perpetual slavery of nations and the maintenance of existing order. But if it demonstrated that all the operations of the mind are reducible to 2, analysis and synthesis, which are necessarily inseparable, although distinct, if, by a force of consequence, in spite of the definite variety of tasks and studies, the mind never does more than begin the same canvas over again. The man of genius is simply a man with a good constitution, who has worked a great deal, thought a great deal, analyzed, compared, classified, summarized, and concluded a great deal, while the limited being who stagnates in the endemic routine, instead of developing his faculties, has killed his intelligence through inertia and automatism. It is absurd to distinguish as differing in nature that which really differs only in age, and then to convert into privilege the exclusion, the various degrees of a development or the fortunes of a spontaneity, which must gradually disappear through labor and education. The psychological rhetoricians who have classified human souls into dynasties, noble races, bourgeois families, and the proletariat observe nevertheless that genius was not universal, and that it had its specialty. Consequently, Homer, Plato, Theodotus, Archimedes, Caesar, etc., all of whom seemed to them first in their sort, were declared by them equals and sovereigns of distinct realms. How irrational! As if the specialty of genius did not itself reveal the law of the equality of minds, as if, looking at it in another light, the steadiness of success in the product of genius were not a proof that it works according to the principles outside of itself, which are the guarantee of the perfection of its work, as long as it follows them with fidelity and certainty. The hypothesis of genius, dreamed with open eyes by men whose chatter will remain forever barren, would warrant a belief in the innate stupidity of the majority of mortals, if it were not a striking proof of their perfectibility. Labor, then, after having distinguished capacities and arranged their equilibrium by the division of industries, completes the argument of intelligence, if I may venture to say so, by machinery, according to the testimony of history as well as according to analysis, and notwithstanding the anomalies caused by the antagonism of economic principles. Intelligence differs in men, not by power, clearness, or reach, but in the first place by specialty, or, in the language of the schools, the qualitative determination, and, in the second place, by exercise and education. Hence, in the individual, as in the collective man, intelligence is much more a faculty which comes, forms, and develops, qua fit, than an entity or entelechy which exists, wholly formed, prior to apprenticeship. Reason, by whatever name we call it, genius, talent, industry, is at the start a naked and inert potentiality, which gradually grows in size and strength, takes on color and form, and shades itself in an infinite variety of ways. By the importance of its acquirements, by its capital, in a word, the intelligence of one individual differs and will always differ from that of another. But, being a power equal in all the beginning, social progress must consist in rendering it, by an ever-increasing perfection of methods, again equal in all at the end. Otherwise labor would remain a privilege for some and a punishment for others. But the equilibrium of capacities, the prelude of which we have seen in the division of labor, does not fulfill the entire destiny of machinery, and the views of Providence extend far beyond. With the introduction of machinery into economy, wings are given to liberty. The machine is the symbol of human liberty, the sign of our domination over nature, the attribute of our power, the expression of our right, the emblem of our personality. Liberty, intelligence, those constitute the whole of man, for we brush aside as mystical and unintelligible all speculation concerning the human being considered from the point of view of substance, mind, or matter. We have left only two categories of manifestations, the first including all that we call sensations, volitions, passions, attractions, instincts, sentiments, the other all phenomena classed under the heads of attention, perception, memory, imagination, comparison, judgment, reasoning, etc. As for the organic apparatus, very far from being the principle or base of these two orders of faculties, it must be considered that their synthetic and positive realization, their living and harmonious expression, for just as from the long-continued issue by humanity of the antagonistic principles must some day result social organization, so man must be conceived as the result of two series of potentialities. Thus, after having posited itself as logic, social economy, pursuing its work, posits itself as psychology, the education of intelligence and liberty, in a word, the welfare of man, all perfectly synonymous expressions. Such is the common object of political economy and philosophy. To determine the laws of the production and distribution of wealth will be to demonstrate, by an objective and concrete exposition, the laws of reason and liberty. It will be to create philosophy and the right of a posteriori, whichever way we turn. We are in complete metaphysics. Let us try now with the joint data of psychology and political economy to define liberty. If it is allowable to conceive of human reason, it is in its origin as a lucid and reflecting atom capable of someday representing the universe, but at first giving no image at all. We may likewise consider liberty at the birth of conscience as a living point, pectum saliens, a vague, blind, or rather indifferent spontaneity, capable of receiving all possible impressions, dispositions, and inclinations. Liberty is the faculty of acting and of not acting, which, through any choice of determination whatever, I use the word determination here both passively and actively, abandons its indifference and becomes will. I say then that liberty, like intelligence, is naturally an undermined, uniformed faculty, which gets its value and character later from external impressions, a faculty, therefore, which is negative at the beginning, but which gradually defines and outlines itself by exercise, I mean by education. The etymology of the word liberty, at least as I understand it, will serve better to explain my thought. The root is lib et, he pleases, German, lieben, to love, whence we have constructed liberi, children, those dear to us, a name reserved for the children of the father of the family, liberetus, the condition, character, or inclination of children of a noble race, libido, the passion of a slave, who knows neither God, nor law, nor country, synonyms of lenitia, evil conduct. When spontaneity takes a useful, generous, or beneficent direction, it is called libertas. When, on the contrary, it takes a harmful, vicious, base, or evil direction, it is called libido. A learned economist, M. Donier, has given a definition of liberty which, by its likeness to our own, will complete the demonstration of its exactness. I call liberty that power which man acquires of using his forces more easily, the proportion as he frees himself from the obstacles which originally hindered the exercise thereof. I say that he is the freer, the more thoroughly delivered he is from the causes which prevented him from making use of his forces. The further from him he has driven these causes, the more he has extended and cleared the sphere of his action. Thus it is said that man has a free mind, and that he enjoys great liberty of mind, not only when his intelligence is not disturbed by any external violence, but also when it is neither obscured by intoxication, nor changed by disease, nor kept in impotence by lack of exercise. M. Donier has here viewed liberty only in its negative side, that is, as if it were simply synonymous with freedom from obstacles. At any rate, liberty would not be a faculty of man, it would be nothing. But immediately M. Donier, through persisting in his incomplete definition, seizes the true side of the matter. Then it is that it occurs to him to say that man, in inventing a machine, serves his liberty, not as we express ourselves, because he determines it, but, in M. Donier's style, because he removes a difficulty from its path. Thus, articulate language is a better instrument than language by sign. Therefore, one is freer to express his thoughts and impress upon it the mind of another by speech than by gesture. The written word is a more potent instrument than the spoken word. Therefore, one is freer to act on the mind of his fellows when he knows how to picture the word to their eyes than when he simply knows how to speak it. The press is an instrument 200 or 300 times more potent than the pen. Therefore, one is 200 or 300 times freer to enter into relation with other men when he can spread his ideas by printing than when he can publish them only by writing. I will not point out all that is inexact and illogical in this fashion of representing liberty, since Desutte de Tracy, the last representative of the philosophy of Condillac, the philosophical spirit has been obscured amongst economists of the French school. The fear of ideology has perverted their language, and one perceives, in reading them, the adoration of fact that cause them to lose even the perception of theory. I prefer to establish the fact that M. Donier, and political economy with him, is not mistaken concerning the essence of liberty, a force, energy, or spontaneity indifferent in itself to every action, and consequently equally susceptible of any determination, good or bad, useful or harmful. M. Donier has so strong a suspicion of the truth that he writes himself, "Instead of considering liberty as a dogma, I shall present it as a result. Instead of making it the attribute of man, I shall make it the attribute of civilization. Instead of imagining forms of government calculated to establish it, I shall do my best to explain how it is born of every step of our progress." Then he adds, with no less reason, "It will be noticed how much this method differs from that of those dogmatic philosophers who talk only of rights and duties, of what it is the duty of governments to do, and the right of nations to demand, etc. I do not say sententiously, man have a right to be free. I confine myself to asking, how does it happen that they are so?" In accordance with this exposition, one may sum up in 4 lines the work of M. Donier has tried to do: a review of the obstacles that impede liberty and the means, instruments, methods, ideas, customs, religions, governments, etc., that favor it. But for its omissions, the work of M. Donier would have been the very philosophy of political economy. After having raised the problem of liberty, political economy furnishes us, then, with a definition confirming in every point to that given by psychology, and suggests by the analogies of language, and thus we see how, little by little, the study of man gets transported from the contemplation of the me to the observation of realities. Now, just as the determinations of man's reason have received the name of ideas, abstracts, supposed a priori ideas, or principles, conceptions, categories, and secondary ideas, or those more especially acquired and empirical, so the determinations of liberty have received the name of volitions. Sentiments, habits, customs, then language, figurative in its nature, continuing to furnish the elements of primary psychology. The habit has been formed of assigning to ideas as the place or capacity where they reside, the intelligence, and to volitions, sentiments, etc., the conscience. All these abstractions have been long taken from realities by philosophers, not one of whom has seen that all distribution of the faculties of the soul is necessarily a work of caprice, and that their psychology is but an illusion. However, that may be, if we now conceive these 2 orders of determinations, reason and liberty, as united and blended by organization in a living, reasonable, and free person, we shall understand immediately that they must lend each other mutual assistance and influence each other reciprocally. If, through an error or oversight of the reason, liberty, blind to nature, acquires a false and fatal habit, the reason itself will not be slow to feel the effects. Instead of true ideas, conforming to the natural relation of things, it will retain only prejudices, as much more difficult to root out the intelligence afterwards, as they have become dearer to the conscience through age. In this state of things, reason and liberty are impaired. The first is disturbed in its development, the second restricted in its scope, and man is led astray, becomes, that is, wicked and unhappy at once. Thus, when in consequence of the contradictory perception and an incomplete experience, reason had pronounced through the lips of the economists that there was no regulating principle of value, and that the law of commerce was supply and demand, liberty abandoned itself to the passion of ambition, egoism, and gambling. Commerce was thereafter but a wager subjected to certain police regulations. Misery developed from the sources of wealth. Socialism, itself a slave of routine, could only protest against effects instead of rising against causes, and reason was obliged by the slight of so many evils to recognize that it had taken a wrong road. Man can attain wealth only in proportion as his reason and his liberty not only progress in harmony, but never halt in their development. Now, as the progress of liberty, like that of reason, is indefinite, and as, moreover, these two powers are closely connected and solidary, it must be concluded that liberty is the more perfect and more closely it defines itself in conformity with the laws of reason, which are those of things, and that, if this reason were infinite, liberty itself would become less infinite. In other words, the fullness of liberty lies in the fullness of reason. These preliminaries were indispensable in order to clearly appreciate the role of machinery and to make plain the series of economic evolutions. And just here I will remind the reader that we were not constructing a history in accordance with the order of events, but in accordance with the succession of ideas. The economic phases or categories are now contemporary, now inverted in their manifestation. Hence the extreme difficulty always felt by the economists in systemizing their ideas. Hence the chaos of their works, even those most to be commended in other respects, such as Adam Smith's, Ricardo's, and J.B. Say's. But economic theories nonetheless have their logical succession and their series in the mind. It is this order which we flatter ourselves that we have discovered and which will make this work at once a philosophy and a history. 2. Machinery's contradiction, origin of capital and wages. From the very fact that machinery diminishes the workman's toil, it abridges and diminishes labor, the supply of which thus grows greater from day to day, and the demand less. Little by little, it is true, the reduction in prices causes an increase in consumption. The proportion is restored and the laborer set at work again. But as industrial improvements steadily succeed each other and continually tend to substitute mechanical operations for the labor of man, it follows that there is a constant tendency to cut off a portion of the service and consequently to eliminate laborers from production. Now, it is with the economic order as with the spiritual order. Outside of the church, there is no salvation. Outside of labor, there is no subsistence. Society and nature, equally pitiless, are in accord in the execution of this new decree. When a new machine, or, in general, any process, whatever expedites matters, say J.B. Say, replaces any human labor already employed, some of the industrious arms whose service are usefully supplanted are left without work. A new machine, therefore, replaces the labor of a portion of the laborers, but does not diminish the amount of production, for if it did, it would not be adopted. It displaces revenue, but the ultimate advantage is wholly on the side of machinery, for if abundance of a product and lessening the cost lower the venal value, the consumer, that is, everybody, would benefit thereby. Say's optimism is infidelity to logic and to facts. The question here is not simply one of a small number of accidents which have happened during 30 centuries through the introduction of 1, 2, or 3 machines. It is a question of a regular, constant, and general phenomenon. After revenue has been displaced, says Say, as Say says, by one machine, it is then displaced by another, and again by another, and always by another. As long as any labor remains to be done, and any exchanges remain to be effected, that is the light in which the phenomenon must be presented and considered. But thus, it must be admitted, its aspect changes singularly. The displacement of revenue, the suppression of labor and wages, is a chronic, permanent, indelible plague, a sort of cholera which now appears wearing the features of Gutenberg, now assumes those of Arkwright, here is called Jacquard, there James Watt, or Marquis de Jouffroy. After carrying on its ravages for a longer or shorter time under the form, the monster takes another, and the economists, who think that he is gone, cry out, "It was nothing," tranquil and satisfied, provided they insist with all the weight of their dialects on the positive side of the question. They close their eyes to its subversive side, notwithstanding which, when they are spoken to of poverty, they again begin their sermons upon the improvidence and drunkenness of laborers. In 1750, M. Donier makes the observation, and it may serve as a measure of all lubrications of the same sort. In 1750, the population of Duchy of Lancaster was 300,000 souls. In 1801, thanks to the development of spinning machines, this population was 672,000 souls. In 1831, it was 1,336,000 souls. Instead of the 40,000 workmen whom the cotton industry formerly employed, it now employs, since the invention of machinery, 1,500,000. M. Donier adds that at the time when the number of working men employed in this industry increased in so remarkable a manner, the price of labor rose 150%. Population then, having simply followed industrial progress, its increase has been a normal and irreproachable fact. What do I say? A happy fact, since it is cited to the honor and glory of the development of machinery. But suddenly M. Donier executes an about-face. This multitude of spinning machines soon being out of work, wages necessarily declined. The population which the machines had called forth found itself abandoned by the machines, at which M. Donier declares, abuse of marriage is the cause of poverty. English commerce, in obedience to the demand of the immense body of its patrons, summons workmen from all directions, and encourages marriage. As long as labor is abundant, marriage is an excellent thing, the effects of which they are fond in quoting in the interest of machinery, but the patronage fluctuating. As soon as work and wages are not to be had, they denounce the abuse of marriage, and accuse laborers of improvidence. Political economy, that is, proprietary depositism, can never be in the wrong. It must be the proletariat. The example of printing has cited many a time, always to sustain the optimistic view. The number of persons supported today by the manufacture of books is perhaps 1,000 times larger than was that of the copyists and illuminators prior to Gutenberg's time. Therefore, they conclude with a satisfied air, printing has injured nobody. An infinite number of similar facts might be cited, all of them indisputable, but not one of which would advance the question a step. Once more, no one denies that machines have contributed to the general welfare, but I affirm, in regard to this incontestable fact, that the economists fall short of the truth when they advance the absolute statement that the simplification of process has nowhere resulted in a diminution of the number of hands employed in any industry whatever. What the economists ought to say is that machinery, like the division of labor, in the present system of social economy, is at once a source of wealth and a permanent and fatal cause of misery. In 1836, in a Manchester mill, 9 frames, each having 324 spindles, were tended by 4 spinners. Afterwards, the mules were doubled in length, which gave each of the 9 680 spindles, and enabled 2 men to tend them. There we have the naked fact of the elimination of the workman by the machine. By a simple device, 3 workmen out of 4 were evicted. What matters it that 50 years later, the population of the globe having doubled and the trade of England having quadrupled, now machines will be constructed and the English manufacturers will re-employ their workmen? Do the economists mean to point out to the increase of population that one of the benefits of machinery? Let them renounce, then, the theory of Malthus and stop declaiming against the excessive fecundancy of marriage. They did not stop there. Soon a new mechanical improvement enabled a single worker to do the work that formerly occupied 4. A new 3/4 reduction of manual work, in all, a reduction of human labor by 15/16. A Bolton manufacturer writes, "The elongation of the mules of our frames permits us to employ but 26 spinners, where we employed 35 in 1837. Another decimation of laborers. 1 out of 4 is a victim. These facts are taken from the Revenu Économique of 1842, and there is nobody who cannot point to similar ones. I have witnessed the introduction of printing machines, and I can say that I have seen with my own eyes the evil which printers have suffered thereby. During the 15 or 20 years that the machines have been in use, a proportion of the working men have gone back to composition. Others have abandoned their trade, and some have died of misery. Thus, laborers are continually crowded back in consequence of industrial innovations. 20 years ago, 80 canal boats furnished the navigation service between Beaucaire and Lyons, a score of stream packets that displaced them all. Certainly commerce is the gainer, but what has become of the boating population? Has it been transferred from the boats to the packets? No, it has gone where all superseded industries go. It has vanished. For the rest, the following documents, which I take from the same source, will give a more positive idea of the influence of industrial improvements upon the condition of workers. The average weekly wages at Manchester is 10 shillings. Out of 450 workers, there are not 40 who earn 20 shillings. The author of the article is careful to remark that an Englishman consumes 5 times as much as a Frenchman. This, then, is as if a French working man had to live on 2 francs and a half week. Edinburgh Review, 1835. To a combination of workmen who did not want to see their wages reduced, we owe the mule of Sharpie and Roberts of Manchester, and this invention has severely punished the imprudent Unionists. Punished would merit punishment. The invention of Sharpe and Roberts of Manchester was bound to result from the situation. The refusal of the workmen to submit to the reduction asked of them was only in determining occasion. Might not one infer from the air of vengeance affected by the Edinburgh Review that machines have a retroactive effect? An English manufacturer. The insubordination of our workmen has given us the idea of dispensing with them. We have made and simulated every imaginable effort of the mind to replace the service of men by tools more docile, and we have achieved our objective. Machinery has delivered capital from the oppression of labor. Wherever we still employ a man, we do so only temporarily, pending the invention for us of some means of accomplishing his work without him. What a system is that which leads a businessman to think with delight that society soon will be able to dispense with men? Machinery has delivered capital from the oppression of labor. That is exactly as if the cabinet should undertake to deliver the treasury from the opposition of the taxpayers. Fool! Though the working men cost you something, they are your customers. What will you do with your products when, driven away by you, they shall consume them no longer? Thus, machinery, after cursing the workmen, is not slow in dealing employers a counterblow, for if production excludes consumption, it is soon obliged to stop itself. During the 4th quarter of 1841, 4 great failures happening in an English manufacturing city threw 1,720 people on the street. These failures were caused by overproduction, that is, by an inadequate market or the distress of the people. What a pity that machinery cannot also deliver capital from the oppression of consumers! What a misfortune that machines do not buy the fabrics which they weave! The ideal society will be reached when commerce, agriculture, and manufacturers can proceed without a man on earth. In a Yorkshire parish for 9 months the operatives have been working but 2 days a week. Machines. At Geston, 2 factories valued at £60,000 sterling have been sold for £26,000. They produce more than they could sell. Machines. In 1841, the number of children under 13 years of age engaged in manufactures diminished because children over 13 take their place. Machines. The adult workman becomes an apprentice, a child, again. This result was foreseen from the phase of the division of labor, during which we saw the quality of the workman degenerate into the ratio in which industry was preferred. In his conclusion, the journalist makes this reflection. Since 1836, there has been a retrograde movement in the cotton industry. That is, it no longer keeps up its relation with other industries, another result foreseen from the theory of the proportionality of values. Today's workmen's coalitions and strikes seem to have stopped throughout England, and the economists rightly rejoice over this return to order. Let us say, even to common sense, but laborers henceforth, at least I cherish the hope, will not add the misery of their voluntary periods of idleness to the misery which machines force upon them. Does it follow that the situation is changed? And if there is no change to the situation, will not the future always be a deplorable copy of the past? The economists love to rest their minds on pictures of public felicity. It is by this sign, principally that they are to be recognized, and that they estimate each other. Nevertheless, there are not lacking among them, on the other hand, moody and sickly imaginations, ever ready to offset accounts of growing prosperity with proofs of persistent poverty. M. Theodore Fix thus summed up the general situation in December 1844. The food supply of nations is no longer exposed to those terrible disturbances caused by scarcities and famine, so frequent up to the beginning of the 19th century. The variety of agriculture growths and improvements has abolished this double scourge almost absolutely. The total wheat crop in France in 1791 was estimated at about 133 million bushels, which gave, after deducting seed, 2.855 bushels to each inhabitant. In 1840, the same crop was estimated at 198,590,000 bushels, or 2.860 bushels to each individual. The area of cultivated surface being almost the same as before the Revolution. The rate of increase of manufactured goods has been at least as high as that of food products, and we are justified in saying that the mass of textile fabrics has more than doubled and perhaps tripled within 50 years. The perfecting of technical process has led to this result. Since the beginning of the century, the average duration of life has increased by 2 or 3 years, an undeniable sign of greater comfort, or, if you will, a diminution of poverty. Within 20 years, the amount of indirect revenue, without any burdensome change in legislation, has risen from 40 million francs to 720 million, a symptom of economic, much more than of fiscal progress. On January 1, 1844, the Deposit and Consignment Office owed the Savings Bank 351,500,000 francs, and Paris figured in this sum for 105 million. Nevertheless, the development of the institution has taken place almost wholly within 12 years, and it should be noticed that the 351,500,000 francs now due to the Savings Bank do not constitute the entire mass of economies affected, since at a given time the capital accumulated is disposed of otherwise. In 1843, out of 320,000 workmen and 80,000 house servants living in the capital, 90,000 workmen have deposited in the savings banks 2,547,000 francs, and 34,000 house servants 1,268,000 francs. All these facts are entirely true, and the inference to be drawn from them in favor of machines is the exactness, namely, that they have indeed given a powerful impetus to the general welfare. But the facts with which we shall supplement them are no less authentic, and the inference to be drawn from these against machines will be no less accurate, to wit, that they are a continual cause of pauperism. I appeal to the figures of M. Fix himself. Out of 320,000 workmen and the 80,000 house servants residing in Paris, there are 230,000 of the former and 46,000 of the latter, a total of 276,000 who do not deposit in the savings banks. No one would dare pretend that these are 276,000 spendthrifts and ne'er-do-wells who expose themselves to misery voluntarily. Now, as among the very ones who make the savings there are to be found poor and inferior persons, for whom the savings bank is but a respite from debauchery and misery, we may conclude that out of all the individuals living by their labor, nearly 3/4 either are imprudent, lazy, and depraved, since they do not deposit in the savings banks, or are too poor to lay up anything. There is no other alternative, but common sense, to say nothing of charity, permits no wholesale accusation of the laboring class. It is necessary, therefore, to throw the blame back upon our economic system. How is it that M. Fix did not see that his figures accused themselves? They hope that in time all, or almost all, laborers will deposit in the savings banks. Without awaiting the testimony of the future, we may test the foundations of this hope immediately. According to the testimony of M.V., mayor of the 5th arrondissement of Paris, the number of needy families inscribed upon the registers of charity bureaus is 30,000, which is equivalent to 65,000 individuals. The census taken at the beginning of 1846 gave 88,474. And poor families not inscribed, how many of there are those? As many, say then, 180,000 people, whose poverty is not doubtful, although not official, and all those who live in straitened circumstances. Through keeping up the appearance of comfort, how many are there of those? Twice as many, a total of 360,000 persons in Paris, who are somewhat embarrassed for means. They talk of wheat, cries another economist, M. Louis Leclerc. But are there not immense populations which go without bread? Without leaving our own country, are there not populations which live exclusively on maize, buckwheat, chestnuts? M. Leclerc denounces the fact, let us interpret it, as if there is no doubt, the increase of population is felt principally in the larger cities, that is, at those points where the most wheat is consumed. It is clear that the average per head may have increased without any improvement in the general condition. There is no such liar as an average. They talk, continues the same writer, of the increase of indirect consumption. Vain would be the attempt to acquit Parisian adulteration. It exists. It has its masters, its adepts, its literature, its didactic and classical treatises. France possessed exquisite wines. What has been done with them? What has become of this splendid wealth? Where are the treasures created by Proudhon, by the national genius? And yet, when one considers the excess to which wine gives rise, whatever it is dear, wherever it does not form a part of the regular life of the people, when in Paris, capital of the kingdom of good wines, one sees the people gorging themselves with I know not what, stuff that is adulterated, sophisticated, sickening, and sometimes execrable, and well-to-do persons drinking at home or accepting without a word, in famous restaurants, so-called wines, thick, velvet-colored, and insipid, flat, and miserable enough to make the poorest Burgundian peasant shudder. Can one honestly doubt that alcoholic liquids are one of the most imperative needs of our nature? I quote this passage at length because it sums up in relation to a special case all that could be said upon the inconveniences of machinery. To the people, it is with wine as with fabrics, and generally with all goods and merchandise created for the consumption of the poor. It is always the same deduction, to reduce by some process or other the cost of manufacture, in order first to maintain advantageously competition with more fortunate or richer rivals, second, to serve the vast numbers of plundered persons who cannot disregard price simply because the quality is good. Produced in the ordinary ways, wine is too expensive for the mass of consumers. It is in danger of remaining in the cellars of the retailers. The manufacturer of wines gets around the difficulty, unable to introduce machinery into the cultivation of the vine. He finds a means, with the aid of some accompaniments, of placing the precious liquid within the reach of all. Certain savages, in their periods of scarcity, eat earth. The civilized man drinks water. Malthus was a great genius. As far as the increase of the average duration of life is concerned, I recognize the fact, but at the same time, I declare the observation incorrect. Let us explain that. Suppose a population of 10 million souls, if, from whatever cause you will, the average life should increase 5 years for 1,000,000 individuals, morality continuing its ravages at the same rate as before among the 9 other millions, it will be found, on distributing this increase among the whole, that on average 6 months have been added to the life of each individual. It is with the average length of life, the so-called indicator of average comfort, as with average learning, the level of knowledge does not cease to rise, which by no means alters the fact that there are today in France quite as many barbarians as in the days of Francois I. The charlatans who had railroad speculation in view made quite a noise about the importance of the locomotive in the circulation of ideas, and the economists, always on the lookout for civilized stupidities, have not failed to echo this nonsense, as if ideas, in order to spread, needed locomotives. What then? prevents ideas from circulating from the Institute to the faubourgs Saint-Antoine and Saint-Marcoux in the narrow and wretched streets of Old Paris and the Temple Quarter. Everywhere, in short, where dwells the multitude, even most destitute of ideas than bread? How happens it that between a Parisian and Parisian, in spite of the omnibus and the letter carrier, the distance is 3 times greater today than in the 14th century? The ruinous influence of machinery on social economy and the condition of the laborers is exercised in 1,000 ways, all of which are bound together and reciprocally labeled: cessation of labor, reduction of wages, overproduction, obstruction of the market, alteration of adulteration of products, failures, displacement of laborers, degeneration of the race, and finally, diseases and death. M. Theodore Fix has remarked himself that in the last 50 years the average stature of man in France has diminished by a considerable fraction of an inch. This observation is worth his previous one. Upon whom does this diminution take effect? In a report read to the Academy of Moral Sciences on the results of the law of March 22, 1841, M. Léon Faucher expressed himself thus: "Young workmen are pale, weak, short in stature, and slow to think as well as to move. At 14 or 15 years they seem no more developed than children of 9 or 10 years in the normal state. As for their intellectual and moral development, there are some to be found who, at the age of 13, have no notion of God, who have never heard of their duties, and whose first school of morality was a prison." That is what M. Léon Faucher has seen, to the great displeasure of M. Charles Dupin. And this state of things he declares that the law of March 22nd is powerless to remedy. And let us not get angry over this impotence of the legislator. The evil arises from a cause as necessary for us as the sun, and in the path upon which we have entered. Anger of any kind, like palliatives of any kind, could make our situation worse. Yes, while science and industry are making such marvelous progress, it is a necessity, unless civilization's center of gravity should suddenly change, that the intelligence and comfort of the proletariat be diminished, while the lives of the well-to-do classes grow longer and easier. It is inevitable that those of the needy should grow harder and shorter. This is established in the writings of the best, I mean the most optimistic thinkers. According to M. de Moragues, 7,500,000 men in France have only 91 francs a year to spend, 25 centimes a day, 5 cents, 5 cents. There is something prophetic, then, in this odious refrain. In England, not including Scotland and Ireland, the poor rate was, in 1801, 4,078,891 for a population of 8,872,980. 1818, L. 7,870,801, 11,978,875. 1833, L. 8,000,000, 14,000,000. The progress of poverty, then, has been more rapid than that of population, in face of that fact. What becomes of the hypothesis of Malthus? And yet, is it indisputable that during the same period the average comfort increased? What, then, do statistics signify? The death rate for the first arrondissement of Paris is 1 to every 52 inhabitants, and for the 12th, 1 to every 26. Now, the latter contains 1 needy person to every 7 inhabitants, while the former has only 1 to every 28. That does not prevent the average duration of life, even in Paris, from increasing, as M. Fix has very correctly observed. At Mulhouse, the probabilities of average life are 29 years for children of the well-to-do class and 2 years of those of the workers. In 1812, the average life in the same locality was 25 years, 9 months, and 12 days, while in 1827 it was not over 21 years and 9 months. And yet, throughout France, the average life is longer. What does this mean? M. Blanqui, unable to explain so much prosperity and so much poverty at once, cries somewhere, "Increased production does not mean additional wealth. Poverty, on the contrary, becomes the wider spread in proportion to the concentration of industries. There must be some radical vice in a system which guarantees no security, either to capital or labor, and which seems to multiply the embarrassments of producers at the same time that it forces them to multiply their products. There is no radical vice here. What astonishes M. Blanqui is simply that of which the Academy, to which he belongs, has asked a determination, namely, the oscillations of the economic pendulum, value, beating alternately and in regular time good and evil, until the hour of the universal equation shall strike. If I may be permitted another comparison, humanity in its march is like a column of soldiers, who, starting at the same step and at the same moment to the measured beating of the drum, gradually lose their distances. The whole body advances, but the distance from head to tail grows even longer, and it is a necessary effect of the movement that there should be some laggards and stragglers. But it is necessary to penetrate still further into antinomy. Machines promised us an increase of wealth. They have kept their word, but at the same time endowing us with an increase of poverty. They promised us liberty. I am going to prove that they have brought us slavery. I have stated that the determination of value, and with it the tribulations of society, began with the divisions of industries, without which there could be no exchange, or wealth, or progress. The period through which we are now passing, that of machinery, is distinguished by a special characteristic: wages. Wages issued in a direct line from the employment of machinery, that is, to give my thought the entire generality of expression which it calls for, from the economic fiction by which capital becomes an agent of production. Wages, in short, coming after the division of labor and exchange, is the necessary correlative of the theory of the reduction of costs. In whatever way this reduction may be accomplished, this genealogy is too interesting to be passed by without a few words of explanation. The first, the simplest, the most powerful of machines is the workshop. Division simply separates the various parts of labor, leaving each to devote himself to the specialty best suited to his tastes. The workshop groups the laborers according to the relation of each part to the whole. It is the most elementary form of the balance of values, undiscoverable though the economists suppose this to be. Now, though, the workshop, production is going to increase, and at the same time, the deficit. Somebody discovered that by dividing production into its various parts and causing each to be executed by a separate workman, would obtain a multiplication of power, the product of which would be far superior to the amount of labor given by the same number of workmen when labor is not divided. Grasping the threads of this idea, he said to himself that by forming a permanent group of laborers, assorted with a view to his special purpose, he would produce more steadily, more abundantly, and at less cost. It is not indispensable, however, that the workmen should be gathered into one place. The existence of the workshop does not depend essentially upon contact. It results from the relation and proportion of the different tasks, and from the common thought directing them. In a word, concentration at one point may offer its advantages, which are not to be neglected, but that is not what constitutes the workshop. This, then, is the proposition which the speculator makes to those whose collaboration he desires. I guarantee you a perpetual market for your products if you will accept me as purchaser or middleman. The bargain is so clearly advantageous that the proposition cannot fail of acceptance. The laborer finds in it steady work, a fixed price, and security. The employer, on the other hand, will find a readier sale for his goods. Since producing more advantageously, he can lower the price. In short, his profits will be larger because of the mass of his investments. All, even to the public and the magistrate, will congratulate the employer on having added to the social wealth by his combinations, and will vote him a reward. But, in the first place, whoever says reduction of expenses says reduction of services, not, it is true, in the new shop, but for the workers at the same trade who are left outside, as well as for many others whose accessory services will be less needed in the future. Therefore, every establishment of a workshop corresponds to an eviction of workers. This assertion, utterly contradictory though it may appear, is as true of the workshop as of a machine. The economists admit it, but here they repeat their eternal refrain that after a lapse of time, the demand for the product having increased in proportion to the reduction of price, labor, in turn, will come finally to be in greater demand than ever. Undoubtedly, with time, the equilibrium will be restored, but I must add again, the equilibrium will be no sooner restored at this point than it will be disturbed at another, because the spirit of invention never stops, any more than labor. Now, what theory could justify these perpetual hecatombs? When we have reduced the number of toilers, wrote Sismondi, to a fourth or a fifth of what is at present, we shall need only a fourth or a fifth as many priests, physicians, etc. When we have cut them off altogether, we shall be in a position to dispense with the human race. And that is what really would happen if, in order to put the labor of each machine in proportion to the needs of consumption, that is, to restore the balance of values continually destroyed, it were not necessary to continually create new machines, open other markets, and consequently multiply services and displace other arms, so that on the one hand, industry and wealth, on the other, population and misery, advance, so to speak, in procession, one always dragging the other after it. I have shown the contractor at the birth of industry negotiating on equal terms with his comrades, who have since become his workmen. It is plain, in fact, that this original equality was bound to disappear through the advantageous position of the master and the dependence of the wage workers. In vain does the law assure to each the right of enterprise, as well as the faculty to labor alone and sell one's products directly. According to the hypothesis, this last resource is impracticable, since it was the object of the workshop to annihilate isolated labor. And as for the right to take the plow, as they say, and go at speed, it is the same in manufactures as in agriculture. To know how to work is nothing. It is necessary to arrive at the same time. The shop, as well as the land, is the first comer. When an establishment has had the leisure to develop itself, enlarge its foundations, ballast itself with capital, and assure itself a body of patrons, what can the workman who has only his arms do against a power so superior? Hence, it was not by an arbitrary act of sovereign power or by fortuitous and brutal usurpation that the guilds and masterships were established in the Middle Ages. The force of events had created them long before the edicts of kings could have given them legal consecration, and in spite of the reform of '89, we see them reestablishing themselves under our eyes with an energy 100 times more formidable. Abandon labor to its own tendencies, and the subjection of 3/4 of the human race is assured. But this is not all. The machine or the workshop, after having degraded the laborer by giving him a master, completes his degeneracy by reducing him from the rank of artisan to that of common workman. Formerly, the population on the banks of the Saône and Rhône are largely made up of watermen, thoroughly fitted for the conduct of canal boats or rowboats. Now that the steam tug is to be found almost everywhere, most of the boatmen, finding it impossible to get a living at their trade, either pass 3/4 of their life in idleness or become stokers. If not misery, the degradation, such is the last alternative which machinery offers to the workman. For it is with a machine as with a piece of artillery, the captain excepted. Those whom it occupies are servants, slaves. Since the establishment of large factories, a multitude of little industries have disappeared from the domestic hearth. Does anyone believe that the girls who work for 10 and 15 cents have as much intelligence as their ancestors? After the establishment of the railway from Paris to Saint-Germain, M. Donier tells us, there were established between Pique and multitude of places in the more or less immediate vicinity such a number of omnibus and stage lines that this establishment, contrary to all expectation, has considerably increased the employment of horses. Contrary to all expectation? It takes an economist not to expect these things. Multiply machinery and you increase the amount of arduous and disagreeable labor to be done. The apothegm is as certain as any of those which date from the deluge. Accuse me, if you choose, or ill will towards the most precious invention of our century. Nothing shall prevent me from saying that the principal result of railways after the subjection of petty industry will be the creation of a population of degraded workers, signalmen, sweepers, loaders, lumpers, draymen, watchmen, porters, weighers, greasers, cleaners, stokers, firemen, etc. 2,000 miles of railway will give France an additional 50,000 serfs. It is not for such people, certainly, that M. Chevalier asks professional schools. Perhaps it will be said that the mass of transportation having increased in much greater proportion than the number of day laborers, the difference is to the advantage of the railway, and that, all things considered, there is progress. The observation may be generalized, and the same argument applied to all industries. But it is precisely out of this generality of the phenomenon that springs the subjection of laborers. Machinery plays the leading role in industry. Man is secondary. All the genius displayed by labor tends to be the degradation of the proletariat. What a glorious nation will be ours, among 40 millions of inhabitants. It shall count 35 millions of drudges, paper scratchers, and flunkies. With machinery at the workshop, divine right, that is, the principle of authority, makes its entrance into political economy. Capital, mastership, privilege, monopoly, loaning, credit, property, etc. Such are, in economic language, the various names of I know not what, but which is otherwise called power, authority, sovereignty, written law, revelation, religion, God, in short, cause and principle of our miseries, and all our crimes, and who, the more we try to define them, the more eludes us. It is then impossible that in the present condition of society, the workshop with its hierarchical organization and machinery, instead of serving exclusively the interests of the least numerous, the least industrious, and the wealthiest class, should be employed for the benefit of all? That is what we are going to examine. 3. Of preservatives against the disastrous influence of machinery. Reduction of manual labor is synonymous with lowering of price, and consequently with increase of exchange, since if the consumer pays less, he will buy more. But reduction of manual labor is synonymous also with restriction of market, since if the producer earns less, he will buy less, and this is the course that things actually take. The concentration of forces in the workshop and the invention of capital in production, under the name of machinery, engender at the same time overproduction and destitution, and everybody has witnessed these two scourges, more to be feared than incendiarism and plague, develop in our day on the vastest scale and with devouring intensity. Nevertheless, it is impossible for us to retreat. It is necessary to produce always, produce cheaply. Otherwise, the existence of society is compromised. The laborer, who, to escape the degradation with which the principle of division threatened him, had created so many marvelous machines, now finds himself either prohibited or subjected to his own works. Against this alternative, what means are proposed? M. de Sismondi, like all men of patriarchal ideas, who, like the division of labor, with machinery and manufactures, to be abandoned, and each family to return to the system of privative indivision, that is, to each one by himself, each one for himself, in the most literal meaning of the words, that would be to retrograde. It is impossible. M. Blanqui returns to the charge with his plan of participation by the workmen and of consolidation of all industries in a joint stock company for the benefit of the collective laborer. I have shown that this plan would impair public welfare without appreciably improving the condition of the laborers, and M. Blanqui himself seems to share this sentiment. How reconcile, in fact, the participation of the workmen in the profits with the rights of inventors, contractors, and capitalists, of whom the first have to reimburse themselves for large outlays, as well as for their long and patient efforts? The second continually endanger the wealth they have acquired, and take upon themselves alone the chances of their enterprises, which are often very hazardous. And the third could sustain no reduction of their dividends without in some way losing their savings. How harmonize, in a word, the equality desirable to establish between laborers and employers, with the preponderance which cannot be taken from heads of establishments, from loaners of capital, and from inventors, and which involves so clearly their exclusive appropriation of the profits? To decree by a law the admission of all workmen to a share of the profits would be to pronounce the dissolution of society. All the economists have seen this so clearly that they have finally changed into an exhortation to employers what had first occurred to them as a project. Now, as long as the wage worker gets no profit save what may be allowed him by the contractor, it is perfectly safe to assume that eternal poverty will be his lot. It is not in the power of the holders of labor to make it otherwise. For the rest, the idea, otherwise very laudable, of associating workmen with employers tends to this communistic conclusion, evidently false in its premises. The last word of machinery is to make men rich and happy without the necessity of labor on his part. Such, then, natural agencies must do everything for us. Machinery ought to belong to the state, and the goal of progress is communism. I shall examine the communistic theory in its place. But I believe that I ought to immediately warn the partisans of the utopia that the hope with which they flatter themselves in relation to machinery is only an illusion of the economists, something like perpetual motion, which is always sought and never found, because asked of a power which cannot give it, machines do not go all alone. To keep them in motion, it is necessary to organize an immense service around them, so that in the end, man creating for himself an amount of work proportional to the number of instruments with which he surrounds himself. The principal consideration in the matter of machinery is much less to divide its products than to see that it is fed. That is, to continually renew the motive power. Now, this motive power is not air, water, steam, electricity. It is labor, that is, the market. A railroad surpasses all along its line conveyances, stages, harness, makers, saddlers, wheelwrights, innkeepers. I take facts as they are just after the establishment of the road. Suppose the state, as a measure of preservation or in obedience to the principle of indemnity, should make the laborers displaced by the road its proprietors or operators, the transportation rates, let us suppose, being reduced by 25%, otherwise of what use is the railroad? The income of all these laborers united will be diminished by a like amount, which is to say that a fourth of the persons formerly living by conveyances will find themselves literally without resources. In spite of munificence of the state, to meet their deficit they have but one hope, that the mass of transportation effected over the line may be increased by 25%, or else they may find employment in other lines of industry, which seems at first impossible, since, by the hypothesis, and in fact, places are everywhere filled, proportion is maintained everywhere, and the supply is sufficient for the demand. Moreover, it is very necessary, if it be desired to increase the mass of transportation, that a fresh impetus be given to labor in other industries. Now admitting that laborers displaced by this overproduction find employment, and that their distribution among the various kinds of labor proves as easy in practice as in theory, the difficulty is still far from settled, for the number of those engaged in circulation being the number of those engaged in production as 100 to 1,000, in order to obtain with the circulation 1/4 less expensive, in other words, 1/4 more powerful, the same revenue as before, it will be necessary to strengthen production also by 1/4. That is, to add to the agricultural and industrial army, not 25, the figure which indicates the proportionality of the carrying industry, but 250. But to arrive at this result, it will be necessary to create machines. What is worse, to create men, which continually brings the question back to the same point. Thus, contradiction upon contradiction. Now, not only is labor, in consequence of machinery, lacking to men, but also men, in consequence of their numerical weakness and the insufficiency of their consumption, are lacking to machinery, so that, pending the establishment of equilibrium, there is at once a lack of work and a lack of arms, a lack of products and a lack of markets. And what say of the railroad is true of all industries. Always the man and the machine pursue each other, the former never attaining rest, the latter never attaining satisfaction. Whatever the pace of mechanical progress, though machines should be invented 100 times more marvelous than the mule jenny, the knitting machine, or the cylinder press, though forces should be discovered 100 times more powerful than steam, very far from freeing humanity, securing its leisure, and making the production of every gratuitous. These things would have no other effect than to multiply labor, induce an increase of population, make the change of serfdom heavier, render life more and more expensive, and deepen the abyss which separates that class that commands and enjoys from the class that obeys and suffers. Suppose now all these difficulties overcome. Suppose the laborers made available by the railroad adequate to increase the service demanded for the support of the locomotive. Compensation being effected without pain, nobody will suffer. On the contrary, the well-being of each will be increased by a fraction of the profit realized by the substitution of the railway for the stagecoach. What then, I shall be asked, prevents these things from taking place with such regularity and precision? And what is easier then for an intelligent government to so manage all industrial transitions? I have pushed the hypothesis as far as it could go in order to show, on the one hand, that end to which humanity is tending, and, on the other, the difficulties which it may overcome in order to attain it. Surely the providential order is that progress should be effected, in so far as machinery is concerned, in the way that I have just spoken of. But what embarrasses society's march and makes it go